changes.
There you go, now we got you.
Thank you, Chuck.
Sure. In the review of looking at all the funds, and I think this is the monthly fund ledger report. And each one of these has a number and has a fund. So it's been brought to attention in looking at some of these, I'm going to use the word dormant, where you've seen absolutely no activity in these funds, at least from January 1st as up to July 31st. So that was one list going through. Then, that's only the first step. Then going further, some of these funds had no activity for maybe the possibility of 2, 3, 4 years. Because of that, there's at least one, a minimum of one identifiable fund. The auditor office should receive all credit for this. In the redevelopment on Fund 4930, it's redevelopment commission, there's over 213,000. So the first thought was, well, then there's 3 other redevelopment funds, that's just the fourth one that they should have. Apparently, and I could be, my years could be off a little bit here, but approximately in about 2015, 2016, there was a split, there was a recognition, which is a requirement, that redevelopment funds don't stay in this pile, they go directly to them, they have all 3. That's been done, no question about that. They've got the banking records and it matches to the penny of those 3. So what about the 200,000? Well, it turned out that stayed with the county, but for whatever reason, it never was put in back to the general. That can be done on the 16th.
Good.
So, but the $282,000 the deficit or the negative balance can be reduced fairly shortly by another $232,000. Okay, so that's going to happen, which also would almost cover the payroll for the entire month of August. So this is incredibly good news. There's other funds on there. We want to historically go through those and make sure. We don't want any errors. We don't want, oh, we gave this and we shouldn't. But there might be some other opportunities in there. But this is all part of going through everything here line by line. The number of funds in the red is decreasing, which is also a very good news. There's some more technical things, but I'll give you a better report on that in September. But that's $200,000 that's here, and now it can be used in the proper manner, and it will have a significant difference on reducing this. So all of these things are being continued on. The final thing, there will be a time where I will be reading, we brought up here, and I will be reading an ordinance. For everyone listening, know that the mic is on and everything. This does not mean this tax has been passed. It has not even been debated. It has not even been discussed. But there are technical, legal things. You have to have a first reading. You have to have an advertisement. And then everyone can come and speak and discuss the merits, pro or con. But these are the things that are required just to bring this up for discussion. Anything else?
Thank you so much.
I add a couple other things real quick.
Yes.
At the bottom of Jim's note piles, there's a stack of all the insurance, workman's comp, liability, and all of those. I believe those portions will come up when the commissioners are up. I had just put it with Jim's emails because that was when it was. There are a few things already that we know on this dormant list that we can't use. If we bring them up in discussion, most of them we've pretty much figured out. There's a few of them that were grants prior to 2015, and we really don't have any way of proving. Did they roll over? Were they used? Why wasn't it rolled over? And we're going to have to check with the state on quite a few of those as well. Department of Homeland Security grants especially. So we're looking into those.
Do you have any more comment on anything else? Okay. So, we've got about 2 minutes before our regular scheduled August 11th meeting. Any comments from the council based on anything that was mentioned this morning? Questions, concerns? All right, Jeff, it's good to see you. We're going to open up the meeting here in just a moment. For those of you that have just arrived, we've already opened up with the pledge and prayer. I did want to mention to you all that Owen County lost a EMS employee this week in the line of duty, and Brandon Staley, and we certainly would appreciate prayers for his family going forward. Sheila, I didn't see any minutes in here. Do you have anything, or did I just not look? Ah, got it. I can tell this was from an extremely long meeting.
I didn't know how better to do it, then I just numbered each one of them and basically what the action was on them. So I'm not out of order, but.
As we move forward, there's a slide deck in our packets from Peters Municipal, if you want to get that ready. All right, at this time, I'm going to call the meeting to order. If you haven't signed in, please do so. We do have a quorum of all members. First order of business is going to be the approval of minutes dated July 20th, 2021. If you would look through those. All right, motion on the floor by Chuck to approve the minutes as presented. And seconded by Anton. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor? 7-0. All right. This time, we're going to move forward with the Peters Municipal Consulting Financial Plan presentation. At this time, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing for that too. Jeff has done business with us before, and we're thankful that you came down here today to spend your time with us, Jeff. So, do you need any technological requirements or anything we can do to help you out?
You said you've got a slide deck of
We do.
fiscal plan and
Yes, sir.
the commentary. I appreciate the opportunity to be here as always and help out. Based on what we had done back in 2018, we had a fiscal plan, and the fiscal plan we've used for the last 25 plus years for various units of government around the state to lay out and model what is your operating and capital needs, how do we allocate our current assets to cover where we're at presently, and then how do we accomplish what we want to get to in the future and project out about 3 years so that you as a fiscal body have some foresight into the decisions that you're making, that you can fund what it is you need to fund and what the impact of that is. So what I worked off of was the one that we actually delivered to you in 18. So you've got a lot more historical data than we typically put into a fiscal plan, but I just left it in there in case you wanted to look back. In addition to the fiscal plan, we set down some commentary. And what I looked at and thought of for your objectives, where you wanted to get through was the fund 2021 needed expenditures with the available revenues and cash that you have on hand. Fund your future needed operational expenditures and what options would be available to accomplish that. Establish an appropriate operating cash reserve on top of those needed expenditures. And people typically ask, because there's no hard and fast rule, how much cash should I have in reserve? So the best model that we've come up with is when you go out to the open market and do bond ratings, one of the criteria they look at are your operating cash reserves, and their threshold is typically they want to see 30%. So if you've got an $11 million operating budget, you should have about $3.3 million in cash reserves on hand. Then, I put in there some discussion on capital projects funding. Conversations with the attorney was that you wanted to look at highway stuff. How is it that we would fund some highway capital needs that you don't have funds for presently? And then, as we've talked about back into 2018 and last year, your correctional facility needs. How might we fund that on a capital basis? And then to evaluate the tax impact to citizens of some of these revenue options that I've put forward for you. Looking at 2021, you're reducing and shifting of expenditures from general to the Light Ed Fund and the Riverboat Fund is a good strategy. Looking at those numbers and laying them into your fiscal plan, it does look like you're significantly bringing down the cash deficit in the general fund, but not quite covering it. So to piggyback along with what the attorney said, putting those dormant funds that you can identify into the general fund should bring that cash balance back to zero by year end. And if you wanted to go to page 1 of the fiscal plan, which I think is like the 3rd page in. We looked at, again, taking those reductions in expenditures, and those are detailed by department, which runs through pages 3 through 11. But the end result is shown there on page 1. And on these fund pages, to kind of go back to what we had done before, the top part of the section is the cash that comes into that fund, the beginning part of the year. You can see back in 2015, you had almost $4 million of cash. When you get to the beginning of 21, that's all been absorbed and used. So the top lines are beginning cash, then you've got your revenue section, which is also detailed on page 2. And then the expenditure section, again, is departmentalized and detailed in pages 3 through 11. The most important part of these fund sheets that I always tell people to look at is the second to the last line, or the, in this one it's the third to the last line, where it says net increase or decrease in fund. That shows, are we adding to cash if it's positive, or if it's negative, are we consuming cash? And you can see in several of those years, obviously leading up to where you are today, you've been constantly consuming cash in that fund. If revenues come in according to the projections that we put in here, you transfer, I believe I put in a placeholder of like $250,000 for dormant fund transfer. I would expect that fund to be back positive to about $200,000. The other part going forward, the overall strategy that I implemented for this was to take these cuts out of 21, but then provide an inflation factor for these budgets beginning in 22 and forward. Taking part of your insurance expense out of the Light Ed Fund, moving it back to the general fund, and allocating part of that expense to the sheriff's budget. Then if you impose this public safety income tax, it will go into its own fund and actually remove in 22 and going forward all of the sheriff's budget to this public safety income tax fund. That will allow you to, in this example on page 1, to fund all your operations that are not sheriff and be putting out $700,000 a year approximately back to the cash balance of the county general fund. Overall, big picture, if you were to implement this strategy, you should get to about that $3.3 million figure of cash reserves by the end of 23 or early 24. big picture, that's kind of how we would look at funding the situation that you're in, getting back to a good cash reserve. And I'll take you a little bit further through some of the commentary. In that first paragraph under the Fund 2021, in the middle there, it says additional appropriations shifting expenditures to light ed and rainy day. That should say riverboat. And then it takes you to those 2 pages of page 22 and page 25. Page 25 is riverboat, and page 22 is light ed. If you were to do the shifting accordingly, and the additional appropriations that you put forward to shift those expenditures to the light ed fund, if you run through all those based on the revenue stream that's coming in, the ending balance in 21 for the light ed fund should be about $290,000. That gives you additional cash coming this year that you can allocate other unexpected expenditures throughout 21 if you come upon that. Or if you need to offload more of the general fund expenditure in order to get that fund back to positive, that'll give you a source for the 2021 issue of another $290,000 that you can utilize. On page 25 of the riverboat, you've appropriated or are going to additionally appropriate about $305,000 from that fund for that expenditure shifting. Based on the revenue that should flow in this year, if you made all of those expenditures, you would still have about $240,000 there. Again, for the riverboat fund, it can be used for any municipal purpose unless you have previously restricted it in some capacity, which I don't believe you have. So there's another source in 2021 if you have unexpected expenditures to get through that. If you don't use those in 2021, they just roll forward and help fund budgets in 2022 forward.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
You're talking about all these funds and figures that you're talking about, providing we go with the tax.
The big picture in the tax is going to be 22 and forward.
Okay, so you're saying the figure you're talking about now, without the tax being added, we're able to do this,
Just to get through 2021.
just to get through 2021?
Correct. And you're shifting those expenditures away from general onto light ed, onto riverboat, where you have cash reserves today. And you'll spend those down based on the additional appropriations and the shift that the attorney provided to me. You've still got $290,000 left in light ed and $240,000 in riverboat in case that shift was not sufficient enough, or if there are other expenditures that haven't been brought to light yet that need to be taken care of at the end of the year.
On that, this also, though, does provide for the jail facility.
So in 2021, other thoughts, your EMS fund and your election registration fund both have positive balances. In most counties, we see those incorporated as departments in the general fund. It was just your preference at some point in the past to segregate those into their own funds. If you wanted to, again, prop up more cash into the general fund by year end, you could incorporate those funds back into departments in the general fund. Then you would have their cash balances in the general fund at year end so that you would have positive balance. And then going forward, the revenue from EMS would just flow into the county general fund, and it would be a departmentalized budget like all the other budgets. For the funding of the operational needs going forward, we did assume a 3% growth factor in inflation based on a lot of the money that has been pushed out by the federal government and the economy in general. I think inflation is something that you're gonna definitely have to account for, even after you cut budgets to what you can. We put in approximately 800,000 in expenditures and budget that the attorney had identified to us that were not previously budgeted. And as I talked about before, we brought back 445,000 of the insurance expense from Light Ed to the general fund, and then assigned 300,000 of that expense to the sheriff's budget. So if we look at pages 6 and 4, I'll show you where those are laid out. And again, these are my thoughts based on the information that I have. If you want to refine all these as a fiscal body, you can sit back and say, no, you know, that number really should be this, and that number should be that. We can make those changes and alter this so that you've got a model that reflects what it is that you're actually going to do and what you think those amounts are. But on page 6 under the commissioners, additional appropriations for 2022, we took the 2021 budget, inflated it by the 3%, then added in the 800,000+ in additional appropriation, plus the 445 of insurance expense from Light Ed, less the 300,000 that we assigned to sheriff for insurance, which is above on page 4. So the first department on page 4 in the county sheriff, if you look at 2022, it's the 2021 budget inflated, and then another 300,000 added to it. So the budget would be approximately 2.769 million would be our projection for 2022. And if you were to implement a 0.9%, which is what you have available to you in the public safety income tax. And I know we've talked about public safety income tax before, but that public safety income tax can be used for a very broad definition of public safety expenses. You, as the fiscal body, you're an old Gadget County, correct? So you make the decision here at the fiscal body. You don't have to have input from other cities and towns. However, if you impose this tax, the cities and towns will also get a proportionate share of that public safety income tax. So if you impose it, you'll be right-siding your budget, but also you'll be providing additional public safety money to the cities and towns for them to augment their public safety as well. And the public safety income tax fund is on page 20. And while you're getting to that, I'll kind of talk about income tax in general. When COVID started, there was one study put out throughout the state, and it was from Ball State, that looked at a county by county reduction of income tax based on the effects of COVID. And originally, that's what we had been using as a model to show what the potential impact would be. As of last week, the state put out gross income tax distribution numbers for 2022 by county. And in almost all situations, that did not come to fruition. Income taxes are as they were, real close. Yours is real close. In fact, I think yours might even be up a little bit. We did see some places around the state where it fell, but not nearly to the magnitude that everyone thought. So that's a good sign. And that was kind of foreshadowed by one of the comments that Anton put out about the growth factor for the maximum levy for 2022. The growth factor is going to be 4.3%, and that is based on the 6-year average growth in non-farm income. 2022's number was the first year that included the 2020 amount. The 2020 amount actually increased by 5.85% above 2019, even with the impact of all the COVID and the unemployment, et cetera. So that was real surprising statewide, but, you know, a great thing for our state and the counties as well. So if we look at, again, these 2022 numbers that are, they're not certified yet, but this is the initial release from the state budget agency of what they expect to distribute to Owen County. And then I kept that number stagnant going forward for 23 and 24. Hopefully it will grow, but this will be a conservative place to be. On that page 20, your revenue stream beginning in 22 on a 0.9 should be about $3,063,000. If you offloaded the entire sheriff's budget at the projected amount of $2,769,000, that would leave you about $295,000 in excess in 22, and then another couple $100,000 in the years 23 and 4. Again, my recommendation to you would be right-size your budget and put this full amount of tax rate in place to start and restore your cash balances close to where they were before, or at least to this 30% threshold, which is about $3.3 million. And then reevaluate as you go forward, and once you refine what's going to be your capital project for correctional facilities, and how are you going to fund some of these other capital projects, particularly like highway. Look in the next year or two to refine those numbers, and then you can decide if you're going to be able to bring that income tax rate down, and if so, by how much. Now, if you said, hey, you know, I just want to get through 2022 and do a shoestring and get there, you could cut that rate down further, but you won't be adding any cash to your cash reserves, which are way lower than they should be. You also won't be providing for capital needs. So that's kind of the,
So,
part
yeah,
of it, you need to decide where you want to be.
speaking of capital needs, what, based on, your numbers here, if this was implemented, what would be the soonest time frame that, in your eyes, a correctional facility could be really, started as far as a project of that size?
It can be started within the year, as long as you come to an agreement as to what your operating budget's gonna be going forward, and any other capital items that you're going to fund ahead of the correctional facility. Then we can look at how much correctional facility money is there, how much public safety lit money is there, how much light ed money is there. And we can roll all that toward the payment of debt service on a jail. And remember, on a jail, because, and we've talked about this before, but you do not have enough general obligation bond capacity to do a correctional facility, which means you're gonna have to do it before the lease. If we do the lease, it's gonna take a year and a half to 2 years to build your facility, if you build one. We won't be making payments on the principal and interest of that debt until you can occupy that building. So there will be capitalized interest borrowed as part of bond proceeds up front. So it's gonna be about a 2-year period to get it designed, get it occupied, so that you can then start making the payments on it. And that's one of the caveats in this, that, you know, if you guys can flesh that out, because the correctional facility lit fund that you imposed last year at 0.2% has a 22-year fixed life. You've burnt 1 year this year. If you're going to go forward with a project in the near future, I say leave it alone. If you decide, hey, we're gonna delay this for multiple years, then we may need to think about stopping that 0.2 and picking it up at a later year, because that revenue flow really needs to match up pretty close to the debt service on the bonds. Because when you sell that to bondholders, you're gonna wanna see this revenue stream that comes every year that supports their repayment of those funds.
Question for you, on the lease that you mentioned, the delay before you actually make payments, correct me if I'm wrong, but the amount of interest would be much higher, that cost element would be higher in that arrangement, is that correct?
Yes. It's a higher cost arrangement, but that's the only way to get outside the geo bond caps, and that's what schools typically do, because they never have a large enough bond cap to fund all their capital building needs. So they set up building corporations and do these leases. But you're right, it's a little more expensive. In some cases, it's a lot more expensive depending on the construction period. And all that interest that needs to be paid during the construction period is borrowed up front. Unless you have it set aside in your correctional facility lit fund. So the extra amount that you have, like for this year, or if you impose it next year, we could take those cash proceeds out of the correctional facility lit and use that to help pay that capitalized interest, and therefore we would borrow less. But we've also, again, burned another 22 years of our total revenue stream to pay off the entire project, which would shrink the size of the project in total. And I know that's kind of abstract to talk about, but until you can come up with a dollar amount, say, hey, I need 22 million, or I need 27 million, or 32 million, then I can't really flesh out what exactly that looks like and how it fits.
So you can essentially rescind the jail lit rate, then readopt later, and that resets the clock at that point based on the,
It doesn't reset the clock, you burnt one of your 22 years.
even if you rescind it.
That's my understanding.
Okay.
I would defer to legal counsel if they
Okay.
say it differently, but my understanding is you get 22 fixed years irrespective of when you use them and not sequentially.
Got it. Doesn't seem right, but
How much money is that point two bringing in right
That is on page 14. For 2021, it's 845,030.
now? $845,000.
Yes. And for next year, it's projected to be about 863,000.
so any word on when the, the lit estimates are due out anytime officially from the DLGF?
Yeah, they should be by the 17th of August.
Okay.
In recent years, we haven't seen the budget agency go back and change once they've released that publicly, the gross amount. This being a COVID year, I would just say be cautious and expect the DLGF to send it out. And, if we go back in time, we have seen the budget agency change that number as late as probably October.
Yeah.
So if they get more data and they're like, really don't like that, and we're not gonna distribute that much. The other thing, even though we know what they're contemplating distributing in 22, we do not have collection numbers yet from them for 20, which they'll probably release next spring. They typically do an update from their Department of Revenue data into the trust model of your income taxes. So we'll know more probably then, but again, it's a good sign.
Yeah, and I've been hearing that some counties have been seeing, at least some, again, hearing things from state folks, that some of those numbers for certain counties have been down, 3 to 5%. So I guess it's gonna depend largely on the county and their situation. The other thing, if you don't mind explaining to folks, is the split with other taxing units for public safety specifically. We have a general idea of how the split works for the edit rate. And we know how the split works with the standard rate, the old Cadget distribution. But as far as the split for public safety, what's the general percentage that the county would not receive that is distributed to those other units?
Okay, that's shown on page 34 of your plan. And if we look at 2022 column, I put in non-PSAP public safety lit. And the split is based on levy. And again, you only share with the cities and towns. Your light ed, I believe it's done by levy as well, correct, not population. So it would be that same basic formula, there's a little bit of difference. But you can see there laid out, if the county gets 3 million, Gosport is set to get about 55,000, and Spencer about 765,000.
All those figures inclusive or separate?
The county unit would get the 3,063,000. Gosport would get an additional 55.
Okay, in addition to what we,
Yeah, Spencer an additional 765 for a total of 3.88 million.
Yeah, so essentially 21% of whatever you bring in is gonna go to other taxing units. Is how that's broken out. So the county gets, 79 cents on the dollar for that kind of revenue stream.
And again, that money that you would send downstream to the towns is restricted to public safety. So they would have to use it for public safety needs, which should benefit all the county.
Quick question, is there a cap that a county can, vote in a public safety tax up to a certain percentage?
There used to be, now it is, they have what's called expenditure rate or property tax relief rate. And the expenditure rate is 2.5%. Currently, Owen County is at 1.6% on their expenditure rate. So this is the maximum amount that would be available, 0.9, it would put you at that 2.5% cap. But you can allocate it between economic development funds, public safety funds, or certified shares funds. The certified shares get shared across all units of government, including libraries, townships, etc. Public safety and economic development only get shared between the county and cities and towns based on the functions that they provide.
So my follow-up to that is, I'm 911, so I have a 0.1% public safety tax currently. If we do the I'm sorry.
You count toward that.
Correct, so if we do the 0.9 towards the jail and say if myself needed an increase or EMS needed a public safety increase, we would not be able to do that increase because we're already at that max of that 2.5%.
Correct, but I did not take away the 0.1 that's already allocated to you, which is your statutory maximum.
Right.
So if you need additional funds, you would need to come to the council and say, I want you to appropriate money out of the public safety income tax fund or out of the general fund for X, Y, Z purpose. So as long as they had the money, you could still come to it and ask for it.
So that 0.9% and my 0.1, that could be shifted around between 911, the sheriff's department, and EMS as possible appropriation funds if we needed something. I'm not limited to just my 0.1%.
You can get more than your 0.1, but your 0.1 has to go toward your stuff.
Correct.
Correct.
I just wanna make sure the 0.9 is not set to not be able to help 911 and EMS.
It's a pretty broad definition of public safety, which I would say includes public safety communications as well. But again, I'll defer to the attorney on those specific. So we talked about cash reserves, capital project funding for highway. I had a couple thoughts for you. You have MBH restricted and local road and street. The MBH restricted, just by its name, is obviously a more restrictive fund, limited to construction, reconstruction, preservation. Try and use, as you allocate those budgets out, try and use that restricted money first. So anything that qualifies for that, And if you do a self-funded project using your own highway crew to do a construction, reconstruction, and preservation project, you can pay their part of their salaries and benefits, et cetera, for doing that project. So that allows you to allocate more of those expenses to the restricted. Also, you've got some money available in your local road and street fund that, if it meets the definition of what you can spend for local road and street, I would advise you to utilize that money. If not, the surtax that you impose goes into your local road and street fund. Typically, we see wheel tax and surtax in the MVH fund. So unless there's a legal reason otherwise, and you may have done that, just like when you segregated the EMS funds, et cetera, in the past, you may be able to redirect that money into MVH if that helps you. And again, that's more of an operational MVH local road and street issue, but kind of think about that as you go into the 22 budget and going forward.
Question for you, wasn't it split because there's limitations on how that particular revenue can be spent, like on road materials?
On wheel tax and surtax?
At least that was the understanding, several years back. Of course, there might have been some changes.
And I don't know if that was, how it was implemented. But like I say, in almost every other example where we have wheel tax, surtax, it flows into the MVH operating fund.
Yeah, and if there is a restriction, even it could technically flow into that fund, but if there's a restriction, then internally you'd still have to account for that and try to make sure that money was spent for the.
Either that, or if you put on that restriction locally,
Right.
just remove it and say this is gonna be a general operating revenue of motor vehicle highway.
So right now, that's not what's happening, is that right?
Correct, it is flowing into the local road and street fund. But again, if you're using all that for the combined highway and local road and street projects, then that's all well and good. But when I look at cash balances, MVH restricted has a little bit, that's on page 16. MVH is negative to start the year on page 15, but local road and street ended the year with 358,000 on page 17. So you may need to allocate a little more expense to local road and street if it fits those definitions. If not, then I'm saying, see if you can't redirect your revenue if possible. On additional capital items to think about for funding highway things, your cumulative capital development fund, it has a rate today at 1.29 cents. It has a statutory maximum rate of 3 1/3 cents. So you could raise that cumulative capital development fund rate, which would be additional money into your coffers. It would be a tax increase to the taxpayers, but it would put more net income into Owen County that you could then use that for capital projects like road projects. And that should give you about another 2.5 times the revenue that you've got there, and that fund is on page 21.
And cum cap can also be used for bridge projects,
Correct.
correct?
And you do have some funds there, but that would give you additional funding for that. Also in the light ed fund, which is on page 22, by shedding out the interest expense and sending it back to the general fund, beginning in 22, if we kept the same line items of 21 for light ed, there was 120,000 for sheriff vehicle rotation, 120,000 for EMS vehicle rotation, 36,000 for community grants, and 65,000 for contract services. And then you were paying off the debt service for the storage property and an REMC sewer line. You can see here on page 22, those first items that I listed, the contractual payments and the vehicle rotations equate to $341,000. Annual revenue to that fund is about $1 million. And the debt service that you are currently paying is about $207,000 a year. You have full payments to make in '22, but in '23, you only have about $83,000 in payments, and then they're gone. So there will be, if you utilize this model, you'll have additional light ed money beginning in '22. And again, that third to the last line that says net increase or decrease in fund shows the amount of cash annually you have coming forward. So you could do a capital project in '22 of $472,000. You could do another one of $595,000 the following year, and then $679,000. Alternatively, you can let that money accumulate, and here it shows at the end of '24 there's about $2 million in cash. You could do a $2 million project. You can also issue bonds today and make payments out of that fund going forward, and do a $2 million project today or a $4 million project today, and obligate those future revenues to make debt service payments. Now that throws the interest cost into it, but if you need that project today, there's a way for you to do that funding. Another alternative for funding is, in most instances in a county environment, you cannot use property tax to fund road projects. However, there is one statute that is a public works loan that we've had bond counsel now say you can utilize this statute for road and bridge projects. It is a limit of a 10-year amortization, and the project can't be more than $2 million. So what you could do is do a public works loan project for $2 million and then pay it off either across that 10-year period, or you could pay it off the next year, just depending on how hard you want to hit the taxpayer to recoup that and pay it off. The limit of these $2 million amounts, though, are limited by your general obligation bond capacity. And I've shown for you on page 27. It looks at your assessed values. And I did pick up 2022's assessed value. There's a public number out there. Currently, again, not certified by the DLPF yet, but out there for use. In 2022, your debt limit is $5.77 million, less whatever you have outstanding as general obligations, which I believe to be about $713,000. You've got a couple, 3 loans that I believe qualify for that. So your available capacity today is about, 22 is about $5 million. So you could conceivably do a $2 million project in 22, put it on the tax rolls in 23 to pay it off. Do another $2 million project in 23, pay it off in 24. So you could segment out large road projects in $2 million increments and serially fund those through, again, it would be a tax increase to the people, but it would also be completely additional revenue to Owen County above and beyond anything else you utilize.
Is that property tax?
Property tax. And of course, nobody likes to raise taxes, but again, I want you to all be aware of, these are some of the tools that you have before you that you can utilize if you need to accomplish these types of projects. Back to the correctional facility, capital funding. The strategy that we had talked about originally back in 2018 is still the strategy today. You probably want to keep it on the income tax side, because alternatively you're going to be in a referendum situation on the property tax side. And even though people realize that they need a new jail, they can't seem en masse to come together and vote for that and put it on the property tax rolls and pay for it. So that being the reality that we've seen, you're probably gonna need to fund it through income tax, which means this 0.2% correctional facility lit rate, then whatever additional lit rate you're gonna need out of the public safety income tax, and maybe even the part of the economic development income tax, may all need to be pledged towards a correctional facility project. But again, if you guys can get to the point where you know the size of that project, we can refine that for you and give better thoughts as to how much money that's gonna consume and whether you could then bring down some of your income tax rates, or whether they need to stay at that level. Or if it does all fit within that, you could just shorten the amortization period and the length of the payback of debt by utilizing your full revenue stream. But again, like I say, without knowing a number, kind of hard to get to that. The last part that I put in there for you was the tax impact to the citizens and the revenue impact to the county. And on page 33 mostly, and I put in a little excerpt on the top of page 32. There's a comparison for some of your surrounding counties. I've got Owen, Putnam, Morgan, Monroe, Greene, and Clay. And on page 32 at the top, I put in the local income tax rate for each of those. Currently you're at 1.6, Putnam's at 2.1, Morgan's at 2.72. Monroe is at 1.345, Greene at 1.95, Clay at 2.35. And then that graph down below shows you where they're at in property tax rates compared to you. And then on page 33, your current income tax at the 1.6, I went and pulled the median household income from the U.S. Census table for Owen County. That is $49,543. So today, that median household income pays $792.69 in income tax to the county for the various allocations: certified shares, public safety, access point, economic development, correctional facilities. The middle section would show the increase to the taxpayer if you added 0.9% to the public safety lit rate. Those people would pay an additional $445,000 or $445.89. And then the increase to the county, those other increases are just the change in your income tax distribution. But the bottom line at the 0.9 would show your new income for the 0.9 would be approximately $3,063,000. So if you break those down, for each 1/10 or 0.1% increase, you would be looking at the impact of the taxpayer of $49.54 and the revenue to the county of about $340,000.
For 1%,
Point. Yeah. So yeah, all those are based on 0.9, so you can just divide it by 9 to break it down to, again, 0.1 increments. And like I say, the recommendation I would give you today, based on the amount of cash that you've run through and where you're at, would be to implement the full available that you have, right-size your budget, restore some of your operating cash balances, and then reevaluate within the next year or so as you flesh out the true amount that you need to spend on the correctional facility and any other projects. And then we can refine this model and say, okay, we can either carve this out or shorten the amortization or make any other changes that you see fit. But today, and I know nobody wants to raise the income tax any more than needed, but you really need to restore those cash balances. You're in a situation where, you know, as you can see, getting to how we pay for certain bills from certain amounts and moving all these funds around, it puts you in a position that if you have another unexpected expenditure, it's gonna be hard for you to respond to it. And that's what those operating pressures do as you go forward over the past.
Question on page 33, the certified shares rate of 1%. Does the school still get 1/4% of that, 0.25? Because if I'm not mistaken, through the old Cadget system.
They do, and that's shown on page 34.
Okay. There we go. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Yeah.
I'd like to clarify for the public that I don't recall passing a correctional facility tax. I recall passing a public safety tax. Nor in that ordinance did it specifically state that all funds from that would be going towards a correctional facility. So I would like the public to know that when you hear the term correctional facility tax, that is not what was presented nor passed last year. It was called the public safety tax. And you should be aware of that because I want you to understand the differences of what they're saying and what's being suggested beyond that for a new public safety lit tax. I don't like playing word games. Let's be forward, let's be straight. We did not pass a correctional facility tax, we passed a public safety tax last year.
I'm confused then.
In the ordinance last year, it did not say correctional facility tax, so what you're saying never occurred. We don't have a correctional facility tax, we have a public safety tax that was passed last year. That ordinance also did not define that solely for the correctional facility tax as, and Jim, stop me if I'm wrong. Tell me in the ordinance where it said specifically it was a correctional facility tax.
I need to, I'm giving a break, let me pull it up, and I'll get the exact wording.
But the exact wording was public safety tax because we called it the PST, okay? Number two, earlier this year, in fact, a month and a half ago, we authorized the sheriff's department to use that portion of that PST to take care of two other items within the sheriff's department. If we had passed it solely as a correctional facility tax, we would not have been able to have done that. I just want the public to be aware that certain terms being used today are not accurate. And I'm not saying it's your fault, but the ordinance that we passed last year was not.
Well, we need to square that because I believe the state believes that you have a correctional facility tax.
Chuck, my suggestion is, it is in the ordinance, read it first before you continue, just to make sure you're on the right page. It does say correctional facility and rehabilitation facility in the
But
ordinance.
what was the ordinance titled?
It is establishing or modifying local income tax rates. And it was to adopt a 0.2% for
I know what it
correctional
was.
facilities.
What was the ordinance title? What did we tell the public it was for?
Modifying the local income tax rate for correctional facilities and rehabilitation facilities.
And then in that case, what we did earlier this year, we couldn't have done.
No,
Well, you
I
can
have
do
to
it.
step in there,
Yeah,
and
that's
I'm
not
not trying to be
accurate.
rude to you, but that is absolutely permitted by law in a correctional facility. That's the 20% that can be for operating
Yeah.
and 80% for maintenance, and that was
This was
double
last
checked by
August.
All right, but that's not what we told the public, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. This is a word situation, because when we said it last year, we called it the public safety tax. Is that not under the line? I don't see, because in here in the paperwork, I don't see. I don't see any indication.
I do a
That-
lot,
that
I do
was
a lot
in
of
there.
these, but yeah, my recollection was it was correctional facilities. Yeah, how it was titled in the ordinance.
It most certainly was.
Okay.
Yeah, Chuck, and I know where Chuck's come from.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When we sold it, yeah.
But when
See,
we-
it looks like
when
we're
we-
selling.
When we had the public hearing out here,
Yeah,
it was for the correctional facility, that, and not for the public safety. We told the public out there, Mr. Peters, when we had it out here, that the first initial phase was gonna be a correctional facility tax,
yeah.
then a public safety tax would be following that.
Maybe I'm getting that confused then. My apologies.
Is that correct, sir?
Yeah, my apologies.
But I still don't see that, I still didn't see that in
It can be confusing.
there. Under, because I don't see that in there. The correctional facility.
In the ordinance?
No, in your presentation on page 22 to 20.
Oh, the correctional facility is on page,
And that's what was worrying me.
I'm sorry. It is on page 14. So page 14 depicts what I
And
believe
my
you did
apologies,
last year.
because I'm really, again, I'm really worried about where I'm going. Really.
Okay. Yeah.
Open to any questions, comments?
Yeah, one question. In your view of all this, in your professional opinion, if we don't put some tax on it, we're not gonna be able to balance the budget?
Correct. You're not going to be able to provide the services you've been providing.
Okay,
So, you know, one of the questions is then, well, how much can I cut out of that service? I don't think you can cut enough out of where you're at in order to provide the services that your people expect in 22 and forward. I think you're gonna have to go with a tax increase.
But isn't it also true that we carried a portion of that 2.1 million over from the last 2 years? I mean, we carried the 910,000 from 2018 to 2019. In 2020, we carried it at the 1.8 into 2021.
But in the general fund, from 2015 to 2021, you burnt $4 million. So there was $4 million in cash that was incrementally being used, so you were not balanced.
I understand that, but we also had to pay for court, the circuit court 2, we had to pay for the building that we bought over here, we had to pay for infrastructure for that building, we had to pay for infrastructure over the EMS, infrastructure over the jail. But that's not my point. My point was that we carried $910,000 due to a mistake made on Gateway from 2019 into 2020. Subsequently, the extra 1.8 million, or I think it's 1.8 million total, into 2021. How did we do that? No.
Yeah, I don't know, because
So-
I'll need more explanation as to what that error was on Gateway. Was it against you or for you?
It was against us,
Okay,
because a certain button wasn't clicked. But that's not my point. My point is we were allowed to carry it forward, right?
was it real money, or was it just a fictitious?
Well, I don't know, are we
amount?
here discussing real money, or are we here discussing fictitious things? Because according to what we're being told, we're $2.1 million, $2.4 million in the hole. So you tell me, are we fictitiously $2.4 million in the hole, or are we?
Well, there are times you'll find stuff on the gateway
Yeah,
that aren't there that are never going to materialize because of an error. And if that's what happened, then yeah, to me, that's fictitious money.
yeah,
What I looked at was the cash, balances, and then I looked at the revenue runs, et cetera,
Estimated.
and the expenditures through the first 6 months
So,
of the year.
it's not.
So I feel like everything that you have in your fiscal plan is based on that data and the data brought forward from the attorney. So I think everything in the fiscal plan is real cash and the real deficits that you're looking at overcoming.
no, and I'm with you, but
But yeah, I don't,
The $910,000, a certain box wasn't clicked, so when the DLGF and SBOA approved our budget for that year, we were over budget by $910,000.
Okay.
That's meaning we spent that $910,000 in 2019, and we went and didn't have, and we had to carry that negative, or that deficit into 2020. Subsequently, we got another $1.8 million in deficit accrued from 2020, and we carried that into 2021. Now with the efforts that we're doing here, if we can get down low enough, feasibly, we could still carry a $300,000 deficit into 2022 to repair it, couldn't we? I mean, we've been carrying it for 2 years while the DLGF has said, hey, you're not supposed to do that. We have worked towards getting the money lowered.
Yeah, but you have that money. And that's where a lot of times, and why we've done these fiscal plans over the years, is because the 1782 notice and such that the state puts out is not a good document for you to make fiscal policy decisions on, particularly looking forward.
I'm not discussing your plan's excellent. Nobody's saying it isn't excellent and the way to go. What we're discussing is a increase in the income tax on the public when we have been able to recover in this year alone the 2 prior years' errors. You see what I'm saying? And I wanna put it out there that, hey, you know what, we have been able to work through it. We have been able to go, if we do go through the plan, we may take this entire, we may adopt the entire plan. But the tax part is what's bothering people. And I just want it to be out there that, hey, in this year alone, we have solved the previous, a good portion. I would say Jim might be able to handle a better number on this, but 75% of that number. You see what I'm saying? And we could carry that at $300,000 in the next year and pay it off. Or get caught budget-wise in fictitious numbers or real numbers.
But like for this year, part of your fix for 21, if you look at page 22 on your light ed fund,
Right.
you're expected to consume $900,000 of cash tonight.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not balanced because you're not gonna be able to take another 900,000 for every year going forward out of water. So that's my thought. If you can cut budget far enough back that it fits within your revenue model, that's one thing. But typically what we find is you can cut some of that back, but not enough to still provide the services that your people want. But yeah, if you can provide a 22 budget number that fits within the revenue model, you know, you can work that in, that'd be great.
I'm just going over the tax possibilities. We're gonna have a public hearing on this. In fact, the first reading of this ordinance is gonna happen in just a few minutes. So I just wanna get this out there before that reading gets there. That we have already asked this county to increase taxes 4 times, or 3 times, minimum 4 if possible, with the correctional facility tax, which I was proved wrong, I misunderstood the word. We did a wheel-in tax, and then we did a property tax increase, just a few. What was the other tax then?
Never done
We've
property
done 3.
tax.
There was another
PSAP.
one. PSAP, thank you.
Yeah.
So we've done 3, and then we're gonna ask you again. And what your comparison between the counties doesn't show is the amount of population, the amount of revenue that each one of those counties pulls in. So while we are at 1.6, and Putnam's at 2.1, and Monroe is at 1.3, is that Putnam County has a higher amount of residents and a higher median average income, as well as Monroe County, which has an even higher median income. And it doesn't display all that portion that you have there. And I think that would be tragically, I'm sorry, that's the wrong word. I think it would be, let me rephrase. I think it would behoove that particular page to show that. Because when we speak true numbers, Owen County is not one of the wealthier counties in Indiana. And that's what a lot of people are concerned with in this county. That while the median, and this is something else people don't understand, while the median income may be a certain amount, there are more middle income and lower income houses than there are higher income houses. So when we tax, this is the portion that gets hurt the most. And that's the point I'm making before the hearing, and that's the point why I bring all this stuff up. And again, I would really have loved to have seen population, how much money they bring in versus Owen County. And this is something I've brought up before in many other reports. I've said, why do you not, if you remember, when we were doing it, we got that free consultation from IU. I said the same thing. I said, you're not giving us apples to apples, you're giving us only the skin. Because there's no demographics within that. It just says, well, yours is set at this rate, this is what Monroe's set at. There's no meat to give us the full impact of how this possible tax increase is going to impact the community.
My thing is, Chuck, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I still don't hear an alternative. I mean, if we don't raise the taxes and we still are providing the services, what would be the alternative? I mean, we've cut about as much as we can.
I didn't say that we wouldn't adopt the plan, I didn't say that we wouldn't increase. I want people to understand that there are numbers missing and and when we talk about this tax increase, I want the numbers out there for the 3 previous increases we did and the fact that this county is not Monroe County. It is not, but it's not even Putnam County. Heck, it's not even Greene County. Okay? And that's the point we need to be cautious about. We may, in fact, I don't know how I'm gonna vote yet because we haven't even got to that portion. We're gonna have a reading. But I have to fight logically with all the information. And when we lack all the information, we will not be, and this is how we got into this problem, because we did not have all of the information. I just think it's extremely important to have all the information.
You didn't have all the information because you had the initiative to learn how to
Hey, sir.
use the mouse.
Hey, sir,
I'm sorry, but I don't use the LAO system because I don't work inside the building. Number 2, I took the recommendations and I listened to my department heads. If you issue a naked accusation towards somebody else, that's fine, but I think that was unfair to me.
I got a question for Jeff, Commissioner Burton. Do we have a population of working citizens in this county that are supporting this tax base? Do we know a number of working people?
I don't have that.
Okay, I'm just curious if you had any
Yeah,
idea.
no, the typical methodology that we impose is, how much do we need? How much would it be brought in based on the pool that's there and not to the depth of the data that he's looking for.
But unfortunately, that is something that anybody would want to know is what I'm saying. Because if I'm not mistaken, we have roughly between 23,800 and 24,000 residents in this county. It would be nice to know how that would impact them beyond the single median income 793.
And, like I say, in most situations, though, that's the data that's provided, that's the discussion, and that's where they.
By the way, I supported LAO, and I still support LAO, just so you know.
So
And I do think it's a good system.
Chuck does bring up an interesting point here in his question on the impact part. And I think for clarification, it might be worth noting that if you're talking something like property tax, then we're not talking about that, but I'm just bringing that up as an example. Then the ability to pay and the demographics and that element would be very critical, because property tax would adversely and negatively impact fixed income earners, because they own the house whether they make $100,000 a year or whether they're on Social Security. So they're going to be socked with $500 increase in whatever, irrespective of their ability to pay. But in the case of income tax, it's already variable based on their ability to pay. So if the median income figure that he's using and that we've used before in our hearings is just simply gross income. That doesn't mean taxable income, because remember, people are allowed deductions and exemptions and things like that. Folks, for instance, part of their social security is non-taxable and et cetera. So you might have an individual that maybe only has a $20,000 tax liability, and if you're changing their rate from 1.6, and I'm just using the max, to 2.5, that's dollar-wise not significant. But if you have a $100,000 tax earner, and then they're gonna see a pretty significant dollar amount, so it's variable based on that.
But you just proved it on the same thing, it's still gonna hurt the low guy and the high guy, regardless of how
Yeah.
you soften the blow between median and incomes and the deductions and so forth. Which, by the way, I saw a 45% increase in my property tax this year. Where the hell did that come from? I'm telling you right now, okay, I don't even know where the heck that came from. So, as a fixed income, because I'm a veteran on disability, that hurt.
Yeah.
And that's the point I'm trying to make, is as I probably make the least amount of money on this council, I'm proving that there is a problem. And I don't wanna tax anybody any more than we already have, and it doesn't mean I won't say no, or will say no, or I won't say yes. I want all the information transparent. We have talked about transparency in this council room, or commissioner's room, it used to be the council. For the 11 years I've been on, and I've asked hard questions because I wanna get transparency. And when I present something to the public, I think, and again, this happened during the correctional facility tax. The numbers are never there. It just gives you a single number to look at. And I think we need those numbers.
We have Mr. Peters here, if there's any numbers that you feel need brought up.
He knows them, we've discussed it. You got it?
Just what you have?
How many residents in each of those counties, okay? The actual median income in each of those counties. The income earners in those counties and property taxes in those counties, and I think that, and income tax and property taxes. Because you're gonna see why Monroe has the big budget it has. You're gonna see why Putnam County has the budget it has. Because their median incomes are higher than ours. They have more taxpayers than we do. I mean, to compare Monroe to Owen County, give me a break. There's over how many people live in Owen, or in Owen County is 24,000 if we say generously? How many people live in Monroe County? Over 100 and something thousand?
He's got it.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Peters, do you have anything else?
I don't.
I appreciate you.
I appreciate it too, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Before a reading of the ordinance, if there's any public comment, clipboard there, please write down your name.
Do you have to sign a clipboard?
Yes, you need to sign the clipboard.
I signed a clipboard to come in, another.
Yeah,
There
there's,
are two sign-in sheets over there, those, the second one is for the regular
Okay.
meeting, and where this is at.
I'll let him
Yes.
speak and he can sign it as he goes out the door. We all know Barron.
Another sheet somewhere.
There's two different
I don't know
sign-in
what it
sheets.
is. I'll sign.
Top right-hand corner, one says budget hearings, one says regular meeting.
Sign both.
Thank you, Ben.
Basically, I've got two comments, one for this part.
no, sir.
For the next
Hey,
part.
hey. We're gonna read the ordinance, and then we're gonna allow public
Okay.
comment
Okay,
as stated on the itinerary.
So, and if it's not a problem with the council, I would like, as I read it, to explain where the change is and where the change would not be going into this. So this one, it's been said multiple times, so let me just say it at the 10th time. This is a first reading of an ordinance for an income tax. It's not a property tax, it has nothing to do with this. This is generated by the income. Jill, what would be our number on this?
21,016.
01616, okay. So, there's going to be some terms that I'm gonna say, so let me just kind of explain them. There's an expenditure rate, that's the overall, that's the encapsulation. Overall, when you add all of the different taxes, right now it is 1.6%. The proposed rate overall is moving from 1.6 to 2.5. That's the proposal. 2.5 is the maximum. It cannot be any higher than that rate. There is a correctional facilities and rehabilitation facilities that have been previously passed. That existing rate is 0.2%. The proposed rate is 0.2. There is no change. It is not going up. It is not going down. There is a what's called a PSAP tax, that is Public Safety Access Point. That rate right now in existing is 0.1%. The proposed rate is 0.1%. There is no change. Then there are three specifically purpose taxes: economic development, public safety, and certified shares. Owen County currently has an economic development and a certified shares. The existing rate is 0.3%. The proposed rate is 0.3%. There is no change. The certified shares rate is 1.00%. Proposed rate is 1.00%, no change. The change is here, public safety. At this particular time, Owen County does not have a public safety purpose existing rate. It is 0.0. This change for this ordinance changes it to 0.9%. This is the change. This is the generating of income. A public safety income tax can only be used for public safety. Different definitions, but the best way for me to present it in here as what the financial plan is, this would generate, in rough approximate terms, about $3 million. The total sheriff's budget, this is everything: workman's comp, insurance, liability, all of his payroll, overtime and everything, roughly, if approved by you in the next couple of days, roughly in the area of $2.7 million. At the existing time right now, roughly $2.2 million is out of the general fund. That's Fund 1000. If the ordinance passed, if the budget is changed, his budget of 2.2 in the general fund of 1,000 is now moved. It will be paid specifically out of this fund. Very similar to EMS, to the 911 or the highway. Your general fund and fees will remain with the 21. What the generating of 3 million, how do you get there? The median income in the United States is 49,543. Using that at 0.9, someone that is making $45,000, $49,000 general income, the tax would be approximately a $445 increase. That would be the increase using these numbers. Now again, I'm talking in the most general area. Then you have your standardized deductions that Councilman Neff put. So, but this would at least give you a picture of how much money you would expect to be coming in. What, at just a ballpark average, if you make roughly, I just round up, it's easier for me, $50,000 medium income, it's about a $445 tax increase. Speaking directly, there's duties that I have as a county attorney, 100% to the county. But let me please be candid. In the past years, anywhere you've looked, you've heard this from Crow, you've heard it from Mr. Peters, you've heard it from the papers that you've seen. Owen County has used cash reserves. It has been spent. Unless I am totally misunderstanding, and talking to the auditor, talking to the State Board of Accounts, talking to the Department of Local Government Finance, they have recognized that Owen County has had a gap. Here is the amount of money that's supposed to be in general fund, here are the bills, and here is the deficit. It is my understanding that this is not acceptable anymore. I have a duty to the commissioners, I have a duty to you as council, I have a duty to the auditor. The auditor certifies when the claims come in, when the payroll comes in, that there is funding in those items. She is literally certifying, commissioners, you can pay. There is no positive balance in the general fund. The State Board of Accounts has agreed, Department of Government Finance has agreed, pay your bills, continue, what is your plan? They see a plan right now, possibility of Lit Edit and Riverboat, let's stick with those two. That money is going to pay the bills. There is cash in both of those funds, and Owen County will pay its bills. As Mr. Peters has spoken, throwing some of the projections, you can throw my projections out. Once that money is spent out of Lit Edit, once that money is spent out of Riverboat, and the whole plan was to leave about roughly 200,000, hopefully, still in cash in Riverboat, still 200 in Lit Edit, for the emergency or something that may come up. I am unaware, I have not the ability to present to you, in essence, Plan B, where you can cut. You are the council, you will decide the rate, you decide if the tax increase, and you have all the public. But what I do have a duty to present to you is, this is the revenue coming in. It's been spent. It's been spent on all items, totally documented. But without some type of increase of revenue, or some type of discussion for your debates, someone's gonna have to come up with a much better plan on how to pay for all of these expenses that are existing right now in 2022. So that's as candid as I can be, but there would be a time where I have to say to the commissioners, to the auditor, and to you as council, under the Indiana statute, it is saying if there's not an appropriation, if there's not money, then these claims cannot be paid. Please don't hear what I'm not saying, anyone listen. Payroll will be paid this Friday, there's money. Claims, vendors will be paid to the end of 2021. You are doing the budget for 2022. These are the considerations that all of you have in 2022. One plan is for $3 million of revenue. It's a maximum increase. It would be to anyone that works here that has a general income, it's going up. I can't be more candid than that. That is where the money would go up, and it would be used, and you've got to have some type of cash reserves. So those are the terminology. Those are some of the duties that I have. With your permission now, I'll shut up and I'll just read the ordinance directly here. This is ordinance 2021-016. An ordinance of the County Council of Owen County, Indiana, modifying local income tax rates. Be it ordained by the County Council of Owen County, Indiana, that the need now exists to modify the local tax rates and impose within the county in the following way. 1. Local income tax, existing rate and proposed rate. The expenditure rate is established by Indiana Code 6-3.6-6. The existing rate is 1.6000%. The proposed rate is 2.5000%. The expenditure rate identified includes a rate associated with revenue to be directed to the Correctional Facilities Rehabilitation Fund pursuant to Indiana Code 6-3.6-6.27 as follows. Purpose: correctional facilities and rehabilitation facilities. Existing rate 0.2000%. Proposed rate 0.2000%. The revenue associated with this rate shall be directed to the correctional facilities and rehabilitation facilities fund prior to the distribution of the remainder of the revenue allocated to this expenditure rate. The expenditure rate identified above also includes a rate associated with revenue to be directed to the county's public safety access point, quote, PSAP as follows. Purpose, public safety access point, PSAP rate, existing rate 0.1000%, proposed rate 0.1000%. This revenue associated with this rate shall be directed to a special PSAP fund prior to the distribution of the remainder of the revenue allocated to the expenditure rate. The remainder of the expenditure rate shall be allocated as follows. Economic development, existing rate 0.3000%, proposed rate 0.3000%. Public safety, existing rate 0.000%, proposed rate 0.9000%. This is the change. Certified share 1.000%, proposed rate 1.000%. The local income tax rate proposed will be effective on October 1st of 2021. This will remain in effect until modified by the ordinance of the county council. The rate imposed under Indiana Code 6.36-3.6-6-2.7 may not be in effect more than in 22 years from the date of its initial adoption. Be it further ordained that the public hearing will be held on the income tax modification rate. This hearing will be on August 26th, which is a Thursday, August 26th of 2021 at 7 p.m. This is a public hearing. Proper notice of the public hearing be provided pursuant to Indiana Code 5-3-1. Then this is the technical part. Once you do the vote, this ordinance would be full in force and effect on its adoption, and then have the date of the adoption, county council, and then by Sheila Reed, the auditor. You may vote today, you don't have to vote, but in any case, there has to be a public hearing. It has to be on that date. It will be advertised, and then there will be a vote. If you do vote in favor of this, if it be crystal clear, this would go into effect on October, and then the first generation of the disbursement would be in January. If you vote no, then you vote no. There would not be a tax. 2.5 is the maximum, and its existing rate is at 1.6. That would be the technically the minute should show that the first reading of this ordinance has been conducted, and I'll defer to the president whether you want to have debate, discussion, or just leave it the first reading and take this back up on that date of August 26th.
Thank you. Gary, could you hand me the sign-in sheet for the, yeah. Thank you, sir. Okay, at this time, we'll allow for, does any council members have any comment? No, we've taken in a lot this morning already. All right. Regarding the tax increase, Kenny? Sam? Baron?
Baron Barnett, Jackson Township. I wrote letters about things I think we need to do and talked about several times. I'll make it as brief as I possibly can. It's like I show here. There's over 40-some different kinds of taxes people have to pay all the time. I mean, we've already had plenty of taxation, right? The thing about it is, it's the concept that, well, we'll just float another bond and we'll just loan our way out. It's the mental process, well, we'll just tax the property. It's the mental process of, well, we'll just raise the income tax. The thing about it is, you're treating a condition. You're just putting a Band-Aid on something, right? And the deal here is, you've got to go to the root of the problem and stop it there. And that is, our county cannot afford to have 40-some people on payroll, okay, right? We cannot afford, in this county, we cannot afford all of these expenditures. if you do like Nick says, if you dropped out 20% of of the population of our employees, you cut 20% of the people out, wow, all of a sudden you got an excess of $3 or $4 million. Where'd that come from? Well, the point is, you've got services that have to be done. Jails, EMS, some of the other stuff, whatever. The point being is, there's too many employees taking too much money, and the only way to solve it is to punish the people again. I mean, the seniors on, senior citizens on fixed incomes, we've got low income families. I live in a place up there in Jackson Township, that's a pitiful situation, pitiful. And yet we're gonna raise another $400 here, and raise the income over there, when they're already on welfare up over their heads. It's the mental concept that will solve all of our problems by just more taxation.
30 seconds.
And we'll just float another bond. That's got to stop. You've got to cut it at the roots. And the roots is we cannot afford 140 people that are employees. We just can't afford it. And so you'll have to cut there, and then you don't need to float bonds and raise taxes. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
All right, Pivot. Vic. Vic.
He's out there, Chris.
Don, did you have a comment?
Just a little bit. I think a 60% increase in tax is a little bit high. I think going to the max increase right off the bat should be considered before you vote it in. Maybe 30% increase, but 60% is just incredibly high, and it's going to be very hard on a lot of families in this county to pay that amount.
Anyone else? All right. I'm gonna close the public hearing at this time. Item number C, estimated property tax limits and reductions.
Anton, will you help a little bit with this one? The state requires that we have to acknowledge in the minutes that you have received the circuit breakers tax information. There's no action to be taken, it just has to be acknowledged. And got to find the notes. Anton had asked around of a couple of the other counties, and again, this is just a process that has to show that you guys did receive the tax information.
What date was that we had that feedback? Do you recall, when you first asked about it? It was in July, right?
Yes.
Oh, here we go.
When we first received it, I had highlighted at the bottom, it was the August 2nd thing when I had sent it out to you, and it says the county fiscal body shall review at its first meeting in August the estimated property tax levy limits and the estimated reductions due to circuit breakers for each taxing unit. The county fiscal body will prepare and distribute a written recommendation for the taxing units, or the county auditor will distribute the minutes of the meeting to all taxing units after the minutes are approved by the fiscal body.
Anton, are you looking?
Yeah, bear with me here.
Nancy's reply was on July 25th.
Yeah, let's see here, 7/25.
Property tax limit. Property tax limit.
Table E, I make a motion that we authorize the president of the council to sign salary confirmation summaries as presented to the council by the auditor.
Okay, let's see. We can go ahead and do that. Motion on the floor by Chuck to, have the president sign the salary confirmation summaries. Do I hear a second?
That's it.
Seconded by Nick. Further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? 7-0.
Figured we could handle something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the only thing that's critical for this is that we just simply, for the record in the motion, acknowledge receipt of the reports. But there's really nothing beyond that we have to do.
Motion to acknowledge receipt of reports on the tax levy introduction.
Do you have a motion on the floor by Chuck to acknowledge the
I'll second that.
report, seconded by Anton. Do you have anything else on that, Madam Auditor?
No, just that, and again, those are the blue and white papers that you have
Okay.
that says circuit breakers on the top of them.
I'll call for a vote. Yes, oh, go ahead.
Do we have Jennings Township minutes?
It's not a township-specific motion, it's just acknowledging that we've received the reports and the tax levy and the circuit breaker.
You have received it.
It looks like
I do
this.
have it, I have it.
Okay. All right, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor? 7-0. All right, I think item D and 5, 6, and 7, ending with the council, can all be combined. So at this time, do you have any department head, attorney or auditor comments? Nothing from the attorney, department heads? Yes, sir.
I don't know if it's the correct time to say anything about it or not. And I apologize, I wrote stuff down so that maybe I could get through this. My normal routine would have been to spend the last 2 days behind closed doors preparing for budgets. My budget hearings for this afternoon at 1:30. Instead, since Sunday evening, I've been working on other projects, consulting brothers and sisters, crying with family, and in bed all night, wide-eyed, texting people, making sure they're okay.
Chris, if you need to sit down, please.
I'm fine. Brandon Staley selflessly continued his pediatric patient's care all the while, in my mind, knowing that he was having a heart attack. Brandon continued to care for the pediatric patients until he had an IV and pain medicine for the little girl that had her leg severely broken. All the while telling his partner, I'm okay. After administering the pain medicine, Brandon sat down in the airway seat to relax and went into cardiac arrest. Today at 1:30, I won't be here. I'll be there with the family making funeral arrangements. You can reschedule my time. You can go on without me. You guys have the numbers. I'm not moving to fight about numbers today anyway. One of the commissioners can step in my place and present. However you guys see that, just let me know so I know whether to come at a different time or not to come at all. No expectations really don't mean a lot to everybody. I have expectations, doesn't mean they have to be followed. But I will let each and every one of you guys know probably through an email. Each one of the commissioners know when funeral arrangements are made and what date and time. And I expect to see each and every one of you there. I'll be in and out all day as I have time. I won't be here at 1:30.
You weren't here earlier today. I will tell you that thoughts and prayers of this entire council, with the Staley family, with your brothers and sisters. You know, I touched this morning on the character of this individual. As a leader, I'll tell you, I see that character in you, and I know he didn't have it before where he got it from. I don't want, budget hearings are a two-part event. I don't want to take that away from you, okay? So if you want and can be here tomorrow and you want to take part in that, Chris, I want to give you that, all right? So that's no problem. You just say, you know, what works best for you, and we'll make it work.
I should know that answer today.
Just send me a text. Send me a text.
Can I just simply say, let's take a consensus, I think Chris may be excused from these, but.
And if he wants to be that, that's absolutely fine. I just don't want to take anything away from you.
Guys are meeting again on the 26th. He could come in on the 26th.
Absolutely.
I feel like it's my job to present my budget. As of right now, and after 2:30 or 3 o'clock today, I'll know better. And I'm willing to present my budget, but I just can't do it 1:30.
Don't worry about it.
Let him do it when he wants to.
I'll keep it at my time.
I'll tell you.
Whenever he wants.
Nah.
Well, he gave us the option early in the speech that if he didn't have to show up, that's what I was fighting for.
Yeah.
And you can understand that. He's presented a budget over the last 10 years that's always been accurate, always been the same, always been well. I think we can give him an excusing for that.
It's whatever you want to do. So just let's now. I will tell you, the other thing is, you know, if your people need anything, if you need anything, let us know.
Thank you.
All right. Gary, you got anything?
I do not.
Council? Yes.
I'd still like to restate my need to request resign
Yeah, I got that. When you cover that during budget hearings. Did you pass that on to him? Yeah. Or take care of it during your portion of the budget hearing. All right.
For purpose of the meeting, I make a motion to adjourn the meeting, and then we take a 15-minute break. Go ahead.
The recorders, perpetuation.
It will only take less than 5 minutes.
Okay. Please.
Okay.
It'll be on your 26th
We'll do
meeting.
26.
Motion to adjourn the regular meeting.
Hold
Sam has 2 additional appropriation requests that he's needing to get advertised whenever our next time around is. Do you want me to?
Yes, go ahead, Terry.
For the correctional facility, he needed 85,000 for the chiller. That was actually advertised the last time. But he's requesting another additional 40,000 to cover the remainder of 2021 for maintenance.
Motion to authorize the auditor to advertise the appropriations for the sheriff's department in the amounts previously stated and as presented.
What was the dollar amount?
Before our next meeting of on the 22nd.
Total is $90,817.79. Because he needs still $50,817.79 to cover the chiller, and then he's requesting an additional $40,000 for the remaining of 2021 for maintenance.
What's the funds requested?
1233-30700.
What's the name of the fund?
Correctional facility.
Correctional
facility. Thank you.
So, but the total cost, Sheriff, on that chiller, it was the $95,000 amount.
85.
Or 85, so, but we already appropriated that.
Correct.
So this 50,000 that's on this sheet
Right.
is not really,
It's just good.
we've already done that part. It's the 40,000 that's the concern.
Yes. We need money, we need for the rest of the end of the year. If we don't use it, it just gonna stay in the fund.
Right, okay. I just want to make sure that this particular appropriation is for the 40,000,
For 40,000.
not the 50 on top of that, because we already did that.
85's already been.
So, council, we only have a motion.
I'll second.
Now we've got a second by Econ. Further discussion.
What's the total figure on this?
So, the total figure is
40,000.
40,000.
Yes.
85's already been advertised.
40,000.
Okay, wasn't it 85,000?
That's already been taken care of.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor? 7-0, motion passes. Was there another one of those?
He has a transfer from jail housing funds. They're just, it's from one line item to another, but it's not the same series. For $1,739 and
88
80 cents. As I say,
1739.88. What was it for?
I make a motion to grant that transfer.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Nick, seconded by Chuck. The transfer of 1739.88 from supplies to services in jail housing. Any further discussion or comments? If nothing else, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor? 7-0, motion passes.
Will you be scanning those in? Or were they in hard copy?
yeah, you have
Okay.
copies. I'm done, Chuck.
Motion to close the public meeting and take a 15-minute break returning to the hearing on budgets.
Motion on the floor by Chuck, close the public meeting and take a 15-minute break, second by Nick. Call for a vote, all those in favor? 7-0.
It is freezing over here.
Laura. You know what? Here's the problem. I always call you back and you never call me back.
I know, guess who I'm talking to like late into the night?
Right here.
Spare you.
I'm sorry, I always call you back though.
It's okay.
I'll never leave you hanging, I promise.
You just send me some official comment about how everything's gonna be all right.
We talked about the Councilman Wood scanning last night.
We absolutely.
Get mine.
I like to be close to the front of that line.
That's what I was working on.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So it's what your estimated
That's for all units, the
All
gross
units.
total.
Right.
This is per
Oh, I got the last one.
each unit.
County,
Hey.
and I'll work on it.
I'm trying to get the actual work recording.
Well,
Online, when I.
did you proud, there was a program they sent me to do online,
Expired
and,
and they didn't.
I mean,
So I'm like,
My
here,
son's.
I interviewed with regional director
I believe your son.
Friday.
My son would.
He was like,
Yeah, he said.
we have everything we're looking for.
illustrious IT.
He was an assistant director. Hell, I was in the food service industry for 3 years. And he said, I'll call you Monday and set up an interview, a teleconference with the president of Trilogy and the director of Castle Pig. Yeah, sounds great.
Don't have any money, but.
Never heard a word had come from him. Not even we've decided to go a different direction, thank you for your time. But
No, he was off today. He worked yesterday and
See, so I might be able to get him, Laura.
You think so?
And then he works Friday.
He's not working today.
Oh, so this is your, I was gonna say, wait a minute.
He works with Kathleen.
What do we need?
And
I just need to look at my phone.
Just let me know.
I will.
And I know you're.
Yes.
He's probably just sitting in the firehouse anyway, so.
Probably. Recording and I can't see it.
Is there?
No, I'm afraid if I touch it, it will start again.
Right.
Yeah, I can't.
Well, can we turn?
it is
Or you can
Andy,
just.
this is still recording because I'm afraid to touch anything, even to pause, even to mute the volume, we're just letting it run, just so you're aware.
But
It's one way to validate, so.
Get a copy of
But I understand.
the presented Peter's report, thank you. I wanted to say Ritter, but that was not correct. So, if you have it electronically, that'd be great, you can just email it to me or whatever.
It's still in Tom's,
It's okay.
cause he's got his and he didn't bring copies, I didn't give him one, cause he brought. I will email it to you.
That'll work.
What's it look here now? Look here. Sure.
No, that's.
Yeah, I've written
You?
I agree.
Merle,
Me,
you all right?
I reckon.
All in?
Sweet tea, plenty of coffee.
Oh, okay, no problem, no problem. We try to keep it individually wrapped, so what we do, full circle.
I'm afraid to stop the quantity of starting it.
Customers ordering.
Because
license.
I ain't even gonna say,
Don't do it in front of me.
but all they're out right there.
I know, that's what I love. Security code for the internet. Can I access the internet or am I, or not?
You ain't getting nothing. The muffins are good. Oh my God.
There's a place where I can click yes.
Get you one, two, like muffins.
Capital S.
Oh, there, oh, yes.
Thank you.
What kind they are?
They cookies and muffins.
So both of these. I know.
I'm
You just.
Wait a minute. Yeah. Yeah,
And they both have tapping, right?
yeah, we don't need that.
No way.
They ain't no big gap around here. Don't breathe that either. Drink out of it.
Yeah. Yeah, we're getting this all figured out, so.
Oh, hey, you see it.
Yeah.
Oh, I get them up, yes, I absolutely get them up. Oh, they're fresh, usually they are, but they're not, you got something.
These ain't no good.
You let me know once you.
Yeah.
I'll be getting a phone call, hey, if my thing works. There's water and stuff in the cooler. Jimmy got one juice, all kinds of juice.
I'm good, but thank you.
So when are public comments?
I don't know when it's all this in.
Public comments? When?
You were talking to Chris when we were doing that. I said you were out talking to Chris when we were doing that. So,
You've had public comments?
We went through the public comment portion of the hearing.
Okay. Are there more public comments coming up?
No, we're going into budgets next. What's wrong?
Well, I intended to speak.
I saw a name on here that I didn't make out, and I yelled that name. I asked if that individual was in here. They said the individual was gone somewhere talking to somebody.
I was talking to Chris.
I-
Apparently.
What's that?
Apparently.
I don't think it was apparently, I think you were, because you weren't in here, because I
Yeah,
told.
we're just right out the door. We didn't go anywhere.
So, and then I asked if there was any further comment. My suggestion, if you wanted to comment, I would have made sure to be here, because I can't. Sir, I can't, know where everybody is. What's that?
The attorney can speak, and he usually speaks forever and in circles.
We don't have a budget, don't we, Nick?
You know,
So are you gonna let me comment or not?
no, I mean, we've closed the hearing.
Wait a minute here.
if this tax people extend terms of.
Here, why we would have this? I would say August.
That's what I was wondering.
Hey Sheila, this says August 11th approval, but That's today. Shouldn't that be for the minutes?
See, and Lori, State Board of Accounts has said either, because that's the date that we're signing them, and it was for the agenda, that it should be the entire meeting, but I think it should say the minutes for the
Well, I mean, if
actually
this is the format,
minutes.
then I'm
That's
fine with
what
it,
we've
but
been,
maybe,
yeah.
maybe it should say approval on this date and then for, and, you
And
know,
add it,
but yeah.
do that. I would, yeah, cause it's like, if we're signing them on the day of the meeting, and she said, but you know what, because minutes should show what minutes you're approving. I didn't want that, but so technical.
This, we know what you're
But you know what, if that piece of paper got lost,
but it would take $2 million.
piles of paper, so I would rather put the minutes date up there and then put a date at the bottom.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Any good, Greg? Any good? I'm glad you opened that up, man. I had some breakfast chicken. Any good, Burl? You want me to?
Damn, it's good. Yeah, I won't have two yet. I appreciate it.
I want you happy, man, you know what I'm saying? There should be some, wasn't about that.
I was wondering, I have an idea. Just thinking outside the box. Chris's,
Okay, it is the whole thing. You know. And
you know,
Could have gotten some.
that's the only,
make an arrangement.
it's just like,
The money.
Yeah, well, you know, Sunset Ridge is good.
Yeah, that's quite a ways out.
Yeah,
Unless they put it in.
I work with a guy
How you
that
do?
has the inside scoop. Wanda, she could cut a bunch of them. Let me. I don't know, because, you know, it's right after our lunch at Whataburger, and that's not gonna be that complicated. Maybe if he's willing to go at the end, then we're at lunch anyway, we can just drive over there after lunch. Oh, yeah, but I'm thinking today during, it might be a good nod to them during their time. Hey, Andy, we've got an idea for you.
I know. It's good, don't look like that.
Don't you, and Burl, and don't you think it'd be maybe a good idea if right after we're done with our lunch, when EMS is up, we all went down to that ambulance and brought some flowers as a group and paid tribute during their time slot? The timing would work. If we can get our hands on some flowers.
What, let's see.
Because the prosecutor can, surely he'd be willing to go a little bit later when we get back in, because EMS.
Yeah, so what time would you suggest? 12:40 maybe, 12:45?
Just right at the end of lunch.
we're gonna open up
Tom's okay with that.
2022 budget hearings. Up first, Bob, I don't know, I know you and Gary's here, I don't know if, he left.
They all left you.
Okay, but we'll start with the commissioner's funds. With the sub-funds of general maintenance, IT, and building. And in front of you, I think these are alphabetized.
They're alphabetical, yes.
I could not find commissioners.
Are you ready for me to come up?
Come on, yeah, both of you, please, or if just you or whatever.
Should we call you Nick or Gary or?
Call me whatever you want.
Shirts are kind of confusing.
Don't call me late.
I think. I think it's after,
It's right after the court. You want my copies, Tom? Because,
you right, Chuck?
is it before the clerk?
Slower than me usually.
After clerk?
Oh, there it
Yeah.
is, okay, sorry. There you go, got it.
All right, well, first of all, good morning.
Morning, council.
I will tell you, you're gonna need to get a flow going, and you guys are first out of the gate, so if we're rusty, forgive us.
I requested to be first just due to the fact of the fixed costs that we have in the commissioner's budget. We need to get those on the table first and foremost, and that's my opinion, and then move forward. I guess we start by questions that you have with this budget, and then we can discuss them from there. Obviously, the wages stay the same, like that, for the same.
Yeah, and those all match up fine, so we're good on those.
The legal fees, as you notice, has an increase. The reason being, we put $25,000 in there for outside, legal to cover planning, zoning, building, those type of things. And I think we had that discussion here sometime back, roughly another 20,000 was appropriated for that. Also, there was an additional 15,000 in there, that's submitted by our attorney and his fees for insurance, and that was outside litigation as well. So that brought that total of 200,000, 160 for our current attorney, no increase, and then the additional was for outside service.
So let's talk about that real quick. As far as, we had some with the building department, some legal there. Is it all basically, other than your salary, is this where it's going to be in this year's budget?
And that's a good question, because building put 10,000 in her budget for this year, and you'll see that here in just a little bit. It's gonna be up to you folks to decide where you wanna put that extra 25,000 for those type of services, and then 15,000 for insurance, tort claims, those type of things. I'm giving you totals, or you end up wanting to move those, it's gonna be, determined by you.
Does it, and Jim, maybe this is better as for you, does it matter? I mean, if we wanted to say, just add it all together and put it in the commissioner's budget, does it matter?
It makes absolutely no difference. To tell you the theory behind it, these have been some in the past, that especially with the insurance deductible of that council, just kind of got lost. So this is really in trying to make sure that council, you have a real good handle on what the anticipated costs are. It makes no difference.
So that, with that being said, obviously, the budget's coming up, if the building comes in over 10,000, we're gonna leave it all here. We can scratch that out of her budget and reduce that amount.
Okay, so we're going to take out of the building, if it's the consensus of this council,
Yeah, so walk me through again, it's been at 160, it's now you're proposing 200. Give me a breakdown again, like.
25,000 is for outside litigation, and that would cover planning and zoning and the building department. We've had the gun range, monster trash, all these outside other issues. And we
So
have to
all
have-
of that 25 you project would be building planning related
Correct,
specifically?
that is correct.
So we want to make sure that if we're gonna accurately account for that, that entire amount, and I prefer that all of that 25 be connected to building and planning, you know, through that budget, since that's what it's for. And that's probably better to track that way, and,
That is the only thing that I'm thinking is easier to track on where you're spending that money.
because it's different and it can be variable depending on the type of petitions that come through and the activity. You may never have, you know, but then one year it might be horrible like we've had, so. Okay, so then of that, then what else is
There was 15,000 for tort claims, insurance related issues.
Do
We
we
had
have,
several of those last year, if I'm not mistaken.
do we have totals on last year's outside litigation and tort claims? Are they pretty much in line, or do you know?
We were at 20,000 for outside services last year, and I think we overextended that. So that's why there's a little bit of increase here. The 160 again, Jim has graciously not included an increase, which I begged him to do so, graciously did not.
And so then the 160s there, we got 25 for building and planning, which we'll put into that, 15 for tort and insurance. And that totals the 200,000 at that point. Just bringing this up, I'm not criticizing or questioning it, but wasn't the original agreement for Jim's contract, wasn't that to include like a personnel policy component, and we had
It was,
made
but
it.
unfortunately, what's going on this
Right.
last year, that's been put to the back burner.
But it's not been forgotten, Tom, but
Right.
but it's obviously not completed yet, but no, that's not been forgotten.
Do you still, as far as like the fee and the cost, since we had gone with a higher amount in this first year or two for that, thinking that his work would include that, but that's not occurred, shouldn't there be an adjustment for that, or is
Well,
that?
It's not going to be done this year, the agreement was this calendar year would be done. I still fully anticipate having it done. by the
Okay.
end of this year.
Okay, just making,
Well, and also there has been policy changes as we went along.
there have been parts.
Yes,
Yeah,
there
like,
has been.
like the comp
But we're not
time.
gonna punish him for doing someone else's,
Sure.
dealing with someone else's issues.
Just wanna make sure we didn't lose sight of
No,
that part,
not at all.
yeah, okay.
Supplies, moving on, small increase there, as we know, even as you heard Jeff Peters, 3%. I've kind of figured about 5% across the board. I think that's kind of realistic, just for any kind of increases there. Post box has not changed, and I looked at, I run a current budget. I have Sheila print me one out monthly. I stopped at the June here, halfway through the year. That this year is going to be high, but next year, because of election year, we have so much more mail-in, it'll be dead on. So it's kind of, does one of these up and down from year to year. But the 60,000 is still good. Your other services, 105,000 is your allow agreement. Don't see anything in that agreement, as Anton mentioned earlier, for cash payment for a discount. So you have a fairly good size increase there. I think actually this year was budgeted 93, and we're at 100 or 101, somewhere in that ballpark, so we're 8 or 9,000 over that.
So we do not get the discount that they committed
You
to?
do not.
Shouldn't we
I
be
didn't see it in
questioning?
the contract. Did you see it anywhere in that service?
It got revised, they did pay it. Originally, it was not, it was brought to attention and they revised it, so the cash.
So that has been corrected,
Yes, that has been.
and the 105 figure does take into account the continuation of that.
It does, but also just keep in mind, like, there's limits on the training, so when they come in, that I think there's.
Sure.
Cost there, but yes. But that's a quarterly bill, I believe January and July.
Gary, do you guys see staying with Blount?
Well, that is a decision that we're gonna have to make moving down the road. The problem that I have with this amount, I don't necessarily have a problem 100% with Lao, but I have a problem with this amount. I've checked in with some other companies. This is extremely high. You know, we're cutting employees. We're doing a lot of different things here to cut the budget, but yet we're hanging on to this high dollar contract. So again, moving down the road, I think we'll discuss that some more. But for right now, I've left it in the budget as is.
Well, I looked at the breakdown that they was services that he was giving us, and it looks like we've got charged for some things that maybe we never used.
They will not give us credit for it. We've already discussed that. We pay for services sometimes that we do not get. That's correct.
Wow.
I think it's 25,000 for one service.
Sounds like a pretty good contract, doesn't it?
We've had a lengthy discussion with them on that, had a meeting back in January, and the comment was made by Andy Lau that he didn't care if we used the services or not. That was the figure. Am I wrong?
No, he made that tough.
He made that public comment.
Wow.
He made it public statement.
Have you been really looking into other?
I have made some calls. I've got some information I passed along to Jim. I don't want to get into a big, long discussion about that right now. There's 10 or 20 different top municipal software programs out there. And yes, I have done a little bit of research.
I think we need to look into that.
I don't care how you have the best product out there, you can't treat people like that.
Well, that's what we're getting. And I feel the same way. Okay, Memorial Day flags, if you guys want to do this line by line. Right now, I looked at our expenses and we're at about $550, $575, so I've increased that a little bit. Obviously, costs do go up. Mental health, bumped it up just a little bit. Letter of credit, same thing. Stone Belt assistance, I haven't seen any change in that going back through different budgets. It seems to be the same amount year after year.
Yeah, that and the mental health are outside of our tax levy and they're set. Stone Belt's not set by law, mental health is, but Stone Belt, whatever you make that number is what's added to the top.
Right.
So it doesn't take away anything from us or, negatively impact any other numbers for them.
Well, and if these numbers need to be correct, as I feel that they should be, because they haven't been in the past, that's why I went back and did some research to see if there's been any change in those two things. Very little on the first one, absolutely none on the mental health.
Yeah.
Excuse me, on the Stone Belt. Dues, raised that up a little bit, going through the budget, we're getting close to maxing out on some of that stuff. Landfill testing hasn't changed any. Going back, again, history, that contract was set the same. Every now and then we've had additional testing that we've had to do, but it's not been every year. There may be a methane gas well out there that's higher than normal, so we have to do additional probe out there. Sometimes that's $6,000, $7,000, but it hasn't happened every year.
Is that gonna be a forever thing, or is it gonna?
We have 10 more years on that, and I've done everything I can. I know John has as well. I've talked with the state. I've been out there 2 different times on inspections. Yeah, so actually, I guess we're gonna go 9 more years because that was considering this year as 10. Travel expense, I've watched that. There has been no travel expense or mileage in the commissioner's budget that has been spent the last 2 or 3 years that I have found, so I dropped that $800. That's not much, but it is some. The official bond raised it up a little bit from what I can see in the budget. Halfway through the year, we are at about $4,800 spent on that $6,000 that was budgeted currently.
How much have we been paying on average each year of the past years for that?
For the bond?
Yeah. Because some of that maybe has already been expended for the year, that might be an annual figure and there might not be double that left,
Right.
or whatever.
Well, and again, as you see, we had to increase it this year because it wasn't enough for last year. And that's what had happened when we did the letter of credit. They brought it to the commissioners meeting. That's why it was increased, because it wasn't enough from the previous year. If I can go back there and find it real quick. Yeah, right now we only have, we've spent $4,900 out of that $6,000 for the year. Okay, where were we
Can I ask a quick question?
at? Sure.
Have we changed the format this year? Because I noticed we're not reducing anything as we're going down. Usually we hit line by line item as we go through and say, can you handle this or can you drop this? Are we waiting to the end now of each presentation or?
You can either bring up something that you disagree with in the budget now, or we can wait till the end. Anyone is free to challenge, I guess, their.
I mean, we used to go through, like, for example, supplies estimated at 800, it's been 750 or 7,500. Generally, if there is an issue where you have to, come back for appropriations, but since we're setting the budget and it has to go through SBOA and DLGF, perhaps we could just leave that number at 75, and if there does go over.
Here's what I'm trying to do, and I think that they'll understand this as a council. This is what's got us in trouble before. We waited until the end of the year to do these appropriations. We don't have the money to do that anymore. I'm trying to make this as real as it possibly can be.
No, I understand that.
And if we're talking about $500, it's not gonna make or break this budget.
And I understand how budgets are done, I've worked in the world too. The point being is that we cannot mix apples and oranges. The reason why that the general surplus or the cash went by is not because of the $500 we had to spend extra at the end of the year for supplies. The reason why that disappeared is because we increased the court, we had to pay for facilities, we had to pay for repairs, we had 2 murder cases. This is how all that money disappeared. It wasn't because we said we could put $5 extra $100 in the freaking budget. But when we're sending the budget to the state, they're gonna say yay or nay, and I get where you're coming from that, but.
Well, at the end of this year, there was $591,000 of additional appropriations in December that should have been done, that did not happen. And it wasn't because of an extra court or a trial or any of that stuff, and I can guarantee you that.
Yeah, I hear you there.
Yeah, I think the point is operationally, there's a certain level here that we're trying to.
These are fixed costs as close as they can be.
We've gone as far as we've gone as far as utilizing existing resources, and that being cash balances and other funds and things like that. But that still doesn't necessarily change the expense side of things for the minimum level of services we're trying to provide. And if at the end of the year we're having to appropriate additional money, or we're pre-approving it and we're making these major adjustments, we need to be as accurate as possible.
And that's what I'm trying to be.
Because we're doing a reset.
At this point,
It's kind of
I would like to point out, the last 10 years of budget hearings was exactly the opposite. Because we were trying to present the best possible budget numbers to the state. So I want you to know, we are now 180 degrees out of past,
I think it's pretty safe to assume we're gonna be turning it all upside down.
Yep.
Because of,
that's what I wanna know.
because of the situation we're in, yeah.
What happened the last 10 years, Chuck, bit us in the butt. That's it.
No, you know what, well, I can tell you what bit us in the butt, we didn't get a forensic audit after that frickin' person went to jail, that's what happened.
Okay, moving forward, liability insurance, and guys, gals, excuse me. I broke this down for everyone here. As you see, workman's comp, liability, the next page back is our health insurance. We're $378,000 and some change short this year to meet those obligations, this year. I have put some increases in there for 2022. Another thing that's not in there in your workman's comp, we go through a workman's comp audit every year based off of our wages. Right now, Sheila and I are looking at a $40,000 bill for 2019, is that correct? So that's something that's never been figured in the budget as well. So right now, there's a $40,000 bill out there that's not even figured into this. This goes back to 2019, it always is in the rears. What I've done here is I gave you a 5% increase, plus I've added a $30,000 audit figure. And I'm speculating. It's again, based on our overtime at the highway, based on overtime at the sheriff department. Those are things that are gonna have to be watched to control the best that we can do.
So Gary, you're saying, you're hoping that at the end of the year, you're not gonna need an additional appropriation because you're putting in some true figures are
That is exactly
as
correct.
accurate as you can get.
That is exactly correct. These numbers that you see here are exactly the bills that you have, and you should all have a copy of the liability workman's comp in front of you. And if you don't, we'll get you those. But my main concern is the $378,000 that we're short for 2021. And again, I don't know where that's gonna come from. That is an issue that you guys are gonna have to work out and figure out, but that's what we're gonna be short, again, because it just wasn't done properly in the past.
So that 400,000 in the liability insurance though, but that's system-wide though, that's not just the county general portion.
That is, yeah, that's countywide. And
Okay.
again,
Cause
as
that,
you see, I've got these broke down. In years past, you had 5 departments paying workman's comp, you had 7 paying liability, and you had 14, I think it was, paying health. Now, how you guys divide that up, that is
so you're providing us with the grand
the
total.
grand total.
And I'm sure you would agree that it's not the expectation that we would budget the grand total here at the end of the day.
Exactly.
But we will need to
You need
split
that
it out.
number.
You need
Got
to
it.
make sure that it all adds up to that.
Again, I'm trying to make this as
Yeah.
real as possible. Again, if you want to take 500,000 of that and throw it in the sheriff's budget,
Right, okay.
that's where it needs to go, that kind of thing. That's gonna be up to you. I'm giving you the total numbers as people present throughout the rest of today and tomorrow. When they get to these line items, it's gonna be up to you whether you scratch them, you add them, whatever you do. But you need to know totals.
And Jim has provided us with breakdowns, some pretty detailed
Yes.
breakdowns to help with that.
That is
So
correct.
we'll need to confirm and then organize those numbers. So at what point do we want to do that part as far as selecting the final number to enter here versus, edit versus sheriff, where does the council want to
I
take
think we
that
can,
time?
at the end of the day, tomorrow, we can probably.
Okay.
And again, I'm not trying to confuse you, I'm trying to be realistic on what we've got to deal with here.
No, that's a good start.
See, I misunderstood that.
I think
That's-
he's
you know what,
already-
that's a good idea. We should do all of that out of one freaking line item instead of doing it out of 200.
Well, that's what, I was just wondering, the commissioners have gotta pay that anyhow.
Yeah, but here's the concern though, we don't, even if you raise taxes, you're not gonna have enough money to cover this. We still need to maintain the split across all taxing rates and different funds. They're just providing the grand total that we need to use to split out.
And it's
So-
never been done before, and that's what's got us in trouble.
Yeah,
So, and he's got it broken down already, and you have your commissioner's budget versus your EMS, your highway, the health department, and those are already, so when each one of those come up, we need to make sure that these amounts are written in their budget. Use this as the
yeah.
guide.
We'll just keep that handy nearby because we'll need to refer to that.
And again, I don't want you to lose thought that we're $378,000 short for 2021. You can put that somewhere in your back burner and say, hey, here's what we're gonna come up with this month.
No,
Is that a part of the numbers, Jim, that we got over there?
That's gonna be the youth drain of that $800,000, yes. That has been looked at, and that's out of the lid at 733,200.
So the number we're looking at then is to put 158 in there, based on what's below here, under liability insurance between the 7 departments? That's what you're recommending then, Garrett?
I'm sorry, Chuck, I was looking at something else.
My apologies. On the liability insurance, based on your numbers down below as opposed to what's in here, then you're still recommending 158 to go in your line item?
Well, that's what was budgeted last year or put in there. I don't know who budgeted it. I'm not gonna say anything about anything that happened in the past. That was what was in the line item for commissioners for liability insurance in the past.
But what do the commissioners recommend today?
Well, and again, it depends on how many departments you're gonna break that down in. I wanted to give you a total. It doesn't matter if you put 200,000 in there or if you put 100,000 in there, Chuck. We just gotta make sure that we're dividing the rest of it over other departments.
Yeah, and I think that really in as far as the order, this would probably just be the last dollar amount to enter because it'll be whatever's left that's not highway, that's not, in building and, those, I'm just naming some simple examples.
After we get the budget, meet with all the departments, we'll.
Then we'll be able to know
Visit that
exactly where
tomorrow,
we're at. I just wanna let you know, this is the total commissioner cost or the county cost expenses are fixed. And again, how you divide them out will be entirely up to you.
Now, I know that in group insurance, group health, you guys have been very successful in keeping that flat, which is phenomenal.
We have reduced that, so everybody knows, $275,000 over 21 and 22.
Yeah. So, you think about $1 million expense and you're keeping it flat or less is a big deal from a budget standpoint, so that's helpful. Again, the totals here, and of course, it'll be zero here because edit has kind of this portion for the non, separate funds. But on the liability and workers' comp, those kind of related insurance expenses, is there any, when's our next renegotiation or our next,
It's March.
March of
March
2022? Okay.
Anton, I mean, do you want to hear the bad news now?
Let's hear it now. Let's just get it out on them.
I did, because this was concerning, because in the past, you've seen like there's 40,000, 40,000, 40,000. This is roughly 120. It's 207,000 is the premium. So issue one is the premium that we have to pay. Now, the bad news is.
You're talking workers' comp, for
Workers' comp.
example?
This
Okay.
This is workers' comp at 207. So it's going to go up next year. And here's the thing that the insurance is that say more. Owen County needs to have the safety because what it is, the manual premium, the premium that we start on the book is 133,000. Because of the amount of claims in Owen County, that's multiplied by 1.4. That's for the 207. There's $70,000 worth of savings here available if the claims go down.
Okay.
So one of the arguments is the safety programs, different things, and the insurance is one to do that. But the 207 is you're starting, expected to go up, expected to have an audit, and this is the area where there is 70,000 available if we want to drop our claims.
So what is there? What kind of proposal do we have to address
He's ready,
that
he's
part?
ready, this is budget, you have to do all that, but he's ready to come in at any time in September, meet with the council or the commissioners and the auditor to set up a whole safety program.
Sheila and I have already done that. We met with risk management on a Zoom meeting. There are several different programs. They will come in. They have anything from in-person training, safety programs for the sheriff, for the highway. We've discussed all these things. And it's something that we are going to try to get implemented. There's also grants available through this program as well. I talked to Chris about that, the EMS. If you guys remember, we paid for 2 of the COT assist lifts. There's a grant available for those. That is a big savings to our insurance if the gentlemen are,
they're not using their
300-pound people on a COT. And I've already talked to Chris about it. He's aware of the grants. So the ball's rolling very slow, but it has got.
At least it's rolling.
It's rolling.
Okay, that's good. I appreciate
So does
that.
everybody have this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Just making sure.
So on the workman's comp and the liability, and this is what we're still waiting on from our guy, hasn't given us a breakdown. We don't know these exact amounts. These have just been carried over from year to year, and unfortunately, Greg and them at the highway and Chris at EMS has had to come back and ask for more money every year because there's not enough. So one, we really need to get a hold of our guy and get that breakdown, because these will probably go up.
She's talking about.
Right, the departments that are outside of the county
Yeah.
general pay different amounts, and we need that breakdown, so it could even reduce that 158,000 even more that is there right now, so we'll try really hard to get that.
Actually, I got it this morning.
Okay, so,
So, on just general liability, you see the bill of 325,000. The way John had broke it down, the general fund is roughly $104,000. The police law enforcement section is $163,000, and the highway is $56,000. And I left off the 222, but I'm just giving that puts you in the budget at 325. So it's 104 in the general, 104,502 to be exact, 163,113 for the police, $56,653 highway. That's how the insurance is looking at where those 3 main costs come from.
That was the liability.
Liability, the general liability.
And when you say liability, we're talking property and liability together.
Correct.
Correct. So that was 165 for the sheriff department and 56,000 for highway and 104.
104, 502 for the jail,
Okay.
that are the remaining.
So that should help you
Well-
at the end of the day, today, tomorrow, whenever.
And that would take place of the 400,000 number that's.
No, that's last year, that's just a breakdown of last, that does not include any increase in coverage or the inflation. This is
Got
just based on the last year's premium.
But yeah, the 400,000 is including a 5% increase. That's what that number is.
And that's very, very important that we added, John was pretty adamant to expect that clause.
Okay.
And again, if you noticed, in the one area of workman's comp, I added in a audit because there will be one. And why that was never done in the past, I don't know. Okay, moving forward, cares of patients and inmates. Sam might be able to help me. I looked at the budget. We have only spent about $5,000 of that $20,000 mid-year based on my budget sheet. So I've reduced that down by $10,000. That may need to be adjusted next year. But I don't see that we're spending that money out of that fund for that kind, so there's a $10,000 reduction. The next thing is various soldiers and sailors. I looked at that budget as well, reduced it by $2,700. Again, that's gonna be an age, population, health type situation from year to year. But right now, if I can dig back through here, I think we're at about 2,500 for that or somewhere in that ballpark. Bear with me here a minute. Wrong budget. Got too many papers in front of me. We have spent $900 so far this year. That little burial soldiers. So again, it could probably be reduced more, but there again, we don't know. But that $2,700 savings out of that budget is better than nothing at all.
Well, so in general, yeah, a couple of technical things that might be helpful from an accounting standpoint is instead of, like on legal fees, instead of combining everything into one total, can we have a specific line item like for professional services or something that covers our actual ongoing contract for our county attorney at that appropriate amount, and then the extra legal would then be a part of our legal fees and have that amount for that?
If you do that, you have to put in other services and charges with allow fee is. I mean, that's where that fund line's at.
Do a second line item, we could do legal fees for his and then another legal fees for the tort claim.
I think that'd be good. I mean, I know the total's no different, but
Right.
I'm thinking, just because,
We can
next
track
year
what
and the
we're
year
spending.
after, as we build on what we're doing this year, some of us are gonna be scratching heads, well, now, why was that? And, well, that included like the audit. That insurance audit, I think we really need to have a separate line for it. So, because that's not necessarily something that's gonna happen every year, and if we're trying to get ahead of it, surely then we wanna mitigate
It's gonna
it.
happen every year, but it's not gonna be 30,000 or
Right, we
40,000.
wanna mitigate that amount.
Correct.
And so we have a better way to track and manage that in 23 and 24.
So we can do outside legal, if you wanna make that a fund line for the 45
Yeah.
or $40,000.
Outside legal?
Outside legal. And just leave our normal, legal fees at 160.
That sounds,
So you're gonna leave the
40,000?
25,000 in,
25 and 15, you're gonna leave it in this budget, we're just gonna mark it outside legal. That would be the best definition that I could put at it, since we're in-house with their others.
Okay.
So Susan, as you're sitting back there, you can remove that legal fee from your fund line.
The entire.
Yep.
Okay.
It will be used for your department, but it'll be paid through the commissioner.
well, and I still think that should be separate though. I think in the outside legal, we would put the 15,000 for the tort-related claims you mentioned. That would be kind of your outside legal.
Okay.
But then if building and planning should be a part of that budget, to keep that track
Again,
there.
is however you wanna break it down.
That's just, if other members have input on this, please speak up, but I think.
I don't hear anybody talking about Anton's, anybody else?
Yeah, I'm the only one up here that, but no, I'm just, yes.
And please understand, with the commissioners I'm talking, I don't want to be bothering you guys like this with no budget. Here's the thing, I'm gonna point out, the general fund has come in, hers is self-funded. I guess the question would be, would the self-funded fees cover the 25,000? That would be my concern.
Well, probably not, but what I'm thinking is we still have a shell, a subdivision for building that's through the general that we can use to account for that.
Any way you want to do it, that's right, I just don't think her revenue stream could cover that.
Right, out of building, no.
Not since we pulled everything back into it out of general already, as in part-time.
Right.
Everything that you moved last year.
So what are some other thoughts here that,
Well, my thought is, how does it impact the auditor? Does it make any difference, or is it better to leave it all in one?
That's a good question.
It doesn't bother our part of it, because again, all the claims are turned in with a fund number and line item numbers on them. But I agree with them, her revenue is not gonna sustain a full budget. You moved it out for this year, and because she's did so good on revenue, moved everything back for the rest of this year to try and lessen the load on the general, and you're gonna have to turn right around and go back and ask for an additional appropriation because she's not gonna have enough to pay all of her bills. So I would say, again, if we're trying to do accurate budgets, let's leave it here. If the state cuts it, then you're gonna have to come back after it anyway, because she wouldn't have had enough to begin with. That's my two.
So 40,000 in outside legal then for the commissioner's budget, and 160 for the contract for legal services.
That's what
Okay.
I suggest, yes.
That sounds fine, yeah. And then on the insurance or workers' comp, do we wanna put, an audit line item then?
I would recommend that we do that, because if you don't, whoever's doing this down the road, at least they'll have a guidance of what to do there.
So we'll, make a note on that.
What will we put in that?
Right now, we've got 40,000 in there for audit insurance.
How much was that again?
That's what we're gonna do for 2022?
I've got it figured for 2022 at 30,000 in this budget, 5% increase in a $30,000 comp for 2022.
And again, that's something that can also be split out, because not all of that audit is county general. In
That's
fact, most
correct.
of it might actually be more highway than it is. So we wanna just double check that breakdown.
Yep.
Okay.
But again, you need the numbers, so.
Yeah, that's very helpful.
So I'll wrap it up by saying there's a $2,337,105 total budget figured in the commissioners, and again, that will be broke down in several different ways in other departments with your insurance.
And it's a much more accurate number.
That is a dead on number within a few bucks, I'm gonna guarantee it.
Thousand coming off
I said a few bucks.
Yeah, whatever line you give it.
No, but I mean, is that lessening of
Oh, it would,
400,000?
yeah, so workers' comp would be 208, and then the audit would be 40.
Right.
And that's, she was asking that question.
Well, actually, it was 207 plus 5%, so it'd actually be 218 for workman's comp and 30,000 for the audit.
218 and then 30,000.
Yes, to make it 248.
And again, I'm putting them in red because these will all be split out later, and we'll have to figure out what the final numbers end up being here, when it's all said and done.
Sheila, in 33,100, on telephone pagers and cell phones, can we take out pagers?
Yes.
I don't know how old this budget sheet is, but,
Payphones was taken out a couple years ago, so I think pagers would be good.
Okay, going to maintenance next.
Yep. And the wages went up because
We have included, and I honestly cannot figure out where Maryland was getting paid out of.
Let's see what this is mean.
This is Garland and Maryland's wages with their FICA and perf. Got this information through Sherry. Those are correct numbers. That's why it went up. Again, I'm not really sure. But I'm gonna tell you, when I look at, and again, first of all, this is a maintenance budget, not a courthouse budget. It was never put in as a courthouse budget, so we need to make sure that that's changed to say maintenance. And let me find that budget. And maybe Anton can answer this question.
Yeah, why it was blank?
And, well, no, not only that, but in the courthouse budget, which I'm gonna call maintenance as it is, there is a part-time employee wages in here, and we don't have a part-time employee that we're paying out of it, and I don't know why.
I show 0 in part-time for the last couple years. Is that what you show?
If you look at this report that Sheila gave me.
Oh, for like operational?
Yep.
That I don't know.
Did Bill have help when he was here?
Nope. Bill was full-time, Maryland was full-time, but yet we're paying somebody, I don't know who we're paying.
Part-time.
We have paid $4,393 out of a part-time fund line, and we have no part-time employees under maintenance.
Did Bill go part-time for a little bit, Jerry?
He left as soon as he went part-time. He never accepted the part-time position.
He was part-time and then he was moved to full-time.
In 2021, he was full-time.
Oh, this year. you-
All of 21.
Yep. So
Look at that.
that's my question. I don't know who's getting this money and where it went, and so on and so forth, but it shouldn't be.
Was there a claim paid on it?
Yeah, it's been $4,393.
No, doesn't the claim tell you where it came from and who?
I don't have the claims, that would be the office.
We'll check and see who it's going to.
You're
I'm,
right, Chuck, I mean, it's gotta be traced down somewhere.
I could be looking in loud, but I'm afraid to touch the YouTube, or anything on here, I'm just leaving it alone, so
So I
we'll
want to bring
check.
that to your attention.
Yeah, that's good to know.
These are, the 54 is Garland and Maryland's part-time, those are real numbers. But I just wanted to know, let you guys know, there's $4,400 that was spent out of this, but commissioner, the courthouse or maintenance budget. And I don't know where it went.
Tools and equipment.
Before,
Okay,
let's
the
finish,
reason that's in there.
let's finish wages.
Okay.
So appointed pay is where Garland should actually be.
He's an hourly employee.
Is he not an appointed, position by
That's a
the?
good question, yes. Okay, so we could move his wages up there.
So let's figure the total real quick and make sure we're good.
And the reason I didn't put it in there is because he's not salaried, he's hourly.
Yeah, and I don't think that matters so much. It's more a matter, function of being one of your appointed positions. It should be for him 41,770.
Okay.
And then regular wages is gonna be 0, and then part-time is gonna be where we're gonna put the new, configuration for the custodian. And just to correct or make sure I've got the right hours, was that gonna be a 20-hour-a-week position?
Correct.
Okay. So based on that, it's gonna be 13,261,
That's on part-time?
part-time, yeah,
You say 13,261?
13,261. So then the FICA will be 4210, and the perf is, gonna be 4678.
Okay.
That'll finalize all that for you.
So tools and equipment.
Tools and equipment, we have not had anything in that line. If you remember last year, we had $16,500 that was moved over to the sheriff's department for maintenance. I've asked for $4,000 of that $16,000 back, to buy shears for trimming the trees out here, the bushes, replace a snow blower. We have none of that built into this budget anymore. It comes out of repair of equipment. Well, we've got all kinds of equipment in this county in 8 or 9 different buildings that need to be repaired, whether it be a pump, a garbage disposal, or whatever it needs to be. I don't like to take that funds out of those departments when we need to use it for those type of repairs.
Which
So-
is a good segue into utilities and if we have too many buildings in this county.
So, and moving on forward, if you want to go to that next step, our utilities were budgeted, as you see, for $250,000 for the last 4 or 5 years. Right now, we're on pace to have a $310,000 utility bill. Again, you're gonna have to come up with $60,000 and add that to the $378, the insurance. That's where we're short at. So I've adjusted that with a increase for 2022. But our utility bills as of the 18th of June were right at about $145,000, and we only have a $250,000 budget, so we're over halfway. If you go all the way into the month, we're at 150,000, we only have 100,000 left.
Now, adequate buildings. Are you guys going to look at studying the amount of buildings for what we need this year?
What I would like to see is every department pay a utility bill. We break these bills down by department. There is no way that we can track any kind of increases, any kind of overusage. If we've got a water leak, we can't track any of that stuff because we have no idea. All this is thrown in. It's mind-boggling. I mean, I went through this thing and highlighted the sheriff department alone. I'm not picking on Sam. The first 6 months is over $50,000 just for the jail, the security center. He's 1/3. If you add the other half of the year, he's 1/3 of the total budget for utilities. So it needs to be broke down per department. And if we're gonna move his budget, if it does happen with the tax situation, there's another $100,000 that could be moved to the new tax configuration and taken out of general fund. I've spent a lot of time.
You need to turn the lights out
Yeah,
there.
shut the operation. Yeah.
Close the door behind you.
They're using way too much
Don't
water.
flush every time.
And again, in these utility bills, in this, again, it's got cell phone bills for his department. Then there's just a big lump sum of cell phone bills. I've requested that breakdown of that cell phone bill. I don't know what departments have cell phones, who even needs cell phones. We had this discussion the other day in the auditor's office. They're gonna present me the bill so I can go through it. We may be paying for phones we don't even have anymore. Yeah, I guarantee you.
We have gone through, Stephanie, is that her name, Sam?
Yes.
There, our AT&T cell phone rep, again, her name is Stephanie, and she has gone through and the current list is we are paying and people do have them. Can some of them go away? I think so, but that's not my call, but, you know, and like said, do we need cell phones? Do we need as many in each department and so on, so.
And again, folks, these bills go through the auditor's office. We don't work down there, so we don't see the bills unless, you know, something's brought up in our attention and we need to spend time on it. So we've requested that, and I think that we'll get that done.
And I'm assuming that the bills are, you know, we have highway has utilities in their budget,
Yes, they do.
EMS has it. You know, looking again at like an aggregate total of everything, is that accurate? Or should it be split out a little differently, or?
I think it should be split out, just like the courthouse. If we've got a $1,000 courthouse utility electric bill, how many departments do we have? Let's all pay our fair share. We've got to be able to track this, and when there is increases, we can adjust for it doing budget hearings. It's never been done.
Then you know what department costs the most money. You know what department costs the most money for utilities.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're right.
All right, the things you're talking about might equate more to a special meeting than covering it
Sure.
today.
I just want you to know the total expenses that the county has to fix this budget and make it right, and that's part of it.
I think the one thing that we're maybe missing here on the utilities part is kind of a similar breakdown like we did for the insurance, and maybe we can spend some time before the next follow-up to get a breakdown. So we know what's coming from highway, what's coming from, plus maybe courthouse versus even the armory has a cost, and I know we're charging a lease for part of that, but you know, to see where the costs are actually coming from, and then we can determine how to split that out.
Yeah. And here's another one. and I'm not sure what it is, gotta do some more investigation on it. Every month in January, Smithville Communications, and it may be 911, it may be fiber county-wide, there's a $5,200 bill almost every month from Smithville Telephone. I have no idea what it's for. It's not broke down. It doesn't tell me it's apartment or anything.
Does anybody know if the Armory's lease covers the?
From what I'm seeing, no.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
It's supposed to have a variable component for utility, so they pay over a baseline. So if they jack the heat up, that's on them,
We just need to make sure.
but we need to make sure that's being followed through on.
Because in this utility breakdown, I have Armory 1 and Armory 2. I don't know which is one. I don't know if it's the maintenance. I don't know if it's number 2's the top. I have no idea.
I bet it's broken down by the gymnastics and the offices that we used. And now really there's just the veterans down there, right?
Veterans and maintenance.
Yeah.
So I've got, here's an example. Armory Old 1, that's what's the description on the claims, is $1,100. Armory New, $115 for the big span there. And I'm guaranteeing you, the maintenance isn't using $1,100 worth of electricity down there. He's out here doing his thing, he's not down there, welding every day.
Yeah, another area to drill down into and get some specific breakdowns on.
Probably those gym lights, you wanna make Christmas. Where Caroline's running at night.
So anyway, that's where the utilities is at, and basically that's where the difference is in your budget from this year to last year. Of course, we have 57,000 in contract services, and the reason that's in there is there was 25,000 in there, I believe, the previous year, and then we took part of that salary at Dan since we didn't have that extra person and using it for contract services like HFI or commercial services, and we're using those people now. So
are we using them, or do we anticipate using them a little less now that Garland is fully upline and he's now a 40-hour and he's very capable? Okay.
Because we're short an employee.
Ah, okay.
See?
Okay. Yeah, that maintenance, the laborer.
Right.
Okay.
We've left that, we've cut this budget way down. We've eliminated a salary position, and we have eliminated Maryland from a full-time to a part-time. So we've eliminated a position and a half. So some of that money has went into.
Yeah, so instead of maintaining those, you're gonna just still rely on a contract service, similar cost.
Right,
Yeah.
when we talked about putting a part-time budget in here, I left it out because I just soon use contract services.
Yeah, specialty.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
So the difference in the budget from last year is basically the $60,000 for the utilities that we were short. The other difference would be Maryland's wages are now in this that weren't before. So in reality, there is no increase to this budget, it's just covering our utilities that we were falling short on.
All right. Any more questions on maintenance?
So I've got.
Moving to IT?
Moving to IT.
And yeah, can we just I want to make sure, what would you like to see done for utility-wise information you would need by the 26th? Because this is a huge opportunity here to move things out of the general fund, and it's a huge opportunity to actually do.
Yeah, so by department or by, if there's a department that has, for example, highway, if they've got, if you've got people in another area, so by department, main building, and then, I don't know, can you break it down as far as your guys that are occupying the other? Or is it?
So fed off the jail.
Okay.
What I would like to see, I would like to see the bill itself. I mean, I've worked with Sheila, she's provided me with the information, but I, don't see my utility bills, nor do I sign any claim for those. And, Sheila, she got me a whole list of these, and I went together, and there was one month, Community Gas charged me $1,000. My gas bill, is, really pretty reasonable, that where this $1,000 coming from. So.
You guys need to see, you need to review it every month.
See my bills.
Yeah.
Health department does, probation does. The one that's gonna be hard is gonna be in the courthouse, but you just take the courthouse.
Courthouse can be-
and just divide it by.
That could be your part here in this budget.
Yeah.
And then health has theirs.
Probation has theirs.
It's easier for them down there because their meters, so.
Right, I think that's the big thing, is the meters.
Well, and I think we can work on it.
Yeah.
I have no problem calling it.
So the courthouse, to answer your question, it would be divided by, but the other one would be department, I guess.
Okay.
Does that sound right to everybody?
Oh, I agree.
It used to be that way until 2014, 2015 area, and then everything just got paid from here, and we were told, don't worry about it, we're paying the claims. So nobody did know until we checked in Lao and got our monthly bills and doing our budgets, we didn't know what we had. So again, I feel that everybody should have their own copy, it doesn't matter which utility it is, water, gas, whatever, and let them make out their own claims.
Yep.
Then they'll know what they have.
Yeah.
And that's one less thing on my claims deputy too, is just, how do you figure where it is and whose it is and just paying it. So I
The only caveat that I have with that is that was taken over by the claims deputy, because you would have departments that would just hang on to them and not get them to us in time. And so to avoid late fees and those kinds of things, now if it's something that the bills should still be sent to our office, you're to get a copy of that. So at least we can stay on top of it and be like,
That's a good
because
point.
our office does become kind of a quasi babysitter for departments. Not every department, but some departments. And just to make sure that we're following up, make sure that we're not accruing late fees and
I'd be interested
shut
to
offs.
see if that, for just veteran services, maintenance and some storage, what our portion of the bill is on monthly.
Now, which one of these is that?
And the baseline on the
Is it
contract.
the old armory or the new armory? I don't know what that means. We'll find out.
I'm not, here it is, basically, it's all called new energy this week. See if they come down here and build.
Oh, that would be good.
And I was gonna bring that up, Sam, real quick, if you don't care, while you're on that point. Storage units, our storage unit utilities were $42. All of a sudden it jumped up to 110, 112, 115. And I think it's because you moved into building number 2, it's not separate metered, so it's getting thrown into the expense of the storage units. And if nobody looks at this stuff, we don't find any of these things out. But, and I'm not picking on you, Sam, I'm just saying that.
Yeah, but how
increased our
about that
bill.
far as, if you put different meters on them, they charge you so much for each meter, don't they?
And how much do you
I mean-
install each unit? I don't know, I'll do it.
Do we have anything budget left for that for
I'll let you figure that out.
That's what I just wonder how much we'd save accordingly.
Alright, so,
On the to-do list.
IT, look,
Okay.
we're 10 minutes from being on time here,
Okay.
so I wanna try to keep.
IT, there was no change other than the, if you remember last year, the hardware and software got switched somehow in this budget. Got those back corrected, and there is an increase in the software, and that is just for the 365, Microsoft 365 that runs our email. There's gonna be an increase. So I based about a $8,000 increase in there to cover that. It may not be that high.
Hardware's went down.
Yep. The
So,
reason that hardware's went down so much is all the CARE Act money. Every department has got new laptops, obviously there's some still issues at the jail with cameras and things like that, but that's not necessarily figured into
Okay, so
this.
let me ask you this, we're paying, now that we've received our money in, we've got 20,000 budgeted for computer hardware. Have we looked at the possibility with Barnes and Thornburg, how much of that can be used out of ARP money?
We haven't because we haven't got a plan yet together. So I couldn't forecast that far out until we actually have some
But there is
information on
some
the table.
opportunities
Sure.
for some savings.
Sure,
yeah,
but I don't wanna cut this until, we're 3-4 months.
plus
away
that's
from-
one time money.
Right, it's one time, so this will continue. Now, the 20,000, I hope we don't use a dime of it, I really don't. But I can't tell you that, their desktop computers are gonna crash tomorrow and we need to replace 5 of them. None of us know that. So that's the only reason, and it is reduced, it's reduced about $4,000, but I moved some of that back over to the software side to cover any kind of increases for Fortinet, which is our firewall protection, and 365. So there's less than $5,000 increase over last year.
So you definitely want in software the larger of the two.
Correct.
The 50,000 there and the 20 for the hardware.
Correct.
Okay.
We have a software bill of about $4,400 a month roughly right now. And that's from IT Indy, and that is for our 365. That covers, like I said, our email system, those type of things. And that's the fee for it.
And their operating system.
Yes, yes.
And that, and then not to Gary, but that software bill, $50,000 will not touch, have nothing to do with the jail facility. It costs $50,000 to touch the software program for the jail facility, which we're in. Gary knows we're in some issues right now with the software program at the jail.
They're running Windows 98 still.
We had an issue down the other day. They created quite a problem. So, but that's something we'll be able to discuss.
And you're not using AOL Instant Messenger either?
Well, that's why we're getting rid of pagers, you know.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But it's things like that.
Yeah, that, who would have thought, right?
Why our previous IT did not do something with Windows 98, come on. But that's where we're at, that's what.
So that created
The
a
system
compatibility
computer
issue.
that you used to type stuff on, or the system computer that you used to monitor the jail?
The system is in the jail.
Sam, you got,
Why wasn't the company that rewired that whole area, we just paid for that 4 years ago, why didn't they upgrade that? That's where the liability
We
is.
can sit here all day and talk about whys, but.
You know, if you're gonna do it, why can't I do it?
you've got 80
By
people
the way, if
over
you
there
have
that
an
would love
extra
to fix
computer,
that
you
for
should set
you.
up an extra computer in just for you.
You've got 80 people that can get on those computers over
And
there
I've got some
and
spares
fix
down
it
in the
for you.
IT just for stuff like that.
Yeah.
Just like this, I'm afraid to get on Lao, and I mean, we could look and see who's getting paid out of the part-time normally and that kind of stuff, but I'm afraid to touch this. Can I ask a question?
And I'd already asked the IT about that because the planning commission meetings are to be YouTube also.
Oh,
Plus I need to have them be able to see everything on the screens. And so I've already asked if there could be a laptop
only
set
like-
here that can connect to another computer in the building for that purpose.
Okay, 2 things, the part-time salary is for Rick Smeltzer, that was added to the county general fund. And then that is being moved back
That is, you're right.
into,
So we're gonna pick that up here in just a minute with building.
got it.
Okay, thank you.
and the second question, do we have a plan to get a plan, because August 31st is the reporting date for the new ARP monies, or we will lose that money, we have to.
We'll let Jim step in on that.
We get the commission on 16, we get the approval, and then we'll start on that.
Okay, so you got it.
Okay.
All right, we ready to move on with building?
Yep, I'm gonna step back, let Suzanne come up here and I'll be behind her, to help her in any way she needs me to be.
Yeah, so on the salary, Suzanne,
Yes.
I think we should get the surveyor part figured and off the total first.
Which that is what I've done on
Okay.
there, because what I was trying to do is get that into my budget from the perpetuation fund, so it's easier on the payroll to have it come out all out of my budget. So do a claim or whatever to bring it into mine, and then it just be in my cash balance, and then can be taken out over time.
So we're not actually gonna be just paying for it, part of that direct from that perpetuation fund?
Well, that was, yeah, I was figuring we pull it into, and then because it's gonna be used over the year, spread over the year, then just a lump sum it would be easier.
So it'd just be a claim and
Yeah.
then it'd be counted as miscellaneous revenue,
Right,
as long as the auditor is,
yeah, and we talked about that because based on payroll, it would be easier than having to
Okay.
split my pay between two different lines and then,
So you're just receiving it to the building
building
and then paying
department.
out this.
and that's 4908 is the recipient of that. All right, so the dollar amount then for the pay,
it was like 41, just that was comparing it to last year's, which is $40,600.
yeah, it's going to be 40,816.
Yeah, so I just,
And then part-time, we're putting all of the building inspector then in
Yes.
there? And is that still based on 22 hours a week, or is that different?
he varies, some weeks he's less, and 1 week he'll be less, and some weeks he'll be more, so it kind
But
of.
it averages out about that.
Yeah, yeah.
So should we leave it at the 22 hours a week
Yeah,
average?
yeah, because there's some weeks that there's more people want inspections and during, we have those complaints, we also have, junk
All
complaints.
depends on the number of permits that come in too.
Yeah, and also when he's checking on properties that we have questions about. So sometimes it's a little bit more, sometimes it's a little bit less.
All right, so that's 17,780.
Yeah.
And then FICA is 4483 and PERF is 4571.
You have those figured into these amounts.
Yeah.
You already do.
Mhm.
And then I've got a note here that 20% of the cost for the appointed pay
Yeah,
is gonna be claimed from the surveyor's perpetuation fund.
yes, which was the 9536.
Got it. And then the FICA and the PERF,
Yeah, that's all, that 40,
There- that also is-
Yeah, that 9536 is the incomplete amount from the perpetuation fund. That would include FICA and PERF in it.
and that's it, just those three line items?
Yeah.
Appointed pay, FICA and PERF.
Yeah.
20% of all that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Surveyor.
So, surveyor. Mhm. Now, what do we decide on legal fees? 'Cause I had marked it all out.
We have taken legal fees out.
So we'll zero it out on.
Okay.
I changed the amount to the bottom here, 97,154.
Okay.
So we've taken out that $5,000.
So legal fees is 0,
Correct?
and then supplies,
I had 1,500, which is only adding about $100. But, I mean, that is coming from the other budget that was in the general fund into my budget because I didn't have supplies in the building department budget, so, you know.
Can I stop just for a second, something we need to make clear here? We have 3 departments in this budget.
GIS.
We have GIS, we have building, and now we have Owen County storage units.
Oh,
She is now taking care of those as well.
Plus
So this budget-
planning and BZA,
Right, this
so.
budget is for 3 departments. And she's doing an incredible job, by the way. So I just wanna make that
Thank you.
clear. This is not
Yeah.
this is not a building department budget, this is 3
Yeah,
departments.
this is three in one offered.
How are we doing on the storage unit deal now?
We just took that over.
Yeah, we just took that over.
It's a mess.
Yeah, currently I'm going through everything. We have about, and I'm just gonna tell you as well, is currently we have, delinquencies about $15,000, some dating back to 2017. So,
So you can see that the job next
And that's
door
just
wasn't being
3.
done.
Well, I know what,
that's just 3 people that date back to 2017, haven't paid any.
and used it all this time.
And, well, they're double locked, they've been double locked, but I
We're not
haven't-
getting any revenue
we're not
from it.
giving any revenue, one person is $3,000 in the hole. So,
If they're double locked and it's past 90 days, it's time for an auction.
yeah,
And we're working on that.
yeah, we're gonna work on that and get that.
They were supposed to do it across the street last year, didn't happen. Jim's working on a new lease agreement that now doesn't no longer say Vortex, it's gonna say Owen County Commissioners or whatever we decide that we're gonna put on there.
Yeah.
Obviously, the properties belong to Owen County Commissioners, I think that that's probably the best bet.
Okay.
But we've got to get a new lease agreement put together, then we're gonna send out a notice of auction. You know, they've got to be notified, so.
Yeah, there's at least 4 people we have no addresses for, and they're all double locked, so,
That's true.
yeah.
Yep.
And a couple of them have, there is a note that came with it, that several of the units had maybe 1 or 2 items in it, and they left them because they thought the county would just get rid of them. So,
And we may have some deceased individuals as well that we kind of.
They're not inside there.
Not in storage.
No, I hope not. I hope not. That'll be a whole nother issue.
All right, so,
so that's why I just raised the supplies to the 1,500, because, you know, currently, you know, I don't have any supplies budgeted in the current 4908 budget, so some things have come out of pocket to get things
And
done.
I'm gonna stop her one more time. We were being charged 20% of the revenue. We have taken 7%
Yeah.
now to cover her cost. She's gonna have
Yeah, there is a new line item on this
certified
budget.
mail going out for delinquencies. She's gonna have statements, different things. So we've taken 7% of that money and put it in there.
Can I have one technical question, it's really fast? Since you have 3 departments, and we're trying to figure out what each department should be splitting up. The building department, GIS, the storage facility is gonna go away when we build a new jail, but, you know, if we're looking at each department being responsible for each department, then should we separate GIS and building? So that we know exactly what we're doing together? I mean, you could still run it, but the
Yeah.
budget's separated, you see what I'm saying?
The problem with the GIS budget was it was combined with the auditor's office before, and we don't really know whatever that consisted of, if that makes any sense. I think she had little or nothing to
Yeah,
actually move
no,
over.
there was, not to my knowledge.
Didn't the 9,600?
Yeah, that's the only thing that, and that was for WTH, which you can see here, I've added about it up to $10,000 because we do have some new licensing that was added, a couple of new licenses. But that's still not paying for all of the licenses that the county has. That 9,600 pays for the website and for all the licenses as of right now. And we're only paying for about 40 some licenses, and we have 60 some. We are gonna go through and try to get rid of some of them because those licenses are for the fire departments, for the school. I mean, we're paying for all those licenses as well, so.
Now, one thing about that, we did some research and we called, and we were grandfathered in with this original deal with WTH. If we go back and start picking and choosing, the contract changes would actually be almost double what it is now. So we have left it as is, but what we've got to fix, right now, we've got 43 edible licenses, which means anybody that's got access to things, you go in and change your property lines, your boundaries, and you come in here to do business, and you think you own 40 acres, you might only have 15, according to this thing.
Yeah.
So we've got to limit it, and I didn't set that up, this went back
We've
way
been
back.
working on getting it to where if I'm only have control over several of the layers, and WTH has control over several layers. The highway department has control over bridges and some other things. And so if somebody comes in, tries to change something on their system, mine will automatically override them in the end. So they may try to change something, but in the end, I'll override them on some of those things. Some of them it'll take time to find if that happens, so. And we are trying to fix the map as we go along and find issues, so.
Appreciate that.
okay, so you've got really between what's listed under the 2020 budget, just about $300 difference all the way down.
So still 3,000 for vehicle?
Yes, 3,000 per
And the
vehicle.
printing and training, those are all the same?
Yes, and I completely took out cell phone because I don't use the county, I didn't use the county cell phone, so.
So 0 on that one,
Yeah, I use my own personal cell phone for anything I need.
but nothing for regular telephone?
No, we don't
Okay.
have anything for regular telephone.
And then
Because
advertising,
actually, we share a line with the health department right now, so, actually our phone number is the exact same number except for their extension 1 and extension 2, so.
300 for advertising, and then workman's comp, nothing.
Workman's comp, I have, 1,700, which has
Okay.
always been in there.
That's one of those splits.
Yeah, it was in the general budget.
Yeah.
Portion of the building department. And I also added group insurance, cause I believe Sheila and I talked about that it was $1,600 for my portion,
So you have
of
91.
group insurance, so I added it.
Liability.
I don't know, I think you talked about group insurance.
No, 540, yeah.
What do you?
What changed?
Is that where it needs to be?
No, but we need, I mean, we need to make sure that
Well,
there's liability.
We're trying to figure that out at the end of everything with the total,
Right down,
right?
because they've never had liability in their budget.
Yeah, and group, I think we had talked just about the group insurance,
45,
what my portion would
Under regular wages.
so.
If you look at this total, if you look at last year's, you had 2 budget sheets. You had one for 27, 198 that was coming out of general fund. Actual building budget was 54, so that's a total of 81,552. And this year we're 97 with 3 departments instead of 2.
Anton, do you have a total?
Well, we're working on here. 800 for printing, 500 for training.
I have 500 for printing.
Yeah, I only had 500 for printing.
500 for printing, 500 for training, 0 for telephone, 300 for advertising, 6,300 for group insurance, and 1,700 for workman's comp. That's 91,450.
You had the 4,500 for.
Oh, there were storage
Yeah, that was the
units that was.
additional.
That's the
Oh,
number.
what was the line item? What line
Yeah.
item?
We don't have one yet.
There we go.
Yeah,
It's
storage,
new.
yeah, storage units we were adding to take out of the storage unit, fund, which is, 5015, I believe, and move it over into my budget to pay some of those things.
So we need to add a storage unit line item. Do we know what number that'll be?
Yeah.
And it's 4,500?
Yes.
4,500 is what I estimated it as.
And then all of the revenue from the storage units?
You go
Or is
into
it just?
its own, it would go into its own fund, which is, like I said, the
Should go back to general.
4015, and then it sets there for, you know. So it has its own fund already, and that's where you take in.
So, well, the
payments.
question is this 4,500 that's here, it's gonna be added to the building department's cost.
Yes,
Correct.
yes.
But then is there, you mentioned 7% is gonna be,
7%, it's $66,000, if I'm not mistaken. In fact,
We estimated it at roughly around 4,500 of what the expense is to my office to do that.
got it. So 7% of the revenue is gonna be miscellaneous into the building fund
Basically.
from the storage unit fund.
Yeah,
And that's gonna be a wash with the 4,500 that you're putting in for your cost.
yeah, it's just basically,
what we're looking at is it should be bringing in about $66,000 a year, but the way it's set up right now with some units that are not being rented or can't get rented, it's about 61,000 that we figured up.
Yeah.
So that's about as hard a number as I can give you, $61,000 is the potential income right now.
You have 95,950 in total.
I have 91,450.
and that's.
Count the
Oh, wait a
9536
minute.
in regular wages.
Wait a minute,
And as he had said, all of this comes out of
95,950.
fees that I charge. So even WTH comes out of fees that I charge people for building permits and stuff like that. Currently, we sold $49,000 worth of building permits, electrical and all that. And that also includes, planning and zoning fees as well, so, and so the revenue could be, it's good right now, because people are wanting to build, but in the future it could go down.
So our neighbors have
Regular
got
wages, 95.
a lunch date for us and we're about close to 15 minutes late now. And you have made arrangements.
Yeah, so at, when we're done with lunch at 1 o'clock, we're gonna meet over at the ambulance in front of the center that has the flowers that's out there, and we're gonna give our own flowers and pay some respect, so.
Okay, so we need to, do we have any comments before we break for lunch?
Can I get one total real quick on this final?
Yeah.
What was the total?
$95,950.
I appreciate your service.
Yep.
You're doing a good job.
I just got a quick question. The money that's coming in for the storage units, that problem, what's that money being used for? Or where's it going? What's the destination for this money?
Right now, it's gonna go back to the general fund. What it's gonna be used for, I don't think it's been determined yet, because this all just transpired actually this month, so, that's something that we'll have to talk about in the future.
We'll bring the storage units up when we come back, cause we're, you guys had only appropriated 28,000 and the rest from his jail housing to pay it off, but we got a $6,000 check in and a final bill, so there's gonna be $7,000-8,000 just sitting there that we need to decide, you know, before we put any more money in it. We wanna make sure we know the differences, because she's not brought anything in yet to go in there.
And yeah, we haven't gotten into any of the units, so we don't know what any of those units, those double box units are gonna look
What
like on
money
the
did we
inside.
get off of them when we, took it over?
I'm sorry?
What money did we get off of them when we took it over?
Have you gotten anything from Vortex?
The only thing we've gotten was his final bill and a $6,000 check came in last week.
I'd like to see that money receipted into legal, since that goes towards building, has a lot to do with that. Obviously.
So take the 6,000 that came in and put it in her legal, is that what you're saying?
If that's what is the,
That's probably a good idea, especially since we have the pending litigation with, across the street.
Either that or you can go back to my jail house since I'm paying off the loan.
That's what I was thinking, Sam.
Just a thought.
We'll talk about it when we.
that's fine.
But if
I'm not gonna turn this off, I'm just.
Are we gonna lock the door?
Yes.
Okay, breaking
I don't know what speed it is or.
They're freezing down there, we should trade them in.
Exactly, it's freezing there, it's hot over here. Now I know why I've been here for 10 years.
Okay. Are you gonna be long? Oh, well, here he is. Come on up here, sir. Did you effectively trade?
I did.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Prosecutor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm sorry, I'm taking up real estate.
So Don, on wages, let's cut through and figure the percentages and kind of confirm exact dollar amounts. Under appointed pay, that would be a share of the 4D deputy prosecutor.
Correct.
And it's still 50-50.
Yes.
So let's do that one first. Total is $85,346.27. So the amount to enter on that line in the budget is $42,674. And then the same amount is gonna be entered in the prosecutor 4D, same line item, $42,674. Does that sound good?
Yes.
Okay. And then on regular wages, are we, on the one position that you mentioned would be out of the user fee fund, are we gonna do like we did with the building and surveyor thing, Sheila, where we have basically a claim and count that as revenue, or are we gonna actually place that position in that?
It would be easier to claim the amount to them so that they have it. So if it starts getting low or whatever, one or the other doesn't go over. So.
Okay.
We'll do a
Is that
claim.
okay with you as far as making a claim?
Spend $50,000 and then.
Okay.
Go back to the way it should be.
And that's good because then that means our figures in these regular budgets, kind of as they have been, will be same pattern as they have before. The only difference is on the revenue end of it. So under regular wages, it's still going to include 90% of your investigator's position.
On the criminal.
And then it's going to include 3 non-child support deputies, correct?
Not deputies, but.
Or, yeah, staff, okay. Got it. So let's add those up. All right, so 138, 654. And then that's gonna make your FICA 13,872 and PERF 20,309.
23 what?
20,309. And then which position, Don, is gonna be the one to tag for using the user fee, matching that up? Do you have a specific?
It'll be Jennifer Osborne's position. She's the lowest paid person in the office. She's the newest, and she's in 4D.
Okay. Yeah, she's on the 4D side, okay. why don't we get to that here in a second, we'll finish up your regular then, which I don't think there was anything else. The total was 215,508. That was, okay, that's fine. So on the user fee side, skip over that and go back to the 4D. So on the 4D, regular wages is 10% of your investigator, and then the 3 4D staff members.
Correct.
And then we'll kind of make a note on the one position for the revenue.
Well, and 50% of the deputy prosecutors as well, but I think we've already covered that.
Yeah, that was in the appointed category there. Alright, so the regular wages for the 4D is going to be $97,419. $97,419. The FICA is gonna be 10,717, and the perf is 15,690. And that's all we have for the wage part.
And
Now, is we gonna figure the group insurance and all that stuff on each department
My question too.
on that and work comp?
This is where the group insurance is paid for everybody in the county general. And if we divide it out, we're gonna have to have that breakdown. And I don't know that we have it today. That would be the only thing.
we have a total number, I mean, roughly, it's just not broken down to.
Correct.
Alright, so my question is.
I thought we were gonna put it in each department.
Well, I just don't know.
Yeah,
I thought, Jim, did you not mention something about that as well?
Well, a couple things on the group insurance. You have roughly 20 departments out of the general. If you broke it down to each one, then I would defer that the auditor's office is going to have to break that down on basically a bi-weekly one. So you can do a number of options. One option is you have the general fund, one place, that you put all of your general fund departments in. Then you break it down into the highway, the EMS, and 911. That's one methodology. A second methodology would be you still take the 1.2 million and then you break it down by person. Now, the end result though, what I'm saying is if you find line number 9 in the general fund and make your group insurance, or you put it in 22 different locations out of the general fund, your end result of the general fund is the same. Meaning that if it's $100,000, that's how much is going to come out. So the question would be a monitoring cost that you would want to have. Definitely you want it in the highway, health, any fund that is not general. Absolutely, you've got, respectfully, you've got to do that. As far as the general fund, those are your two options. 22 different locations, 21 different locations, or one location. but they're both coming out of the same pie. It would just depend on how you would work it.
I just have a question. When we were talking about, raising the income tax and it being for the sheriff's department, if we broke it down into department, wouldn't his department be paying for it?
Absolutely. If the sheriff is going to break out of the general fund, any department that is not in the general fund, you absolutely would want that in there. So in addition to the sheriff's budget, I'm making up a number, say $2.2 million. If his share of group insurance is $300,000 out of that, you would want that $300,000 to go to that new fund.
So the bottom line is, we haven't been through a tax hearing process, so we don't know how that's going to go yet, so we don't know if he's going to or not. So we've got time to worry about his folks. So from an auditor standpoint, which, right now, I guess is the easiest to make the most sense.
I would say because of the timeline, let's just put the lump sum in there. And then when we get that breakdown and count the number of employees in each office, then we could go back and add a line item specifically for each department. So you can be tracking, because you're always gonna have extra. If you have an employee that's gone, that leaves early, there might be, just like ours, I have vacant positions, so that insurance is in there. So, I know it's still all coming out the same, but if you're wanting it to come out of each individual's budget that's part of the county general, then you're gonna be dividing it out by employee. That's a lot of extra, but we can do that, but we got time to do that versus put a lump sum there now and then we'll
Main part is on the commissioner's side. Put the lump sum for the commissioners right now.
Remember that when we're talking general fund here, we're not actually taking it out of the general fund anyway. It's in edit. That's where that cost is coming from. So the discussion of whether, like in the case of the prosecutor, we're not gonna be adding anything to the general fund in terms of health insurance anyway. So,
That's absolutely correct. But prior to the correction, there was a general fund deduction out there, but that has been corrected.
right, and that was a mistake.
So if you keep the 445 or 500 or 600, whatever it is,
Correct.
you let it, again, now I'm talking, I can't shut up. But if you make a decision differently with lit edit, that is also a possibility.
Yeah.
That's now we're on two sides over.
Right, but as far as the prosecutor's budget at the moment, we wouldn't have any line item for health insurance. He's a part of the general, that's on edit. There doesn't have to be any split out or deductions, that kind of thing.
And it would add a workload, and Nicole just reminded me, that would mean that Sherry would have to be doing individuals in every department.
Yeah.
So again, lump in the commissioners as long as we make sure it's not over.
All right. Let's move ahead then.
So wages are all done, and the only thing is just going through the regular line items for user fee and the 4D to make sure those are correct. So whatever.
So the only difference is supplies.
All the user, if you remember, a month or so ago when you asked us to give up some money out of the general fund, we put that onto the user fee. So you would see that the user fee amount is increased by the amount that the council agreed to have us remove from the general. That does not reflect the $50,000 that we offered up at the last meeting, but the user fee budget, it is increased just by that amount.
34,493. Do you have any, Anton, do you have any more questions down there?
Not on that.
Or do you have anything else?
I just, we obviously went through kind of a gruesome process here recently, and from my perspective, I had staff that was very uncomfortable with the foundation that they were on, and I just kind of want to get a consensus from the group at this point as to, do we think that we've righted that part of it and that we're going to be moving on from additional personnel cuts?
I would
And
hope.
just deal with it in tax or some other way to keep these folks happy, healthy, and safe.
They need to go to work.
They need to go to work. I'll hold you to that. Thank you. I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you, Don.
And then,
So county user fee? So are you calculating?
34,493.
So we're leaving the FICA and her
Yeah, because that's based on the overtime.
Greg?
And then 40, what was your total? I had 177,461.
Good evening, Dakota and Greg. Good evening. Good afternoon. Forgive me.
Can we wait just 1 second? We got to total up something over here real quick.
You have 174.
While they're totaling it up, I'd like to make a suggestion that on our discussion list for tomorrow afternoon, we add this type stuff so that we don't keep the department heads here longer. Such thing talks as utilities, the separation of line items and the combination of line items outside of what the department heads are asking for. That way it'll keep minimal time for them here.
Yeah, just, if keep each other honest and nudge me if needed, and
You are an honest man, sir, the only way to take it.
thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the start?
7560.
Waiting on Anton.
Yeah, we're trying to get numbers to match over here on that.
So 674.
And
Sir.
the other day out at the state fair.
Put it down by saying.
42,674, 97,419, 10,717, 15,690, 2,500, 6,500, 500.
Oh, wait, maybe you
What? I didn't get. You used for popcorn? Where are these places? I wanna go.
500.
Popcorn.
Oh, popcorn, I thought you said pot growing. Like, hey,
That'd be good.
hey, as veterans with medical marijuana, we want.
177,
176.
Could've sworn you said popcorn. That's funny.
So no 4964.
It's Oracle Redenbacher lives on.
42674.
Yep.
9749.
Oh, wow.
717. 690. 2500. 60. 500. 500. I think I just. 7460.
Bingo.
Sorry.
All right, we're good. So wages. The appointed pay is gonna be, 52,496. And then regular wages is gonna be all of the highway positions plus the 2 support positions.
Yes, now, I have, I'm proposing, to, do away with 2 full-time laborers and 1 full-time truck driver.
So let's talk about that. So for 22,
Yes,
the 2 laborer positions you would kind of keep vacant,
I would keep them and 1 truck driver vacant.
kind of vacate them, I guess, and then one of the truck drivers, but we'll want to make sure the other is funded.
Yes, please.
So I'll make a note of that here. And then what about your seasonal? How did you want to handle that?
Well, we were a little bit at a loss on the matrix with that because I know they're paid different, but I would ask that the old structure of seasonal employees come back. That would be 3 seasonal truck drivers. Those truck drivers would be for the 9 weeks that school are out. I tap into the school system for those help, and then that, I believe, is 9 weeks. And
For 28 hours a week each, or how long per employee?
But if it's seasonal, I'd ask if we could work with 40, but I think we're working with 40 at 32 at the very least.
Which do you, are you?
I'd like to have them 40 hours.
40, okay. So 3 times 9 times 40 is what we're kind of need there, and that's for the truck driver part. What about the seasonal hole patchers?
Ladies and gentlemen, we had 4 before there, my brush cutters. We used one up to 23 weeks one time. It depended on how the money and how the weather was. When I didn't need them, I sent them home, and I went ahead and laid them off for the summer, but I had one the 1 year up until December, so I had him 23 weeks.
So 23 weeks, how many? 4 total, 23 weeks, and then since that's a larger period, they would be the 28
Yes.
per week, because they can't go above that. 4 times 3 times 8. All right, so 4.
And that 23 week is the largest number I think we would work with.
All right, so that'd be 2,576 hours for that one. 1,080 hours for your part-time truck drivers.
2000 what?
2,576. All right, so we've got everything we kind of need funded with dollar amounts. So let's do the math here. So it'd be 950,728. I take that back. Take that back. It's going to be 905, 533. And then part-time is going to be 45, 195.
What was the part-time again?
45, 195.
That's seasonal part-time, correct?
Seasonal part-time. And then that'll make FICA 81,214. And PERF 113,840.
So, moving down through here, we got an increase of $63,000 in gas, lube, and oil.
Well, right now in gas, I have 32% of my, gas lube and oil money left is to the, rise in fuel. So that's the reason for the upturn in fuel. But ladies and gentlemen, if fuel continues to go up, I think that's where it needs to be. Now, if we have to adjust, we have to adjust, but that's an uncontrollable figure that I have.
I'm sorry, when you did that, what number did you use as a reference? Current number, or did you put in a percentage?
I used the current one.
The current number.
I did. Everything that I used, and I've got it broken down. I used current numbers, is what I did, and everything that I did, but,
So you have,
Well,
yeah.
sometimes in future, you know, especially with gas prices as volatile as they are, if they go up again, you know, over the course of a year, that number can change drastically. So that's why I was hoping that you might have put some future.
It has in the last 6 months.
I know, trust me. I drive too.
So when you said you had 32% left for the current year,
yes.
what dollar amount was that? Do you have a dollar amount attached to that?
$67,344.34.
Hope we don't have a snowy winter.
Have you read your almanac yet?
I'm afraid to read the almanac.
And that's, that includes all claims and obligations paid through what date? To July or?
It was the day these were turned in. Sheila, if you could get, I can't remember the day that these were turned in, but it was as of the day the budget was turned in.
You're August 1st.
I'm just doing some math.
Tires and stuff went up that much, Greg? Or did you spend more than you thought last time here?
Tires went up quite a bit, and I will say the one thing, and I did adjust, we can adjust the tires back down some. One of the things, ladies and gentlemen, is we got caught with lease graders, and when those graders went back, I had to buy tires for them because they were below a certain amount of tread and they were $1,000 a tire. So I spent a lot of money on lease graders. I will tell you that we may have had the lease equipment at one point in time, but that's something the county needs to get away from. At least with the highway department.
We're also tied to your fuel expense. Tires go up, fuel goes up, tires go up.
Petroleum.
It should be a state deal.
But we're only talking, see,
Anton, where are you at?
that we're only talking I'm talking $12,000 when it comes to the graders, is what it went up, but otherwise, tires haven't gone up, yes.
I was on fuel, just looking at that. He only has 32% left, but we technically have 41% of the year left.
That is correct.
If you do the math. So, you know, that's a 9% variance. And if you do that on the 210,000 we've budgeted, then you'd want that number to at least be about 230,000 if you're going to figure up equal cost. But then if you figure an increase in the price of gas, then it's a guess, of course. So you figure 228, 229.
Split the difference, it's 63,000, let's give them 30,000, maybe 240.
240.
30, by your average of 9% negative,
That's just a break even on current price.
what if we just do 230? 240, I'm sorry, 240. Okay.
Now, I think if you.
Price increase.
Yeah, I would say, even if you figure in just the actual and where we're behind, that's the 230. But then if you figure another 10% increase in cost, then maybe that might be a little better number, and that would be 252.
Oh, okay, I see.
So a 10% increase in cost overall, plus the actual amount of gas they're using, both of those would be important factors to figure in. Do you think that we could get away with 252?
I like, we're about, I like to add in a little
Well, and that's
extra.
one of the other things that he just brought up. We had to deal with the pandemic and we were half staffed. We ran half the trucks for
Okay.
quite a period of time too.
If you pick up the newspaper, the Middle East is a flashpoint right now, so I think we ought to add a little. So 252 good?
Yes, sir.
Then you said tires and tubes at 40?
Yeah.
What about, back up to overtime, you didn't have any entered in here? Emergency, there were two different overtime line items, one was the emergency overtime you had the last year.
Excuse me, we just want to have one overtime line and that's what I wanted to discuss. It was to track our own internal control, and I think it's more of a nightmare to try to keep them separate than it is that way. So we were just the total of 40, but under just overtime.
Yeah, so 58.4 is what you've requested, is that still valid then?
Yes. Okay. And that's on projection to where we're at. And guys, that we'll work with whatever number that we have, that we can have the snow events and the weather events that we have. And the public demands more out of us now. A tree doesn't wait 2 hours.
True.
We go out in the middle of the night, it doesn't matter. So the 58.4 is the projection of where we would be.
Talk about the reduction, about 2 minutes and a half.
Well, I had to relieve 1176, 1173 somewhere, so if you flip through my budget, I'm relying more on 1169 for my other products. Is what I've had to do, so that's the reason that 1176, 1173, you're going to see that reduction.
What about the repair of equipment? We had a lot of breakdown and stuff.
Well, we've had a lot of breakdowns. I don't know any more than usual. My shop is always full, but what I can tell you is when you get modern equipment, the price goes up, and there's some things we can and we can't work on. And as I've told the commissioners, if that truck goes to Palmer, you just might as well get ready to spend $5,000. Sending something out is horrible. Now, we have been, when you look under my garage supplies, I have asked for more money because we have bought scanners, we're having to buy software so we can repair the equipment ourselves. But prior to that, we've had to send a lot of equipment off.
What he's telling you, Burl, is we got new equipment and antique mechanic. That makes sense?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I'm one of them.
You're an honest mechanic. You know, we didn't have all this computer stuff on the trucks. I don't know how did these trucks ever run before without these computers? I had to buy a $400 key programmer for my set of cars.
Yeah.
Everybody wanted
And, you know, and let's just be frank, if I go and hire a diesel mechanic, or ask you to hire a diesel mechanic, and somebody is trained, you're gonna tell me no. Because I'm gonna need to ask you for twice of what my top person is being paid right here to even get somebody to come do that.
That doesn't include the tools that he will have to have.
Alright, so other than de-icer and salt, an increase,
By the way, how were we on the prior winter season and ending up with the materials that we had and used? And I mean, what kind of a year was it?
Well,
Average, bad?
It was a bad year.
A bad year, okay.
We have a full barn.
Okay.
But we had to dip into 1169 because we had buy salt over what we already had. I am pleased to say that we got a full barn at a good price.
whatever happened with there was this salt deterioration on the metal of the barn. I think something was being done as far as lining it to mitigate that. Is it good now or is it rotting away?
Well, what we did, because there's nobody to build a new salt barn or build up the inside, we just put as much salt and sand in the barn. Easy solution. Not
We've
my
got a solution. Greg and I have talked about it. For $20,000, we can buy a canopy type tent that sits on the concrete barriers. We have got the concrete barriers sitting out there ready for that to happen. We can remove that salt and sand out of that building and put it into a salt barn just for that, and use that salt barn presently to put equipment in and get it out of the weather. But it's a $20,000 investment. I personally think it's minute for what it's gonna save us down the road, but that's what we're.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. You wanna take out the salt from the barn because the barn is not good enough.
It's eating, when the barn was built, Chuck, it's got metal brackets that hold it to the structure.
Okay, thank
The
you.
salt is eating those away.
That I didn't understand. Okay, thank you.
That's a good hard win.
But I'm still kind of worried because if you put equipment in there and you say a good hard win.
But we can save it if we get the salt and sand out of it.
Gotcha, okay, gotcha.
And what I did to mitigate it, we just don't put as much in it.
Alright, so
That's the problem.
I just missed that one.
Okay.
I'm trying
That's
to.
my fault, buddy.
Alright, so we're at the end of where we should be right now. So on page 2, I see there's an increase of 25,000 group insurance, okay, and liability insurance. That's your only
ending.
Yeah, that's all you've got there. And
And real quick, what was the estimated cost per employee on the health insurance? What was that dollar amount? I don't have.
Jim's the one. Did you say you got a breakdown today?
Take your second, go ahead and go on.
Yeah, we had that, one of those reports, I can't. Because now, since we have a new employee count, that's gonna be helpful in doing the math on that. And then, again, we can confirm that later, but, we'll need to be mindful of our employee count and then refigure, which will help with that number.
And we're gonna come in over budget on the insurances now.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it'll have to be increased to cover that.
so the loader payment is a little higher this year at 19,224.
Reason being, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think there was anybody, including myself, that didn't think that we were buying that loader, but that loader ended up being leased. And we got a $94,000 bill for it. So we ended up, the best way out of that situation was to purchase the loader. So we purchased the loader.
That's the
So
payments.
that is a little higher. Again, I would not recommend leasing any equipment with a balloon payment at the end.
The grant match has went down 100,000.
Or,
Grant match money?
well, what I did with the grant match, is it is hard to shoulder that all out of that fund, so you look at 1169, I've taken part of the grant match out of 1169. Now, of course, sitting this morning and listening to Jim, not knowing what the council's intentions would do in regard to raising and bidding taxes, but if that happens, I would ask, because I know what happens in other counties, that y'all find a different place for me to get that $250,000 to match that grant. If you in fact do that. But if not, I need to take out both those funds in order to match.
Can I speak there just a second? What we found out is other counties are using the lead edit fund to pay this matching grant. That way that money stays on the highway, goes to the roads, and it's not taking out of his budget. And that's what the edit fund was designed for. So that would give more money to the roads, to the taxpayers.
And it looks like for now, the other part of that 250 total, you have 150 in the MVH, but then you have the other 100 in the local road and street.
I do.
Okay.
Okay.
The guys, when I'm seeing, trying to alleviate some out of 1176, when it's all said and done, I've only got about $300,000 left after I pay all my expenses. That's it. Out of that particular fund, so I have to rely heavy on 1169.
Anton, do you have any totals yet?
Yeah, so go ahead.
Okay, so a split between 1176 and 1173. How do you want it set up? Do you want half of everything that they approved today to go into 1173 to start out January 1st with?
I do.
Okay.
And Jim and I spoke about that before we
Okay.
come in. Just needs
Just want
everything
everything cut
just
in
split down the middle.
I know you guys are trying to save money, but it makes it so much easier because he does know what his revenue is or the projected revenues are gonna be, to let him have a little bit higher. Because that going back and doing additional appropriations and just the legal fees and doing the advertisement is $63 to do the next one coming up for just the WIT increase. So I know we're trying to cut everybody else, but if this is not part of the general fund and it makes it so much easier on him to not have to do that back and forth and ask him for additionals and as long as he doesn't go over his projected revenue, that's.
So I have 2,827,426.
One more time, I'm sorry.
2,827,426. Which is actually just $2,000 more than the current year.
Yes. Well, the change in the employees helps a lot.
One other quick question for you. I noticed in the notes, there was, in repair of equipment, it had a note about a grinder. Is that, maybe that's an old note, but.
It must be an old note. We had a payment on a grinder, but we no longer have that.
Got it. Okay.
So as far as bridge
We got it
goes,
all last year.
you're done with taking a percentage out for employee wages there, and that's gonna go, to your culverts and bridges only.
Yes.
Yeah, and those figures we did in MVH are all cost, so that's already included in that.
So 412, 427.
Now, I know in budget hearings that, when we speak about bridge, just another date, I have right now 3 bridges closed. And 2 that the engineers say we need to replace since the last flood, and I have 2 scheduled to be replaced, and there will be money to replace 1 out of my budget. And unfortunately, that will fall upon the commissioners' shoulders to decide which one of those that will be. And after the flood, with what I've had, I used to go around and say, I don't know why they did what they did. This was one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. But I fully understand now when you have no money, that is the reason you do the fixing that you do. And I have had to do a lot of those, ladies and gentlemen, just to keep these roads open.
1169. Got a reduction in stone and bituminous, but you're adding culverts there to gain some ground, which I know you guys are, as you said, very busy there. And then 100,000 for the grant match out of 1169 as well.
And the culverts, we're able to buy culverts from using that money?
We have researched that. And
okay. Good.
That's good. Is that, I can't read this,
800,000.
800 even? Anybody have any more questions for Greg, Dakota? Sir?
Just a quick question, I'll give you a minute call. Greg, in the past, you've had expenses for employee drug testing, but I did see that line item, it's 38200. Did you want that included in 1176?
Actually, I do. I am required to be in compliance with DOT, and I need to be able to have my drivers tested to stay in compliance. It's on here.
I think it would fall into 1166 right between liability, insurance, and meals, and it's 38200, employee drug testing.
How much would we need to put in?
Look at what they expended. Your expenditure last year, for all of last year, was $2,034.50. So whatever you wanna go from there.
2,500.
I would say 2,000.
And then their chemicals was at 0, is that,
Yes.
okay. Just making sure.
So does that change that, Anton?
2,829,426.
Yep.
426.
Okay. Greg, I think we're good. Okay.
Jim, you brought that up, but we had intended to take that out of other services where we have already have.
So it's already budgeted?
It's budgeted. So I don't
Go back to
recall you-
2,827,000.
Okay, yes, I'm sorry.
Are we, is it okay though to separate it from an accounting standpoint though, or
That would be fine.
just lower your contract services? And I guess it depends on them and tracking, cause Jim, I take it that was on your radar because it's one of those that didn't originally have an appropriation.
Yeah, I didn't have any appropriations, I just wanted to make sure.
Sheila, if it's better, then yes.
Probably keep it, so contract services would just lower 2,000 then,
Others.
or other services. What line item was it? Other
All right, well, it
services.
goes back to 2,827,426. And Sheila, wherever you think works, go for
Just
it.
add that line item.
Got anything else? Thank you, guys.
Are you gonna be
You're
doing
taking it out of which
appropriations?
Other charges and
26 meeting?
services,
Are you gonna be doing additional? Okay.
or 30100.
Jack White.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Jack.
Doing fine. How are you, Chuck? I'm doing okay. Good.
Jack, thank you for everything you've been trying to do to get money for us and try to work with the state, try to get them to work with us, to help us out, and I know it's been disappointing.
It has been very disappointing. I tried the nice guy approach at first and then it worked. I went the other direction and that didn't work, and so now I may have a couple enemies for life up there, I don't know, but they come down and sang a song that they were gonna do this and gonna do that, and they didn't do anything. So, and it looks bad on the emergency management office when you had $3 million damage to the county road infrastructure and there's nothing that can be done. That's exactly why the state disaster relief fund is in place. And in my opinion, it should have been opened up for a few counties, and Owen County is one of them, and it wasn't. So
There's $25 difference in advertising and $1,000 difference in registration and conference.
okay, that is the LEPC budget. And that does not, Sheila can explain this better, but it's my first time of being here for the LEPC budget. Sheila's always taken care of that in the past, and since she abandoned me, it's on me now. She's still taking care of me, but can you speak for that?
That's the local emergency planning committee, and again, those funds come from the state. We usually, it averages about $3,000. It varies here and there. Very minimal is ever used out of it, and there's a pretty good cash balance in there right now as well. But these are just the minimal expenses that are needed to do your yearly advertising and to buy a few supplies and things. But this is state grant money that.
And I say that just so everybody knows that, hey, that's the only thing we're asking for out of that budget.
Yeah, and it will not affect the general fund any, because it is strictly out of the right to know money. It comes from the state of Indiana where people apply for hazardous materials permits and things like that. And then it's funneled to the county, and then the local emergency planning committee, as you all know, Andy, is over those funds.
Right.
And what I've tried to do, a couple of things there, like a conference or two, maybe will be attended. That's why some of that was raised, to try to just take a little bit off the general fund, and maybe out of the EMA budget.
And as far as your civil defense, there's no change in the budget, so we'll go through the FICA.
Number for you, 43,200. And FICA will be 3,305. And perf will be 4,838. I think everything else in his budget was the same.
What'd you say FICA was?
FICA was 3,305.
Jack, do you have any questions of us?
I do not.
I think, does anybody have any questions?
For 443.
Yeah, those monies that come in, that you board overseas,
Did I what?
that your board overseas.
Okay, the LEPC?
Yeah, could that ever be used towards your pay?
No. they are very strict, and that money is very limited on what it can be spent on, and it's mainly to fund the annual exercise that we do here. We do it, well, we didn't, because of COVID last year, we normally have a pretty big exercise, and that's the main expense that we have out of that. We can't even purchase like a pair of binoculars if there's a big event, a hazardous spill. I mean, they consider that responding equipment, and we can't even purchase those. They are, radios, nothing. They're very strict on it. You're welcome.
Thank you for your service.
You're welcome. So, is it for me?
Take care of your buddy Chris.
I think I have a set of binoculars.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about Chris. I've known him for 40 years. I didn't get to see him on Sunday, but I've never talked to him on the phone and hung up and been as concerned about him as I was. Shook him to the
Keep
core,
talking
I'll
to
tell you
him.
that.
Keep talking.
Yeah.
All right. Get up here.
Please, Kathleen.
Hoping you were gonna forego the break.
Well, you've had a lot of juggling back and forth between these two funds, trying to get it all to work.
Yeah, I didn't get it to work 100%, but I got it a lot closer than it was. Mainly just because some items cannot be paid out of 1222, so, it's close. Closer than it was.
So the position you're in, that, I have that dollar amount as 45,551.
So, as you guys can see, when I submitted my budget, I did, request a raise. I understand where the county is, I understand what is happening, but, still, you're never gonna get anything if you don't ever ask for it. I am currently the lowest paid department head that manages a staff of people, and we are also staffed 24 hours a day. I feel like I've had to do a lot of fixing, and correcting over there at the dispatch center. A lot of things that really should have been, a lot of stuff that was done incorrectly that now I'm having to pay for to correct. And just, I feel that, you know, my 17 years of doing 911 services, that has allowed me to be able to recognize some of the issues, the redundancy issues, the IT issues, our radio problems that we have that we're starting to get moving on a bunch of those projects, and even the quality of service that is now coming out of the 911 center versus what was there in the past has greatly improved. So, like I said, I'm asking, and you can never get in, I guess, too much trouble if you ask, but I'm asking, so.
So, here's the thing, and I speak only for myself here. I think brighter days are ahead for the county. I don't think we're there yet, and, you know, at the beginning, we normally talk about COLA and things. Clearly, there is some inflation nationally and things, so that's a priority for everybody. Unless somebody, you know, unless we find a way, I think that will be foregone. And, but it's noted, you know, if anyone else.
I just wanna ask one question. In the funding of where your money comes from, is there availability to pay for it from that as far as?
So, are you saying the money that I bring in, the revenue that's already projected, is that going to fund it? I'm not gonna come to you guys for money to fund?
Yes.
Yeah, it would be self-funded.
So the raise itself would be under that particular section of the public, or 911 communications.
You all, mine's more out of principle. than it is the funding line, but if you guys, want to discuss,
I don't think it's, perhaps we should discuss it at the same time we discuss COLA, but I don't think we should quite dismiss it as quickly as perhaps some would like. I think fair discussion should be made tomorrow afternoon we discuss the COLA and so forth. A reminder again that she is serving in a position that appears, and what other, I don't know what's on his pay, she is doing it for about 20% less than what other people are being paid. And what she has done, and this is me, again, I'm just touting how good she is.
I don't disagree with you one bit, as far as quality.
But it should be, and I'm not saying you're not, I'm just touting,
Yeah.
that's all. I think it should be at least discussed based on that particular line.
Okay.
Yeah, and I understand, I took the position at a pay rate and everything, but sometimes it's a very hard pill to swallow whenever, several of my employees bring home more money than I do because they're allowed to make overtime, yet I have to make sure that they dot all the i's, cross all the t's, and we continue to do what we do, and I am still working your console and still work next to them as well, so, it's not that I'm just shut in my office only doing supervisory things, I'm there too doing the job as well, so it's just, asking, so.
You've done a fantastic job.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question about the level of service that you've provided and the improvements that you've made and management of things that you've seen through month to month. And as you know, the timing is pretty bad.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, just last year, we completed our work on job descriptions and weighting things and all that. Unfortunately, that got scuttled because of our financial situation, and I know there's some folks that are disappointed in that. But that doesn't mean that that's not valid, and it doesn't mean that's not something we're going to do. And in that, this is one of those examples where looking specifically at what you do and your position compared to a straight up communications officer or a jailer or, the whole host of positions, they're all weighted more objectively and fairly, and that will allow us to tackle that when we have money.
Right.
To do that. And so I don't want to lose sight of that. And that's good you brought it up because that's exactly what plays into that.
Yeah, and I know that once the county gets into a better situation and everything like that, anticipate me coming back to ask for raises for my people again, because I asked for them last year, and it didn't happen because situations, so this year was the year to try to ask for myself, and I've had those conversations with my employees. I feel about this big asking for something for myself when I know my employees aren't getting it, so, but they were all behind me, so that's why we're asking, but yeah, I'm gonna continue to ask for my department and my employees and myself, and because that's my job, is to take care of them, so.
So holiday pay is in here, and that's something that we got added because it was left out previously. So fortunately, we created a formula for that, and we have some math. I believe next year is an election year. And so I refresh my memory, isn't there a different number of days that we actually are considered paid in an election year rather than a regular year? I want to make sure we have the number of days correct. Right.
It's two more.
Primary day and the general?
In general, yeah.
So in our math, it's going to be, instead of 12 days, it's 14. 12 times 8 was 96, but 14 times 8 is 112. So let me do the math.
And I also want to make sure you're doing this off of the 10 employees, not the current 9 that I have.
That is correct.
Okay.
We do have the new one in there. Yes.
Okay, I just wanna make sure that spot's there, cause obviously I haven't hired it yet,
It's gonna be budgeted for, cause
Yes.
we approved it. Let's see here. And, you know, it's using an average rate over the whole year, it's just a general, it's gonna be a little different. But for the 10 total positions, that's gonna come in at $18,023.
You're reducing overtime by 5,000?
yes, reducing overtime by 5,000 because you guys approved to hire that 10th employee. So that person is gonna be used as a float, so that will allow me a float on both rotations, so that will minimize, overtime greatly. I didn't wanna drop it down too far, just, in case, cause COVID is still here. So, still wanted to keep it at 10 and then revisit that in 23.
So in the training drop 5,000?
Training?
Or
No,
professional services, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so professional services, we had that listed, when I was using Ritter Strategic Consulting, to help with a bunch of stuff. And we've only used, I have it right here, out of that for 21, I have only used professional services, 10% of that, so I still have about 90% of that from 21's budget left over. And I don't foresee really, anything big coming in that's going to exhaust that at all, so. That's why I dropped that and then moved the 5,000 that I dropped from that, I put it into, contract services, because once we get the radio project, completed this year, we'll have a year warranty with it, but, at the end of 2022, I'll have a maintenance agreement that'll come due, that's roughly $10,000, and, that will cover the cost of that and all of my other contracts, so.
Yeah, and some of these appear now that used to be in the other fund.
Yeah.
As well, so. Can we go back up to FICA and perf real quick?
Yeah,
Make sure
please.
everybody's numbers are
Wait on
good.
you.
So FICA is 31,297, and perf is 45,821. And if you'll notice, the regular wages is actually 0 on this, but the FICA and the perf are all paid from this fund. That's gonna be fun to mix around, but, when I did the math on all 10 positions, let me figure that in real quick here. I might change those numbers just a little bit, sorry. So FICA was 31,234. And perf was 45,728.
What was it again, 45?
45,728. Group insurance is still kind of variable there, we're not sure.
Yeah.
That amount will come into play at some point here.
Yeah, cause, I know we're talking 2022.
Yeah.
That is the same amount that's been budgeted every year, so I never changed it, cause I had no idea what it actually was, but, I did some projections and I think my 2021 is gonna be too short. I'm seeing that it's actually gonna be running just under $76,000.
It's not far off, but.
Not far off, but I have a cash balance that once we get towards the end of the year and we see what that's gonna do, I can do the appropriation for that. But it also depends on, this 10th position, if it's somebody from within the county, they come over with insurance versus if it's not somebody within the county due to qualifications and I hire outside, they don't carry insurance for 3 months anyway, so it's
Yeah, it'll just
kinda back
give or
and forth.
take, it might make up a few difference there, but generally you could have up to 11 full-time individuals, you and your
Counting
staff
myself,
included,
yes.
that technically could be budgeted for here, you know, assuming everybody's signed up and all that stuff. And is this another area where, Jim, where we probably should have a workers' comp
Yes.
line item added, you know, that kind of thing, and again, a weight, it probably wouldn't be huge, but just to make sure we have something there.
And then also some of the liability, correct, Sheila, cause that was some that you guys went in and took out in July.
Are you talking the, just the, in regular insurance?
No, liability,
Yeah, property and liability
Yeah,
for, sure. So we will also put some kind of a line item in for that? And that be in 1222?
yeah, those. Yes, that can come from 1222. And if it cannot, I will look at this statute on it before I leave today, and then I can let you guys know if that can be expendable out of 1222 or if we have to do it from 1235. Because I have the paperwork on my computer, so.
So I have 268,536. So 238, or 268,536 is what I have for a total now.
Okay,
And then on 1235 for wages, it's 334,713. And then she just had supplies at 2,600, uniforms at 1,100, and then the loan payment in there for the dispatch.
what's the grand total?
I have 439,944.
39,944.
I increased uniforms by 100 due to that 10th person, because each person gets $100, so. And that's the only difference in that number.
Kathleen, you are appreciated.
Thank you.
Do you have any more questions of us?
I don't believe so, not at this moment.
We appreciate your service too.
Yes.
Alright, so who's ready for a break? Alright, so it's 2:35.
We're just a little ahead of schedule. Can we do the council's budget real quick? Go ahead and slip that in, get that finalized.
Sure.
Does that sound okay?
Anything in there?
Yeah, the wage,
Up, right?
we have the new wage amounts here. Let's see. So 43,185, which is the same. Per FICA is all the same.
What's the Allen Hall? Rescue, right?
I think Chris could answer that. I think it's been answered before. Where is council? Or did I lose my?
It's near the front.
See?
Really, the council's was unchanged.
Fifth one.
59.
Whatever. Ah,
It's the one that says council.
Whatever.
Okay, I missed your, what'd you say, Anton?
43,185.
3304, 4837, and then all the rest are the same as before.
That's 59,165.
59,165.
I have 59,166.
Well, that's fine.
Okay.
59.
So the Allen Hall amount for your reference, Nick, is, there's a gentleman named Allen Hall that I think had died in a bad accident that would have been saved if they had the jaws of life or the equipment needed to get him out. And so there was a group that was formed that manages a fund that supports rescue equipment and trucks and things like that. And it's always been a commitment to pay for that or put money towards that. And so it was put into our budget years ago to make sure that that gets.
Would it not be unreasonable to ask them to come in and?
Yeah, and I don't know who the contact is.
Familiar with them, because I've been on 10 years and I've heard the same answer.
Chris would be the one to organize that through, who the current contact would be and what the balance is and what their plans are.
Yeah, it would be
Could
nice.
we ask what's in that fund, Sheila?
It's not a fund maintained by the county, it's towards that entity's fund.
So
Hey,
maybe
guys,
the
they do
family
need to
cut
come
a
in.
check for $5,000, right?
Yeah.
So let us know.
I got a question. It says that, 2017 and 2018 community grants, were budgeted as 0 for 19 and 20, which that's not accurate.
Well, that's budgeted out of edit though.
Oh, I got you. So got you.
They moved it.
Okay, so we're good with that, right? So in that case, can we still shoot for around 10 till?
Yep, well, yeah, sure.
Alright. Let's break. Hi, Matthew.
Got their bellies full.
Hi, Matthew.
Right?
Steve? Could I have 1 minute to start, or let me know?
Yes, sir. She brought the brains behind the operation, right?
I might have got it back.
I've got a script right here, I just gotta link it so you can read it.
I guess we can, put a 0 next to officer uniforms.
Yes, the first thing I would say was not gonna sit here today in all body armor and 40 pound, I'm fat enough the way they is. So, before we get started, once again, we've talked about this, and, but I wanna, reach out to Chris and his staff. A lot of people don't know what goes on behind the scenes for public safety, first responders, and for, Mr. Staley to be in a situation that he was in, to make sure that, 2 kids got absolutely the best care while he was dying, shows the kind of leadership that you have in public safety. Mr. Staley, passed away, but he made sure that those 2 kids had everything they needed. So, hats off to them. Second thing, it's not a concern, but something I want to ask you about. We just talked about this morning with Jim. Thank Jim for your presentation, and Mr. Peters, talking about raising the tax and the public safety tax and taking my budget out of general fund and to be into a total public safety tax. I understand where you're going with that. But to go ahead and address my budget without knowing whether you're gonna go with that tax, or even if you're gonna do that, or a tax amount or whatever, do you have any concerns with that? Because it will change the way things are allocated to the sheriff's department, money-wise. I won't have $2 million budget in 2021.
So, with that, the work you've done on your budget, without, any increase, I'm gonna put it as plainly and generically as possible. There's been no tax increase. So
Right.
That's how we're going to proceed until, we know otherwise.
Sounds good. I'm ready. On my elected official pay, me and Jim's in the process of this. Jim will be drafting up an MOU for the council. I have refused my, salary increase. He'll be drafting up an MOU for you to sign. That's under my discretion whether I receive a pay increase or not. And at this time, until we see where all the chips fall and lie, whether we didn't hire one jailer and laid off the part-time cook, I don't feel right by getting a raise and knowing that somebody's lost their job.
There again, without that being approved, we're gonna have to go off.
Sure.
Your elected official pay.
So let's, if we can, make sure all our wage stuff adds up, because this is always the most complicated one of the group. I suggest we do some things in reverse so we can peel off what we know easily. So the first item is for your, the 4 jailer positions that we're gonna put under the correctional facility. I wanna make sure that we identify the exact 4 that you've kind of settled on, and then I suggest we put those dollar amounts in so we know what to not include in the other totals, if that makes sense.
Sure.
So let me go back to my sheet, and so we're not doing names here, there's position numbers that are kind of connected to each of those. Which ones do you recommend we use for the correctional?
Well, I had names associated with mine and Tom, so, but it's the ones that you had associated to those names, I should have probably put that number down. It's the 4, lowest paid, jail employees.
Just straight up.
Straight up.
4 lowest numbers.
Yes.
Okay, so let me look at that here.
It's jailer? 4 lowest jailers?
Yes.
Isaac Wood. Said Isaac Wood.
There's a new hire, and would that classify as one of the lower? Okay. And do you know offhand the training and shift on those? Is it a first shift?
First shift,
First
as of right now. But I would like to add, when you were talking about this, our threshold, we cannot cross over $169,000.
Total.
Total, that's our threshold. You can't go $169,001, we get red flag for that. I suggest that you take the second shift, which is the highest paid shift, when you calculate these 4 individuals, because they're gonna be working a lot of second shifts. I'd rather calculate high on what the wages are gonna be, come in a little bit lower, because if you calculate all first shifts, most of the people work first shift, they're gonna go second shift anyway. It's part of the training, it's part of the rotation to begin with, so take the 4 lowest paid individuals that you have right now and make sure you use the per diem for the second shift, the highest rate. Make sense?
The new one is second shift, no certification.
Oh, okay, so second shift on that one, all right. No training. All right, so looking at those numbers then, let's see what we've got. All right, so that's one of the 4. And then essentially I have, and Matt, you probably have this visualized on your copy of the spreadsheet, but the bottom 2 and then the 4th to the last are the ones that I have. It's positions 26, 47, 50, and 51.
Which are not the same ones that are appropriation.
Right, and that's okay, because it's the dollars
So you're not going
that's,
over that.
yeah. Because there'll be a new salary ordinance for 22 anyway, so. All right, so 142, 310. All right, so I have 142,310 as the exact number now. And then I have FICA at 10,887 and PERF at 15,939. And just to do a little double check here, if I add those 3 up, that's 169,135. So,
Here's something that you can do. In 2021, it's not gonna affect you. You can run 2021 because you're not gonna reach that $169,000 threshold. When 2022 gets here, you can monitor your wages that you're taking out of the correctional facility. And when you get up to like October of 2022, see where you're at, see how close you are to that threshold, and if you look like you're gonna go over the 169,000, you'll have to revert back to the general fund to pay the rest of the remaining year out.
yeah, it's close, but I think and from an accounting standpoint, when payroll is in their groove and they're processing payroll for those 4 individuals, if they can keep it consistent coming out of that same fund for most of the year, if towards the end of the year, because one of those individuals might change shifts, they might change training, there's gonna be some things that'll happen in there.
Something else is gonna change too. Right now for 2021, it's 169,000. 2022, the threshold's gonna be higher. because you're gonna be receiving more money into your correctional fund, money.
Assuming lit goes up,
If
yes,
everything goes
correct.
according, so we'll just have to, keep an eye on it, through next year, around October, we can make an assessment.
Anton, are we back on page 1 now?
Yeah, so, and then to finish out that budget, he had 150,000 in maintenance. So the total I have is 319,135. Is that what you have?
Anton, forgive
I
me,
just correct.
I was on the wrong page, if you could repeat the correctional facilities, wages like a perfect again.
Yeah, so the wages is 142,310. FICA is 10,887. PERF is 15,939.
Thank you.
And then maintenance is 150,000.
Thank you.
So that's 319,135.
That last number again?
319,135.
Thank you.
Anton, did you have position 26?
Yeah, that was one of them.
Do you still have that as Robin Bean?
No. No, I have your new hire.
Just making sure.
Yeah, so, it'll be positions 26,
47, 50, 51.
47, 50, and 51. All right, and then continuing with kind of our reverse order here, let's go to security. So for regular wages there, I have 96,983.
Where you at, Anton?
Security.
Security,
Between correctional and government.
96,983. And then I want us to go down to part-time for a moment here. We have 2 individuals currently that appear to be scheduled regularly, right, in those roles. What kind of hours per week would you say? Are they scheduled up to that 28 hours consistently per week? Or has there been a mix, or what kind of?
They do the 56 hours every payroll.
Got it, so very consistent, okay. So I'm gonna change something here. So what I suggest just internally on our spreadsheet is we'll just keep those 2 since we've got names and they're kind of permanent part-time type positions. I'm just gonna make sure the total hours are based on the 28 hours a week max for both. So I'm gonna enter 1,456 hours twice, essentially. And then if I add up the total of those, that's gonna be our part-time line item. It's 50,662. And as we talked about earlier in the year, we figured that we didn't need PERF for the 2 full-time because they're a part of the police officer retirement. So that, we don't need to put anything in that line item. And they don't get the holiday pay because they're off on the days the courthouse is closed. So the FICA then would be 11,295. And then we have 1,500 for uniforms.
Right.
So I have 160,440 for the total budget.
Thank you.
Does that sound good?
I'm curious, well, that's dropped over the last few years. What's changed?
Didn't give-
There is no PERF. The PERF is wound up not being needed because they're a part of the police retirement.
Yeah.
That's right.
So it had been budgeted, but it wasn't
No,
needed.
I'm not talking about perf, I'm talking about uniforms.
Oh, on uniforms?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a decrease from 5,000 to 3,000 and now 1,500. I can't honestly believe that it's dropped that much.
Just for security, Jim, individually,
Yeah,
they just don't use uniforms much.
okay.
They're not tearing their uniforms up and around.
No, I get that, but
Yeah, a little different.
at the same time, 1,500 seems low to me, but, you know, it's your call.
Unless they head to the basement or something. Who knows, right?
They were expensive when I was there, of course, you know, I was big.
All right, so now, since we've kind of got,
$14.99.
since we kind of have the, those kind of separate, now we can add up what goes on to the regular sheriff budget and figure that up here. So part-time is going to be based on the cook is the only one that's part-time, really. And that individual is going to be also 28 hours a week times 52 weeks, correct? Okay, so that total is also 1456. And that amount then will be 16,241.
Part-time.
Yeah, part-time.
16,000.
Yeah. And then in regular wages, we're gonna have all regular road deputies. And then we're gonna have the jail officers that weren't a part of the correctional facility fund. Then we have the matron. And then we have the office admin. Are we missing anybody?
No, making office admin, road guys. Jail, minus the 4.
All right, so the total is 1,125,260. And then holiday benefits, again, we're basing that on 14 days, since it's an election year. So if we take the average for all the road officers, and then we take all the jailers, because we're not splitting that out in the correctional. That's gonna be 64,714. FICA then is going to be 104,972. Well, I take that back. So overtime, there was an increase for that. Maybe we should talk about that first. FICA's on that.
Oh, we do.
Yeah, go ahead.
Here's a situation that you have, of course, overtime. You don't budget for comp time. Overtime is something that's essentially critical for us, especially in the jail, road division, whole 9 yards. We're trying to keep the comp time down to 80 hours per person. I know the commissioner brought that up, stuff like that. By state statute, I'm not governed by that. But we've kept it that way for several years. We want to keep it at that, you know what I'm saying? But in no budget for that, we're gonna have to have an increase in overtime because you budget for that. If we're gonna be needing overtime with the jail, seems like that's the biggest case of turnover is the jail. Somebody we had another guy left yesterday. So the turnover in the jail is, it's just, it is what it is. And with the situation we have on the road, having to work overtime for certain things it's just there. I'd rather have an increase in overtime, as I would putting on comp time. But what it boils down to, if you don't have no overtime money, the guys, they're gonna get comp time. I can't just say, well, we get 80 hours, you're done. Can't do that. Public safety, you have to pay them one way or another. I'd rather have it in the budget for overtime as to get more and more comp time built up and have to pay that out in the long run, if that makes sense.
So when you have someone like that's left and there's that turnover, there's some unused regular wages, and I know that's at regular time anyway, but there is a little bit of a cushion then in what's unused that could be used or transferred at some point. Have you figured that estimate in at all as to what the, before the overtime is relied upon?
No,
Okay.
But you understand, we didn't, you're paying 4 out of the correctional facility, but then we didn't hire one either. You know, kind of cut back, so really you've got 5 people not being paid. The jail turnover, getting people to train them, you have to have qualified people to train these other people. So they'll have to either work another shift with them, stay over and work with them. So what you have, it's time consuming, because you get somebody trained.
Got it.
And next thing you know, they're going someplace else, because to be honest with you, working in jail is not for everybody. They think it is, oh man, I get to work for the sheriff's department, this is great, you know, I'm part of law enforcement, then they get to handle the prisoners. No, that's really the turnover so great, so I'd rather have a cushion in overtime as to think, man, we're running out of overtime, and now we're gonna have to go to comp time, because you don't budget for comp time. You can budget for overtime.
Sure.
If that makes sense. If we don't use it, but like me and Matt said, we're using our overtime first. You know, we'll spend it, not foolishly, but, you know, we still got some money left in overtime, like $14,000. But we know the things that we've got coming up here, that it's gonna take a lot of that overtime money, because we have things we have to do, you know, for the safety side of it. So I'd rather have more money in overtime than I would keep beefing up the comp time. Because you're gonna have to pay the comp time out sooner or later anyway, if that makes sense. We try to utilize, we don't, we've only got, I think, one employee that's over comp time, and that's already been dictated what time they're gonna be taken off, so we try to keep everybody to 80 hours within, you know, just a few hours one side or another, but the guys have done well with it, and they understand it. We're just gonna need some cushion for overtime. I don't wanna get in the bind.
So you've used, according to the record, 71% of your 50,000 that you have budgeted so far.
Yes, sir.
But if you do the math, the target is 58. So that difference is what you're under or over, you know,
Yes.
cost.
And I'm not gonna, don't throw no gas on the fire, but you're gonna see that overtime amount probably decrease fairly significantly. I can say, you know, why it is what it is.
So, and I'm just doing like we did for the gas.
Sure.
Is I took the amount that has been in place, recalibrated that to stay even at least with what we've actually been using. So that would be another 6,500, it's over 10%, 13% higher. So you're looking at least, if you're gonna stay even with our actual operations, you'd need to have about 56,000 budgeted, 56.5. And then they said in 2020, we spent 60,500. So, I'm thinking if it's doable, you know, maybe a 61 or a 62 might be a better figure maybe to go with and see what happens.
But, you know, and once again, that's up to you.
I mean, not knowing, but.
It's an unknown factor. We'll spend no more than we absolutely necessarily have to. I just want to make sure you have a cushion in the budget.
Everybody good with that, 62?
So 62?
All right, so FICA then is gonna be 104,360. And then, perf.
Sam, some of your employees.
Perf's gonna be a mess.
Yeah.
Some of your employees get hurt.
Jail staff and,
Civilians. Papers for this.
I have a question, Anton.
Yes.
When, I mean, there, at the end of, was it 2020 that you had to come back with a, what, 153,000 in additional,
156,000.
yeah, $156,000. And wasn't that due with overage on payroll? So what was the reason for that?
I think that part of it was overtime, but then there was also holiday pay was not figured in. It was being taken out of maybe overtime or regular wages.
Holiday pay and school resource officer.
And then the school resource, that's the other one.
Okay, so that was not budgeted in correctly then at that, and that's why you had to come back at the end of the year?
Yeah, SRO was a new position that was added mid-year, so we would have never gone through budget hearings with that, but we added it. And then for some reason, holiday pay was never accounted for.
Okay.
I'm not
Because I just
sure
want to
why it
avoid that
was.
this time.
But yeah, with holiday pay now having a line item and with the overtime being tweaked, and we already include the SROs and every position we've got so far is included now in these totals, then there should be zero surprise in terms of wages. I said, let me stress that again, zero surprise at the end of the year for that, so. And our 2021 budget includes holiday pay.
Okay.
We already put it in last, and it also includes the positions that are being. All right, so perf, I'm gonna need more time on that, so go ahead without me. That's gonna be,
All right, so while he's working on that, overtime, we've got it 70,000.
62.
That's right, I'm sorry, I put it in the wrong spot. Supplies went down. Equipment went down. Stayed the same on gas, oil, and lube. Is that accurate based on price increases?
No, absolutely not. But the thing that saves us is we have fuel reimbursement. Because other county entities might get fuel from our tank. And right now we have $64,000 in fuel reimbursement.
So that
Take a dollar or two. It offsets it, and we'll have to whatever we decide later on, you guys maybe will decide what we feel, but we're okay.
Are you, rather than doing additional appropriation later, you think you'll be able to make it?
I think we'll make it 60,000, 61,000 left.
All right, the wash on tires. Repair of equipment went down. General supplies went down significantly. Bedding went down. Okay, rotation of vehicles. That's the correct rotation of vehicles.
That is it, that's three vehicles.
Okay.
And that's an edit anyway?
Yes.
It shouldn't be in this budget,
That's
so,
an edit fund.
Okay,
so that should be a zero.
zero that out. Trainings went down. Trainings went down. Extraditions went up.
No, leave expedition for $2,000.
Okay,
For extradition.
with that adjustment, copy machine lease is 2660.
That copy machine lease will be paid out of your tax warrant processing fees, so that'll be zero.
All right, thank you.
Yes,
Copy machine lease is zero.
yes, it'll be paid out of the tax warrant processing fees. That's the processing fees that the secretary does for labor.
Dentals went down. Medical's the same. Just a slight increase on contract services. Vehicle repairs went up 10,000.
Yeah, and the reason for that, just everybody know parts are skyrocketing. Tires are skyrocketing, brakes, and we just have to make an adjustment.
Mills went down. All right.
I have one question. Even though I know you're doing the tax warrant paying this there, is that a part of the stuff that you, as part of your contract, are not taking the tax warrant money and you're putting it back in the sheriff's department, or is this something else I'm missing?
This is the tax warrant processing fee.
The processing.
Process fee, two separate things.
Okay, thank you.
But
Let's
we
go
have,
ahead and turn to the next page. We'll run through those since they're material. So, toxilizer service contract, same, slight increase in contract, $10,000 increase in vehicle repair there. I think we got the same, I think we've got the same.
Yeah, it's the same.
Same page, it's all the same, sorry.
Thanks, Sheila.
All right.
Actually, in all fairness, the sheriff submitted several budgets, so
Okay.
we had to keep tossing.
Good, so.
You're welcome.
Wanna make sure he had.
Yeah.
Yeah, so firearms is all the same.
How many tires do you guys need?
You need to understand the thing about firearms, we no longer receive any permit money for lifetime or 4-year permits, so just give you a heads up.
Thank your legislature for that.
Thank you legislation for that, but in the future, you will be budgeted. You will be budgeted for firearms in the very near future. We don't receive any fees anymore. Thank you, legislation for that.
So firearms, 26,000.
So we went through project income and have,
No, have you did you go through jail housing? That was right after firearms.
wait, I think we got two for, no, that's canine. Okay. We'll go up to jail housing, but do you mind if we go through project income?
That's fine.
All right, you got a $2,000 increase in supplies there. A $1,500 increase in equipment.
This is just, it's not it's the request. Project income is an income fund. It's not a budgeted fund for the council.
Okay.
This is just simply, this is what we're gonna need
So
up front.
10,000 and you're taking care of it.
Yes,
And K9, is that the same?
same thing.
Yep.
26 on that total?
Yes.
And you had equipment down, are you planning a project or something like that?
Well, equipment is for cages, stuff like that, and vehicles. It's unfortunate that when you buy a new vehicle, that your other cage won't fit a new vehicle. So you have to make accommodations. You know, it's a gimmick. They all talk to each other and they figure out how they're gonna get you money. I'm sorry, that's.
All right, so
Oh, cronyism?
I wouldn't say.
jail housing.
Yes. You find that. I don't know what that was.
That's went up quite a bit.
That is simply just a maintenance request for jail housing, once again. No, let's see, yeah. Your jail housing, money is different than your correctional facility money, okay? The jail housing, I can use the jail, we also, you know, we occupy the old EMS building, as well as we occupy a storage unit now. And everybody thinks they're God, Sheriff, how many buildings do you need? Well, when we was all crammed up in the jail, you know, dispatch that, we're all out now. That money can be used for any of those facilities, as I deem necessary. So we have to have money available for that, because as you know, when we're talking about jail housing money, that's gonna come into play here as your meetings progress about what we're gonna be doing with some of the jail housing money. I just need to make sure that we have that avenue to utilize that money if necessary to other buildings.
You're saying Sam has to come back and have, ask for an additional appropriation. Put it here and then if we need it, it's there.
Yeah, if we need it, it's there. I mean, hopefully, you know, the jail housing money that we have now, I'm sure we're gonna talk about this in the other meetings. Some of that money is going to be used for other things this year alone.
My question is, in order to be more specific, you've got a budget that's more than double from the last year.
Mm-hmm.
So can you explain why, you know, specifically
Yes,
why it's double?
Because we're occupying the other two buildings at full capacity now. We may not need this money, but if I do need it for the old EMS building or for the building that I'm in now, or the storage unit building, I just wanna make sure we have the money available to us.
So you don't have anything specific that you're planning for necessarily? I mean, there's gonna be incidentals and situations anyway, but, you know, I'd rather budget for the, kind of the common things that are gonna be coming up. If there's a special project, then we can always appropriate.
Jail housing is not a budgeted fund, it's an income fund that we receive from the state. This is not a budgeted fund.
Well,
This money, if we don't use it, stays there.
It's still a budget, the fund has a budget,
Well,
but its revenue source is
Sure.
income. But I'm still, you know, we wanna be as accurate as we can with the numbers.
I totally understand, we can cut it back, you know, we can scale it back to 41,000. If we need it, I can come and ask for additional appropriation. I just wanna make sure that I have enough money allocated from other buildings, because I know exactly where my jail housing money is gonna go here in these other meetings. And I have to make sure I'm gonna reserve enough money in my jail housing money to see us through.
Yeah,
I have to.
you're gonna rely on it a little more, yeah.
Heavily.
Well, for supplies, I mean, would 30,000 be okay, or?
Yeah.
Now, your maintenance, we moved over to the other fund, so that part, the maintenance was very volatile. That was probably the worst part of the whole thing, is trying to deal with that, repair and maintenance. But if that element's gone, and now you're looking more for some more operational things, then maybe a lesser amount would be okay.
And, you know, you have to understand that when you're talking about maintenance, you gotta be kind of careful, because your correctional facility money does not maintenance the EMS building.
Yeah,
It does not maintenance the building that I'm in, or my road officers in.
So.
Should we have a little something maybe in that line item then as well?
It probably wouldn't hurt, I think, we was kind of thinking, hey, this is a great thing to move everything to the correctional facility.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that.
Me either. So
Yeah.
that's strictly just for the jail.
Yeah.
That's the only thing you can use that for, but maintenance, you know, we can put
5,000 maybe?
5,000 in there if we want to,
And would 30 for supplies be
that's
sufficient?
fine.
So 30, 75, 7,500, 5,000.
That's 50,000 even.
That's good.
The fund balance has 318,000 in it. Is that what you,
Well,
is that after
no,
the,
no,
okay, so that's not a current number then, okay.
it's not a current number, we're waiting on to see what we're gonna do with the rest of that.
Okay.
I have the final figure for you on the sheriff budget. Back to that, perf was the one that we weren't sure of. This is a little complicated because perf will apply to the matron, the admin, the non-correctional facility jailers, and all jailer holiday pay. So that's a convoluted figure. So if I add all of that up and figure 11.2% on that, the amount is $43,657. So is there anything missing in that? We've got the matron, the admin, the non-correctional facility paid jailers, and then all jailer holiday pay. Is there any other position that should be perf figured? Because your road officers and security are separate, you're separate. Okay, part-time doesn't count, so, alrighty. So the total I have at the bottom.
Can I clarify that first? I just wanna make sure I understand this. In the previous two budgets, we went from 50,000, 60,000, 61,000. Now it's dropped 18,000. Am I making a mistake?
No, because there was one position cut, and there's 4 we've moved over to correctional facilities, so you figure
Just kinda concerned me.
some math, oh yeah, whenever it's different like that, you wonder, what did I miss?
Yeah.
Right? But yeah, I think it's, we've got it if those are the ones that apply, including holiday pay, which is
Yes, that's
pretty accurate. So, we're looking at 2,260,045.
Good place. I know, in case of shadows.
Any other
Thank you
questions?
for your work and cooperation.
You guys, are doing for all of us every day, and we appreciate it. Please pass that on to your people.
Sure will, thank you all.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Thanks for babysitting.
All right, recorder. Do we have anybody here? Is the recorder here? By the way, the treasurer is at her conference, and she called me, and I think she's gonna have a representative here, but she said if we need her to put her on speakerphone. There she is. Hello, Madam Recorder.
Hello.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, so starting out with wages, fun subject, right? For the elected official, it's gonna be 38,814. And then, if you remember, we've had a rework here overall. We've already done kind of some preliminary legwork on it. We're not gonna actually have any regular wages in this particular fund or budget. So FICA is purely gonna be on the elected official, and that's gonna be 2,969. And then perf is gonna be 4,347. The rest of the items were the same as she had before. So I've got 47,360 for the total on this budget.
Okay, and then you have your perpetuation fund.
So on perpetuation, this is where I wanna make sure we're good on our numbers. Essentially, you're gonna have kind of two part-time individuals.
Yes.
And are both of those positions gonna be C-level? We talked about.
In 2022, they were.
Got it, okay, so I'm gonna make sure we have that in here. And then, what was the grand total annual hours for the whole thing? If you take both of them and you think about how you're gonna schedule them, what was the grand total
In
hours?
2022, it's gonna be 1456, and I'm just gonna split that between the two.
Got it, okay, so let me do the split on that. And you know, you can give or take, it can be adjustable, but just generally as far as, you know, coming up with a guideline. So 20, so each one would be like a 14-hour a week type breakdown. So 728 hours each with the sea level. So part-time total then would be 17,194. FICA would be 1,315.
Total?
18,509. And we match.
I wanna tell you again, we appreciate your hard work this year.
Yes.
And I think you just got us ahead of schedule, so we thank you for that.
You're welcome. Elected officials,
Elected officials training, that's always easy.
Oh, yeah. 1,600. Okay, thank you. All right. All right. Clerk?
We're kind of early, you know, if you want to give her some time or.
Oh, well, yeah. Clerk, the clerk, I'll see, he ran over there, if she needs a minute.
And also stick the auditor. Put the,
Well, I think
not
we
stick the
can-
auditor, but.
in lieu of the clerk, we could just have Peggy come up here and talk clerk stuff.
Yeah, has he been serving you breakfast in bed and all that since you retired?
Breakfast every morning. Oh, don't mind the way.
Let's stir them in.
He's spoiled rotten. Tell him how spoiled you are.
As long as he knows it, that's the important thing. As long as he knows it, that's the important thing.
Still letting go.
I tried to tell him he needed to get me breakfast. Bring more.
Thank you very much.
I thought.
Yeah, no, it's for me.
I brought for him, you want it?
You won't drink it?
I don't have it works.
He leaked the wood.
Oh.
You got it right on stack. There it is. They got all under.
I actually have a water here still leaking. What's that?
What did you think about which position to have a little bit of mapping from?
no, because I wasn't sure
Oh, yeah, on the
if
other.
you guys were gonna do anything on it, but I mean, it can, I'll probably just apply it and really you can take 3 or 4 guys in if you want to. I mean, there's a good balance. And you might have
Well, we wanna be safe, I mean, a little bit's better than nothing, just to get it on the books. 2,500's a nice round
A
figure.
lot of these numbers are less.
But which deputy would touch that kind of stuff? That would be probably the one.
Lynette.
Lynette.
Yeah, the only thing I don't have is water.
Can perf on her and then see if when she gets back. if there's
She's
any-
right here.
Oh, well, hello.
That's hurtful. That's hurtful. I got witnesses, Andy.
What'd I do wrong?
Actually, he was trying to do you a favor.
No, I was gonna give you a chance once you showed up, but I was gonna go through and do the easy stuff.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, well, welcome.
Hello.
So we'll go through your wages real quick, and as Chuck was just saying, it looks like you either cut or stayed the same on everything else in your budget.
Very, very, very close. If you see at the very last pages of everything, that's where I got, like, for the election, you know, $553 more than what I've done, but saved a lot. And then the clerk's office, the employee wages isn't quite tweaked, so Anton can tweak that. But right now I've got over 33,000, well, no, actually, very close to 35,000 in savings. That's what you guys had wanted me to do.
Thank you.
Well, if we can start with election, because we know that's a big one, we're gonna have to double up on things, we're gonna keep that position obviously, and we'll wanna make sure the appropriate amount's in there. Why don't we do that one first and then work backwards? So we don't know yet, because it's open still, but eventually it'll be filled, so we're gonna wanna budget the full amount.
No, and I just put what I did, because I don't know what the starting would be, because we don't know that yet. So I put what's there, and I figured less is always good.
Got it. So entry level, just someone off the street, you know, no prior employment with the county, no special education or anything, is gonna be $28,751.
And that's the base.
Correct.
And then the FICA.
And then FICA will be 2,800
And
preliminary, and then perf 3,220.
322 what?
3,220. Now, obviously, if you end up having an individual that maybe is in one of your other spots that you're gonna change over, or if you're gonna have someone maybe from another department or something, you know, when there's longevity and those kind of things, we'll tweak that.
Right.
Depending on what you end up doing. But for now, that's gonna be kind of the entry level amount.
Okay.
Now on FICA though, I wanna make sure we might need to go back to that, because you'll have some part-time election-related costs.
Right, and that's further down.
Yeah, so let's talk about that. The part-time, we're talking the hourly folks that are gonna be primarily doing early voting duties.
I have 2 separate sets of early voting helpers.
Mm-hmm. So we've got an hourly amount for that for entry level, but for folks that are coming back, they'll have a little bit extra for longevity, you know, that kind of thing. It just depends on who. Okay, so you may have some new folks.
I'm gonna have new folks, yes.
Okay, so
The others serve their time and they're tired. I beg.
so I have, it's 792 hours. I did that. That seems to jive with the number you've entered so far. Is that
I didn't do hours.
okay? So I come up with 7846, which is pretty much what you've got.
I got 78.48.
And that's essentially based on 792 work hours at the rate of pay. So if you feel that's sufficient, then we'll keep it that way. 7846. Yeah.
I can't have the $2 more to make it.
To keep the numbers the same across platforms.
You gotta do the numbers.
Let's keep them the same.
Gary, you wanna jump in here and help us?
No.
But then
What did I do to you, Andy? This is the second time.
2 hits, yeah.
We've been quiet. Yep, we've been quiet all day, Andy.
Then all your other positions, Leslie Ann, they're gonna be just flat rate folks.
Yes.
So,
Their base. Yes, that's
no,
what I
no
was saying.
FICA,
No.
none of that stuff. So FICA then is going to be $2,800. That's figured on your part-time and your regular employee in that position. And then everything else, it looked like you had pretty much doubled in order to get back onto the A plan here for the election.
Yep.
Maintenance went up a little bit, but
Just real quick, knowing that we've got another 2 years into elections, is there gonna be any new technology or any new ways or new whatever that we have to have?
Well, if you guys want to buy new poll pads, I can pay $448 per poll pad. For new ones, it's not a requirement.
Is it the green things?
Yes, yeah, what you sign in on.
no ink brand.
Not to interrupt here, but it looks like American Rescue Fund could possibly pay for some of that, from what I'm understanding, looking through some of that, so that's a possibility.
And we did do that overhaul on the machines a couple years ago, you know, the innards and that kind of thing, so that part puts us in pretty good position.
So those are like 6 or 7 years old now.
The poll pads?
Yeah.
4,
So-
5.
Cause I think they were like 31,000 back in the day.
Well, that included some other things like hotspots and other things, but they're not as cheap as like if you go to Walmart and just get a poll pad, you know, like a little thing. But yeah, because these have to be adjusted for elections.
Let's check on the ERP stuff and then, you know.
I mean, it's not a requirement. I don't have to because ours is still fairly new. So,
Would you say that by 2024, it's going to be something that we need to look at? How many of them did you have trouble with last time?
poll pads? Trouble? No, never had any trouble.
Okay.
No, never.
I'm just curious.
No, never perfect.
Okay, Anton, is there anything else on?
It all looked pretty normal. The assistant to the election board, is that gonna be a different person or is that gonna still be the individual that works in that role?
Yeah, that would be okay.
It was
me.
it was the you.
Yeah.
So would we just count that as, should we not just count that as like overtime or something that's, because we'll be paying the same rate, but for additional hours, is that?
Are you talking about two different things as a comp time, what that person gets?
Like if that person is gonna, they're probably gonna be, the reason why there's probably additional there, right, is because they may have like an election board meeting
A
or,
lot of election board
yeah,
meetings.
or maybe they might go to a training and be paid while they're at training or something, so there's some extra hours. would it be better if we just put that into an overtime line item? Cause it'll have to be paid at whatever rate the employee is getting.
It's always been a base, you know, 425.
Yeah, and I don't know from a labor standpoint if that's the best way to do that or if we're allowed to do that.
Been done that way, Nick, for how long have you been with us?
Back in the early 2000s, yeah.
It's been that long, and it's never had any.
As long as that's okay, it doesn't matter to me, but
It's never been written up that I'm aware of,
Okay.
so.
well, then we'll leave it the way it is
It's
then.
budgeted
Okay.
or appropriated as a flat amount, as long as it doesn't go over that.
No, it's a flat.
But, and should we be paying FICA on that though, and perf, or,
It's taken out,
so it is a part of that?
yes.
So maybe we should adjust that a little bit so that we're paying the correct.
It's, when you got your check, did you get?
You don't do FICA on
You don't do that FICA on there?
It's like,
I
it's
lied.
like the election board members.
1099.
They just get their straight fee and that's what that is.
Okay.
The only difference is now, the person that's working there, they require it to go through your paycheck. So they would take, you know, your taxes and stuff out of it.
So there is FICA taken out of that then?
Well, and it just started that way last year, because that's the way they changed it, so there probably is.
So should we maybe just tweak our FICA a little bit?
Well, then you're gonna have to do it for the election board members.
No, because they don't work here.
So that's
And
not.
because they don't work here, they could still get their straight check.
Okay,
It was only if you're an employee.
okay, then I did lie, okay.
So we should do the FICA and perf, since it's extra pay. I just wanna make sure we're not shorting someone or we're not doing it right.
I just think it's better to give them the flat rate that's always been there and increase the other two line items for issues.
Yeah, for the FICA and the perf.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me do the math on that here. So FICA is 2865 and perf is 3315. So I've got 97,167.
$97,051.
97,167. The total on that. So then on the, going backwards then to the regular clerk's budget, the elected official pay is going to be 38,814. And then regular wages is going to be the current positions less the registration election.
Are you talking about just the clerk?
Yeah.
Okay. You said elections and registration, I was like, what?
Yeah, less that that one doesn't get added into this
Right.
figure here, yeah. And then, I've got $119,001. That's pretty close to what was in there, so. And then, so essentially at this time, based on your update earlier that we talked about, you have a vacant position, which is the election. and you have a vacated position, which was the cut that we made earlier.
Right, I give up an employee.
And that's not, I didn't add that into this figure, so are you gonna just keep your perpetuation then intact and just not contribute anything from that?
We're still doing the 79.10 and then 20.9.
So you're still, the split is still something you're doing? Do you know which position number that's being applied to or that you want it to apply to?
You mean the employer?
Yeah, let me look at, make sure they're, with the changes in employees, sometimes that gets shuffled around. Yeah, so that's, like right now, it happens to be tagged on the line that's for the one that's vacating. So we'll wanna make sure we tie that to somebody that's still in the office or a position that's still in there, so.
Of course.
What was that?
Of course.
Yeah, so, why don't you'll let us know later which one and then we'll. Nancy, okay. So number 4. Would it be better if we just did an 80-20 split instead of that crazy 79 thing?
I think you already know my answer on that. And why are you looking at Gary?
Is that okay? Okay.
Whatever she says.
Does she have her own identity?
Well, but now he was shaking his head back there, so.
I'm just agreeing.
Okay, so we'll do 80-20.
Okay.
80 from the regular clerk budget, 20 from the perpetuation. That's gonna make our figuring a little easier. And we'll tie it to that position number 4.
Sounds good.
Moving forward, again for 22.
Leslie, and I'll smack him if you want me to. I'll smack him if you want me to.
I want to hear the pop.
So let me give you a new number here on that split.
On perpetuation.
Yeah.
Regular
I'm
wages?
gonna have a new regular wages number here. So we're gonna figure 80% of position 4 plus the other 3. So that's 113,231.
Okay.
13,231. And then FICA is gonna be 11,631. PERF 17,029. 17,029. And so then the total for the clerk's regular budget, I've got 189,385.
Okay, that's probably about right.
Pretty close, yeah. And then in the perpetuation, we're gonna figure the 20% there. And that's gonna be 5,771.
771. Okay.
And then FICA is 441, PERF is 646. The total there is 6,859.
Leslie, I want to thank you for budget cuts and cooperating and trying to help. On behalf of all of us.
In perpetuation?
What we do.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was 113,000.
Sorry, I had my throat got hoarse. It's
No worries. You get a farrier to get it up there.
All right, do you have any questions of us there?
Thank you for your help.
Thanks for all your help, appreciate it.
Are you gonna acknowledge Camilla?
I don't know.
Thank you for your help.
Gary, are you, Gary, are you done here?
Can I go home
Yeah.
That's just not right.
We're happy.
That's not right.
Come on in here, ma'am. I think you're next. Now, your boss said something about getting her on the phone or calling, or if you can, I'm supposed to.
I'm trying it right now.
Okay.
It's in the text list.
Hi, Bill. Yeah, it's a different format.
Yeah.
Those were the original ones that went out.
Huh?
These were the original ones that went out. This is what I actually have to enter into DLGF. Anton found the other ones that we're using, but she had already filled it out.
Okay.
Same numbers.
Madam Auditor, can we have last year's for 2020, 2021 budget? I mean, the actual cost of the budget?
I've got a total for that.
Okay, what was it?
So the 2021 adopted budget was 136,349.
Hello.
Hi. Better on speakerphone.
Okay. Well, welcome.
Thanks.
Both of you. So you've kind of thrown us a curveball. This is a different format than, but it's not wrong. So, Anton's going to get started here and we're going to walk. Now, based on the decision that was made a couple of weeks ago, has this reflected that, or because I know you had sent a proposal as well, so this is without that, correct?
This is without that, yes, because we weren't sure if this was gonna be, and we didn't know if it was gonna be put in one or the other, if it was approved, and if not, then we'll have to make the changes to both budgets.
Well, should we, since you guys are both on the same line, should we tackle that first and then work from here? Okay, so just correct me if I'm wrong here, but there was an individual taken. Did you have a full individual taken?
The auditor's side,
Right.
one that was cut, and then the payroll or the pay core went, and then I offered, you left the one, and then we cut it back down to the 28 hours, was what you guys decided at the last meeting. So then I sent the proposal asking, would it be possible to consider sharing one full-time person, because you also cut a full-time person from the treasurer's office as well. So it would still be a cost savings, 42,000 plus for 2022 budget as well as the rest of this year, but would still give one full-time employee that could share both sides. And we already share one employee during tax time anyway, so this would just kind of be an offset to kill two birds with one stone, so to say.
So, and forgive me, because this is a hearing issue, but did we cut your position or cut it down to 28?
Down to 28.
Okay, that's what I thought, okay.
Part-time.
Okay.
Budget last year was 36.
Yeah. So.
You want the simple description on this?
Yes.
So essentially, they're proposing that they both eliminate their part-time. Both what they had retained originally, because we didn't actually take that away or do anything with the part-time, and reversing what we did for the auditor. And then, in turn, they're gonna share one full-time individual. Because she had a vacancy, she has a full position, a filled position. But they're gonna merge them and retain the individual. And in the end of the day, when you do the math, you're still saving the same amount. And you're also, quite frankly, just being honest, you're avoiding unemployment costs as well. Because you do have a person there in that position, one of the few where there's a person in there. And that comes at a cost that eats into any savings you had anyway. So at the end of the day, from a money standpoint, it's a very creative solution to still reduce costs significantly to the county while still, or maybe better, maintaining the flow of the two offices and avoiding unemployment. So that's kind of the way I read it in a nutshell, and I think it's a
How many
a
hour
very
a week
interesting
position
idea.
were we talking?
It would be the regular 35 hours.
Okay, so 35, so it would be 17 and a half per department, I guess. That's the cost share.
Split it between the two if you want to put it all in treasurers or.
We can split, you can do 50-50 between the budgets, but I think from an operational standpoint, I would suspect that during tax time, that individual is gonna be definitely more treasurer heavy. And then in other times, the auditor would have.
You guys can figure that out, right?
So we'll just, I mean, so I guess again, just put it in the budgets at 50-50. But that would mean you would have to split everything. It would probably be easier maybe to leave it all in the treasurers and everything is there. And then, because you're talking insurance, FICA, PERF, all of that is gonna have to be split between both budgets. If you,
Well, and-
simplicity, it would be easier to leave it.
And to be fair, I wanna get a vote since it's on this, but I just wanna understand the parameters. That is how you wanna budget then, 17 and a half hours a week per department. Is that the simplest way?
Should the same put it all in the treasury?
I would hate to give an amount of what we would use or share. I don't wanna hold it to, okay, your 17 and a half hours are up, you gotta go over there. I think just sharing and making sure that the workload is done on both sides with a backup person and, you know.
But the easiest way would just be putting it all in the treasurer's budget.
Okay.
Andy,
Sure.
that wasn't our agreement.
Yeah.
Back when we talked about taking a full-time staff member. If we do this, I'm gonna say that we need to have the recorder back in here, clerk back in here, the assessor back in here, and we need to figure out if there's a way that we can accommodate them. I think we made a decision, and I'm gonna vote that we stick to it.
Okay. You know, and that's absolutely fine. And I think Sheila, whenever she proposed this, she knew that, you know, that this was just a way. The difference, I think, there is some difference here, and that's basically this proposal is saying that it's a wash. So it's no cost, if that's what I'm hearing. Maybe even potentially some savings whenever it comes to unemployment. So I am telling you, I think everybody's doing what they, you know, think they can here. Is it going to line up apples to apples every time? I don't think it's going to. But that's an absolutely, I understand why you're saying what you're saying.
The only thing, we let the prosecutor come up with 45,000 in cuts, didn't we, instead of eliminating a position? Didn't we allow them to do that?
Okay, but here again, are you gonna open that avenue? Because if I was if I was an office holder and an Austin employee, I'd be back at your door, and I'd be saying, let's cut a deal somewhere. I mean, I know it's tough, and we've made these decisions, and I'm gonna make a motion that we'll stick with our former decision.
Okay.
I'd like to remind us that we are in a budget hearing, not a formal meeting, so any motion is going to be moot. What I may do recommendation is that we take a consensus to bring this up on the August 22nd meeting.
I think we could probably reach a consensus, you know, today. I mean, actually, it's already been voted on, you know, so really, if somebody wants to change that, I do think, I mean, we've got a public hearing tonight on these changes, so.
True, but that's not enough time for everybody to have to respond to something that if we took a consensus on. Second of all, another point would be that meeting, we took the official vote at an official meeting. If we take consensus or try to put it on tonight's meeting, I don't think there's enough time, and I don't think it would be official if we merely took a consensus.
You know, in light of all this, if we do nothing, it's already been settled. I mean, we had made those agreements sometimes back, so.
You're correct.
Well, she was, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, I'm with you there.
I know.
I'm just trying to keep us on the correct path.
So, like I said, though, there is something here with this situation, and that is a zero cost. Now, but I understand, and I understand what you're saying, and so I think it's more of a philosophical thing than, you know, a cost thing. So is there any other comments on this?
It's cost savings, so we don't know.
I think we better stick with what we voted for, we're gonna open up a big can of worms. You're not treating everybody the same, and I won't be fair about it.
What difference does it make though if it's a cost savings, where it comes from? As long as
You already
it
made
comes
the
from
decision,
somewhere.
and that's what you wanted to go for to begin with. That's the only thing I'm saying. And if
Right.
we do this, if we change this different now, we're gonna have everybody mad, and I'm not in for it. We've already voted for it. We've made our decision, and I think we need to stick our guns.
Okay. Chuck?
Yeah, I would like to suggest that possibly, let's, for today, with what we had voted on previously, set the budget for next year based on that. And then let opportunity at the next meeting on August 22nd put on the agenda for further discussion. Because I honestly believe there's further discussion here.
So, in that case, and with, I'm hearing 4 people say hold in place, we'll hold in place with, Molly, do you wanna weigh in on this? Do you have a?
Okay, I just need a little bit of clarification. This position, was this originally, I mean, okay, explain again, Sheila. I mean, was this your position and you just offered like part of,
You guys had a couple weeks prior to that, you let me have my full-time position still. Didn't hire him because, again, I was afraid budget cuts, didn't want to bring somebody in and have to let him go. So then in the process, when everybody else was getting cut, we went ahead and offered to do just the part-time, because everybody else was losing people too. And you also made the full-time cut in the treasurers. So because we do work together every day in the process down there, in discussion, I made this proposal. So But
basically, what you're telling me is that we hold in place on the decision, you can still loan an individual out and so on and so forth if you see fit. On 28 hours a week, on the 28 hours.
on my part-time, we can try to help fill in. They still have part-time too, that they would be able, she had 8,000, I think it was, and you guys took 3. So we would both still have part-time monies.
And also, there's one of your employees that goes over and fills in during.
Tax season.
Tax season.
Yes.
Okay.
Did that answer your question? Do you have anything?
No, I'm confused. Because Sheila had a part-time person. That's what we decided on.
Right.
You had a full-time and then you backed them to
We-
part,
we-
to 20, to
yeah.
part-time.
Right.
And that was a 28.
28 hours.
So how is it that a part-time goes to a full-time and we're gonna save money?
Because both budgets would be splitting the cost. If we're sharing a person, if it was $80-some thousand a year for us both to have in the county general, and we're cutting it down to just one person, so you'd be saving
Okay,
that potential
because you were
40,000
going
plus.
to have a part-time also.
We have less than $3,500 for the remainder of the year for part-time, yes.
Okay, so 2 part-times, a whole person, got it. So how is that different than if we had said, yes, you have a part-time person and yes, you have a part-time person? How is that not doing what we had agreed on? Or how is it, I thought I saw it, but now I'm like, oh, okay.
Again, guys, I hate to bring this up, but you're in a budget hearing, you're not in a regular meeting, and this is regular meeting type discussion.
No,
My
I think,
recommendation is that we continue with.
Discussion is.
we can discuss this.
Discussion is there.
It's,
But we can't take any action on it, therefore the discussion is moot unless we take action on it.
but,
Is that not
but I
correct?
will agree with you that, you know, if a majority is, you know, not willing to, the decision's already made, so it's moot.
Okay, so I don't know if there's a majority here to be taken because we haven't taken a consensus. You've assumed something.
No, I haven't. I've heard what each person has said to the right of.
How did you get 4? I've got 4 on the other side. You say 4 don't want to change.
Well, no. I heard him. He
Yeah.
spoke vocally.
Yeah.
I heard him.
Yeah.
I heard her.
Yeah.
And you said remain in.
No, you didn't hear me. I said we need further discussion on this because I think it's important.
And
I didn't say I wasn't gonna not vote for it or vote
And what
for it.
I'm telling you is, further discussion, if we're not gonna have it here today, then we're gonna have to stick to the budget as.
Which is why I said, let's stick to the budget as the way it was, because we can't take an official action today. Therefore, we get through the budget, we go to the meeting, we have this actual discussion where an actual decision can be made. Otherwise, we're gonna have to make that decision again anyway, if you choose to do it now, because it's not official, because we are in a budget hearing, not an official meeting. You see my logic?
Okay, so, in that case, let's move forward with their budget, with the cuts that were done previously. And if there's a motion to talk it again by a council member, we will.
I think it should be put on the next agenda. I mean, it warrants further discussion, but at this time, like he said, it's unfair. There's a principality, he's not wrong, he's not wrong, there's a principality of unfairness because nobody else has had the opportunity to see what has occurred. Do you
No,
understand?
but what Nick is saying is, if it's going to go back on an agenda, then you're going to have several other departments requesting to put it back on it in a reconsideration and a rehashing of decisions that's already been made in this council in a meeting.
All right, then, simple consensus.
But how is it different? I mean, if it was decided that you were gonna have a part-time and you were gonna have a part-time, how is it different? That's what you're getting, only it's just one person.
That's
So
it.
I don't wanna
go back.
If we both had part-time people, it's a big difference, there's no benefits and all of that.
Oh, okay.
So we're requesting to make it one full-time person with benefits and everything.
Okay.
But yet it would still be a 40,000 plus gain to the county general fund.
Okay, so if two other departments got together and decided maybe they could do the same thing, then.
Then we should have
That's-
thought about this before we asked these
I didn't think
offices
about that.
to cut their employees. And, you know, were we premature? I don't think so. I think we planned, had the reason, and we made that decision.
Right now, I feel like, I mean.
Should not have been phrased cut an employee, it should have been phrased reduce your budget by an amount.
Discuss it as a different.
But they're saying it's gonna save
Right
us
now,
money, but I don't understand how.
Really open up a can.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the numbers.
That's right, so it's not gonna save money.
Okay, look, the bottom line is, I'm asking, none of this is gonna happen today.
No, I'm.
So, we're gonna move forward, with how we decided it, and then
Okay.
in the future, if it comes up, it comes up.
Sounds good.
Let's proceed.
Yeah, okay, so figures based on this, and again, we'll have to retool because we can't do anything here to change the course we've already went down. But, if we look at the treasurer's regular budget, the elected official pays the 38,814. And then regular wages would be for one deputy, and that would be 31,585. And then part-time, and this is another question based on some of our actions previously, was after we cut the full-time position, did we then restore the original part-time work capacity? Because if you remember, in an earlier meeting, we actually cut part-time down to, I believe, 5,000, somewhere in there. It was 8, but we did an initial cut that was prior to the actual position that was cut. Does that sound accurate?
There was some.
We had like a preliminary cut.
She's put here though $8,743, so what was her thinking?
Well, evidently, yeah, if it is 87, if that's what's been submitted, then that would be the original part-time kind of configuration.
But she must figure it's still there.
Okay, so if we're gonna do that, the amount for that would be 8,757.
Yes, ma'am.
Auditor's office to work from our office. She does this for about 2 weeks each time. I gave up part-time money a few years ago, but we don't have a full-time position in our office.
A few years back, out of Diane's budget, she gave up a couple $1,000s to put towards a full-time position in the auditor's office. And we were allowed to share her for 2 weeks each season of the year for that $2,000.
And she's still there, she's available?
Yeah, we were supposed to have more than the 2 weeks each season, but that's what we've mainly been using her for, is to make it through the seasons.
Okay, so it's the same lady that's there now?
Lynette, yes.
And yeah, that was another question, you kind of have more of a regular individual that's that seasonal person. Used to be you had like 4 or 5 people that you kind of had a big pool to work for the seasonal help. Do you still have that pool, or is it all pretty much on kind of one individual?
We have one seasonal employee.
Got it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna consolidate the hours. How many hours a week and for how many weeks do you anticipate scheduling the seasonal individual?
Diane, did you hear Anton?
I don't know, but, I mean, that, I don't know because it's different, there's only two of us, full time in the office. Because the part-time, the single person only takes payment, they do nothing else.
It's gonna depend. If you take 50% of our regular wages and we're down to just the seasonal, it's going to vary. We need coverage in places.
I think you're gonna have a lot more overtime.
So what kind of hours estimate then would you recommend or need?
Okay. What about Franklin County Treasurer?
The one, Veronica, gets written up every time because there's only people in our office, right off.
Cutting our staff by 50% is what she's talking about. We're not gonna be even at the basic compliance that the state requires for staffing. So what she's saying is Franklin County does have two, however, State Board of Accounts does write them up every single year because they are not in compliance. They are more or less trusting that it's done instead of making sure that it is complete.
Checks and balances.
If I don't have a secondary person there to sign off on the daily cash, I touch it from beginning to end, and that is not what you want.
Exactly. Checks
It
and
does not
balances
protect
at
me,
its
it does
core.
not protect the county, it does not protect the treasurer. State Board of Accounts says so, even in just their basic audits that they perform to us. It says it is not, it's not going to be feasible, it's not gonna work. It's not a protection in any way, shape, or form down to be one just one person.
Can we ask legal counsel?
Why we didn't know that? I mean, are you guys just now finding that out? Because I feel like we're backtracking.
We didn't know we were gonna lose over half of our.
No, but since the meeting 2 or 3 weeks ago, I've not had a phone call about any non-compliance issue regarding personnel in your office. So Jim, do you know anything about this?
No, but I didn't know this was coming out or anything, so it's kind of.
I didn't either. So you're saying that the county wouldn't be in compliance, however, this part-time shared individual would put the county in compliance?
What if that shared person wasn't spending the right amount of hours to be in compliance? I mean, if you're just sharing as needed and we don't have a set plan, like 17 and a half here and 17 and a half there, you might still not be in compliance.
Possibility.
I wish we could see, if these are the issues in front of us, I wish we had some doctrine in front of us establishing this, or, because I understand what you're saying, but I don't know if any, once again, so if this thing is done, does that put us in compliance, are we not?
You have to be more specific.
I would suggest that we continue with the budget hearing as what we've already voted on, and at the next meeting on August 22nd, that we bring this up again for further discussion, with the benefit of Jim researching any compliance issues within any of the elected offices which we are going to be held to.
I think that's a good idea.
Amy, to answer your
Sorry to
question.
put more on your plate, Jeff.
And did make a statement that we would have to work our internal controls
Okay.
to that regard.
Okay,
We just have to go back and forth.
okay, thank you.
Thank
I
you.
explained that, and I think somebody had commented that they thought it was looking at the auditor.
Right, okay.
So, back to the original question, just so I can have some numbers to give. The number of hours that the one individual that's still on the book, still there, part-time, seasonal, what would be what has been the hours that that individual has been working? Like,
I don't have a breakdown of hours. I know we've used $8,000 last year alone. We used every penny that you guys allowed us in 2020.
got it, so let me do the math here. So if you take that individual and you schedule 747 hours a year, at their rate of pay, it's $8,005.19. Does that sound like a number we can work with for now?
Sure.
Okay. So 8,006 will be the even amount. And then regular wages, we already went over that. FICA would be 5,998. PERF would be 7,885. And then everything else in the budget appears to be the same as it was for 21, is that correct? So I have 101,311.
Shelley, you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Diane.
Okay,
Thank you for your help on
I'm gonna
that.
hit the auditor in this same series. And then go to map. Oops. I'm saying under schedule. Thank you.
All right, so for the auditor, the amount for the elected official pay would be $40,054.
All right, Chuck?
Yeah, I just need to put that here for a minute.
Budget cable, Chuck.
And then we talked earlier about regular wages and the mapping fund. And Sheila said that she can put $2,500, right? Towards one of her deputies. So what we're proposing is that in her mapping fund 1150, we would budget $2,500 there in regular wages with the FICA amount of 191 and PERF at 280,
What was that, regular wage amount?
2,500. And then the supplies was already $100, so the total for the budget there would be 3,071. 191 for FICA, PERF 280. So then kind of going reverse here on regular wages, there are 4 total positions then that are going to remain as full-time. And I'm going to add those up and then subtract 2,500. So that's going to be 120,874. And skip over FICA for a moment because we need to go to the part-time line item then and add in the amount that's needed for a 28-hour-a-week position, part-time. And that, based on a C-level support, 1,456 hours will be 15,301. So then FICA is going to be 13,482. And PERF is going to be 18,024.
Madam Auditor, any questions or concerns?
Yeah, how comes my salary is higher than the others?
Well, traditionally, the auditor's position has always been a little higher, and I think it's because of the evening meetings and all that stuff.
I think it goes back many years ago.
A long time.
And I think it was $1,000 that was given
Something
to
like that.
that position.
Willing to go down to the 38,814 like everybody else. I mean, the job is here anyway.
I wouldn't
so.
support that. Okay, what are your other questions?
So we're gonna leave that the way it is then. Okay. And then the rest of the line items didn't appear to be any different. On that other services and charges, I've got notes in there, Baker Tilly, Data Pit Stop, Steel, are those all still used? And that's what's paid from that? Okay. And then the codification or codification of ordinances, there's like a maintenance for that or something? Okay. Copy machine is correct. Okay. So I have 236,524.
Can I?
236.
Was the commissioner putting something together for all the copy machines?
It's already been done. Their budget's $120.98 per month.
Okay, so this that's here is their cost.
It's actually higher than what it is. She's got the breakdown per department. Everybody should have already got that. Some of them were $120.98. Some of the departments were $99.99 per month.
So the copy machine at least wouldn't be 37.
Should not be. Should be about $14.96.
Yeah, I've got 1548 for that, 129 a month.
120.98 per month.
Ah.
But we pay for 2 copiers.
But you only have one contract that pays $120.98.
And then the second one pays 99 something.
It doesn't show it on the pay scale anywhere. It might show it in the treasurer's office, but it doesn't show it in the auditor's office.
It's not in the treasurer's, the auditor's paid, and again, the original breakdown, I don't have it with me.
I got a copy of it, I can get all of it, send it all to you.
Even if it was the 99 and the one whatever, that comes out to 2640.
Right.
So would it be safe to put 2,700 in there instead of 3,700? Would that be, okay. Just throwing that out there. So I have 235,524. That's interesting. So, just for your reference, on the split for that one position, it's exactly 8%. What are the odds of that? So 92% is gonna come from a levy fund, which is your regular auditor, and then 8% from the non. There you have it.
It's just good, it's a little.
All right. We're done with auditor, we're ready for the assessor.
Okay.
On time.
Nick. Let's take a quick
Okay.
break. So we're gonna take 10 and, we'll be back here at 53 after, 55.
I wasn't looking to get rid of green.
We're gonna be back at 55 after? Not 5 till?
At exactly
Give him a hard time.
55 after.
and, or 5 till for you perfection folks. But, we've got Kenny. We're gonna touch on assessment and reassessment. Afternoon, Kenny.
Howdy, howdy.
Anton, whenever you're ready, we'll move through it.
All right, so on the elected official pay,
Anton,
yes,
can I interrupt?
oh, go ahead.
I've made a mistake. Kenny asked that he be put on the agenda this morning, and I said we'll move it to budget hearings, but he had a request for reconsideration with his budget cut as well. So, you wanna bring that up? Do you have anything you wanna?
I just, I need the position filled. We've got so much work to do that we can't do it with the staff right now. We've got 5 campgrounds we gotta look at every fall. We look at the structures that put on the campgrounds by the campers and people that rent the lots, because a lot of them's got pretty fancy things on them and we need to pay taxes. Now, what we do is we assess them to the campground owner, and we give him a breakdown of how much the taxes would be on that lot, and he bills the renters. So we got 5 of them. And it takes, when I was in good shape, it took me over a day for the campground. We've got sales disclosures that we have to look at all the time. We've got appeals. I've got 125 appeals that I've got to work on. We've got everything that is going. We've got the reassessment going. We've got the data entry for the reassessment, and the workload's just more than I feel like we can do without the person that we had. The person that we had wasn't paid out of county general. And it wasn't a new position, it was a position that had been there for a long time. We gave a position up last year that hasn't been filled, or I think it was last year or at some point in time. It hadn't been filled because I could never find anybody that I felt like that would help us. And that's a very hard job to do when people don't know anything about assessing and they don't like the danger that's involved. And the way things are right now, I really hate to send a person out there by themselves. The safety factor. So I'm asking you just, if nothing else, come in and sit down and talk to me and see what we do, see what we have to do. And talking about compliance, we got all kinds of compliance and see what we have to make. We have to go out on mobile homes. That has to be done by the first part of January. So our workload in the fall is pretty great. I just asked you to reconsider the position, and like I said, it didn't come out of county general, it came out of reassessment. So that's all I got to say.
Anything else?
And I understand the position that the county's in. I've been in county government for over 20 years, so I'm familiar with what things are.
Okay. Anything else before we continue on? All right, Anton, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
So elected official pay is gonna be $38,814. And then regular wages had been tied to essentially your chief deputy, yeah, not to mention a name, but position 33. So what is the wishes of the council as far as where that's to be funded? Is that something that you want to figure for out of this budget, or are you wanting it out of reassessment? Or how do you want that?
You asking where do we make the cuts?
Yeah, essentially, I mean, by default, if the council's not gonna take any change of action, the position that Kenny is referring to, that has been vacated, that's been funded out of his reassessment fund. And so that's where the cut currently exists. Now, they are interconnected because it's a part of the tax levy, you know, the general levy and all that. But as far as a direct cut or benefit, if you're gonna actually realize the benefit, you're gonna have to move the regular wages that's in this budget over to the reassessment budget, if that makes sense.
But I would
So-
prefer that the position stayed in county general for the fact that when I was off 4 months last year sick, she took over, she was the boss, and I feel like that validates her position a little bit more. You know, it's all about,
Right. Because she is your chief.
yes,
She's kind of the second in command.
she's my right-hand person.
And at the end of the day, you know, you can fund that here, and then your reassessment, when you do your 16-line statement and you look at cash and you look at the budget there, then, you know, there can be a way to figure around that or realize that, but I just want to share the technical component to that for the rest of the membership. And that's also going to determine what numbers we enter in here, if whatever the wishes are of the council.
I understand that, you know, the two requests here, but are you saying that, when you say that using it through reassessment, it can't be fully realized, I guess, how and why not?
So if you fund it in reassessment, then it's a direct bottom line cut right out of the general fund, just like that. That's your dollar amount.
But basically, you're cutting the position out of the assessment.
Right, so if you don't do that, and you leave the position funded in the general fund, your cut is actually in reassessment. It's a separate fund. And if you're gonna have any realizing of savings on the general, it's gonna come on the back end when she adjusts the 16-line statement where she figures their cash balance and reassessment and their obligations of that budget, and then make some adjustments to free up capacity for the general fund. So it's it is a savings, but it's a little bit more indirect. There's some steps involved to do that. So hopefully that makes a little bit more sense.
What's the opinions of the other members of this council?
I think wherever we take it, gives us more bang for the buck for the general. And so that's what I feel.
Anything else from anyone?
I agree.
Sir, Anton, just one more time, because it seemed like there was a little bit of a caveat, and you said there was, you know, some odd thing about it. So if we remove the 32,000 out of the general and make it into reassessment, where do we stand currently in the reassessment? And how often does that fund get a disbursement?
Well, it's on the tax levy, and it gets the normal settlement distributions just like the general would. But its cash balance is separate from the general. So money that's not spent that stays in his cash balance. It doesn't go somewhere else unless.
I get that, I'm just
Yeah,
asking, how much is in there right now?
That I don't know.
What's the projection for 2022?
Okay, so your unexpended, your cash balance in that fund, less any earmarks, cause I don't know that part, but you guys should. $242,120.17 is the cash balance of 1188
Do we have any projections
reassessment.
for 2022?
There's probably 70,000 or plus close to $70,000 credit. But I make that self-payment, I don't think it's getting approved yet. So it's a $70,000 bill that we paid out.
If you cut from the reassessment fund, it opens up more of that piece of pie for other non-levied funds,
Other levy.
or other levied funds. You have your sheriff, EMS.
Yeah, you got your general, your
general.
election, registration, health.
So those are, again, so those departments would get a little bit more of the portion of the pie if you didn't do anything with the reassessment. So it would give EMS and them a little more money in their budgets.
You're cool, but are you saying that if you take it out of the general, then you don't realize as much savings?
No, I'm just saying, if you move that position to reassessment, again, the bottom dollar amount is there right now. If you leave it as is, then you're going to gain a little bit of piece of that pie portion that will go to your other funds, because it won't be used.
So, Chuck, does that answer your question?
No.
Hey, that bill rolled over like it's supposed to.
I know that. I mean, that's been a while back.
Yes, it has, been several times.
Okay, let me ask another question. The reassessment wages there, what's currently being paid for that? Who's being paid for that?
Out of reassessment, about everything was taken out of reassessment.
So the wages that the appointed pay only comes out of the clerk's, the assessor's fund, and the rest of them are taken out of professional.
Well, his chief deputy is in the general.
My chief deputy is taken out of reassessment.
And there's currently 2 others and a vacant one that are in reassessment.
The question is, where do you take it?
Reassessment pays all the contracts, for service contracts.
No, I'm still trying to
Okay.
get it wrapped around.
Education.
I think we've got 3 that do.
The assessment budget is about $90,000 in the reassessment budget, so.
I mean, it's still, we're still,
The assessment budget pays a lot.
saying it just depends on which fund we cut it out of, right?
I don't know, I mean, that's up. So I'm gonna go around the room and. What would Jim say? Jim, you have an opinion?
Well, if these numbers are correct, Kenny, could you help me out a bit? Chuck, I think you were asking how much money comes into the 2015 reassessment. Looking at the last one, 21, after the post-circuit break levy was $248,939.76. Does that sound fairly accurate? So that's what you would expect coming in, and I think Nicole said there was over 200,000 in it now. So the, 200 in, 200,000 plus expecting to come in each year from the certified.
But I get some interest in different accounts too, not very deal.
So this is just ballpark it put you in. As Anton clearly said, if you take it out of the general, it's a roughly $38,000 immediate savings. If you take it out of reassessment, it's an overall, but it does absolutely nothing for your general.
Okay.
If you take it out of, if you switch right now, you're gonna have to do probably an additional appropriation 4 years out to pay contracts. Because those contracts.
Well, this only affects next year, doesn't it?
Huh?
This only affects next year, we're setting for next year.
I know, but next year, different story.
Yeah, that's a good point. You'd have to make sure, and he has other requests in his reassessment, like the contract that's higher. So, you'd want to keep that in mind, depending on what you do with this particular position. it'll affect the bottom line.
Okay, so now we go back to what the auditor said. So if we remove this, put it into the perpetuation fund, now this big pie you're talking about, in other words, the EMS and all the other ones, they shrink a little bit? Is that my understanding, because the reassessment is?
If it goes in reassessment, yes.
But did the attorney just say you don't realize the?
No, we're talking about a totally different thing now. Now you're talking about the 5 funds, all that are divided out. All I'm saying is just specifically, if you take this salary directly out of reassessment, you're saving immediately out of the general. If you take it out of the reassessment, there is no savings to the general fund. That's all. The other 5, totally different subject of how you want to divide those funds among the departments.
Okay, Chuck, what's your preference? Want me to skip you?
I do not have enough information to make that decision.
Reassessment.
Reassessment?
Yeah.
Reassessment. So,
That's the one that's gonna immediately.
no, that's the,
General.
no, that's the general fund.
If we took it out of the general fund, that would immediately affect the general, if that's what I'm.
So, we
So-
got,
And that's what we're trying to save out of is the general.
That's why I
fund.
thought
Yeah,
it, but then I misunderstood what you said.
Reassessment frees up general money
That's-
that's being paid now for that position.
That's what
If we
Jim
move
just
this
said.
position to reassessment, general
There's
actually
move it to
sees a savings.
Isn't that, that's what you said, right, Jim?
If the salary, if it's taken out of the, removed from the general, which my understanding is that's where it's at now. If you take it and put it in the reassessment, it is immediate savings to the general fund.
Okay.
It decreases the amount paid out of the general fund
Okay.
for salary.
let me break it, who wants what he just said?
What you just said.
Yes. Yes,
It makes the most sense.
Reassessment.
yes.
Okay.
Is that what you
Now-
want?
So that's coming.
I think you
Yeah.
say page just the way it was coming across, it
Yeah.
sounded like it was.
So the regular.
You got that?
Yeah, so the regular wages then for the assessors is gonna be 0. The FICA is gonna be 29.69.
My wages are,
Yeah, that's based on yours. FICA would be 29.69. What now?
I don't think you can take me out of reassessment.
So you would be the only one in your normal assessment, but
Yeah.
yeah.
You said
You would stay the same. It'd be 38,814 for the elected official. Regular wages would be 0. FICA would be 29.69. PERF would be 43.47.
I don't pay for it.
You've got, PERF applies to you.
I'm retired.
Oh, does it?
I'm drawing
You still draw them. John's is to start it over.
But don't we still have to pay into it?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess even if you might not draw it or something, the county still has to pay into it based on your salary.
How much is that?
It's always 11.2%, so it'd be 43.47. And then it looks like in the budget you had 400 for supplies, which was already adjusted, 200 for books and material, 760 for dues and subscriptions, 500 for travel expense and mileage, 2,500 for printing.
Yeah, I got 750.
750?
Yeah.
Okay, that might have been a typo. And then I've got 50,480 for the total. Is that what you?
How much you total on that?
50,480. So now in reassessment, we can give all the numbers for that. The regular wages is going to be 93,075.
Now, why? You're cutting me a position.
Let's see, we've got,
You're adding a position from assessment,
yeah, we've got 3,
there's 3 positions present.
yes,
You
3,
had the one from the assessor's budget, there should be 4 positions.
Yeah, that depends on what the council wants to do with that position.
That was the question, and so based on the purview, it was to take the chief deputy position and put it in reassessment is what happened a few minutes ago. I said, that's what happened a few minutes ago.
Yeah, but it wasn't to take the one position. It was to take the position out of assessment, the deputies, or the chief deputy's position, and put it in reassessment.
Yeah, I only have 3 that are filled that we want to make sure are funded. If I do the math on those 3,
You're gonna have to do an appropriation because the budgets are not that low.
yeah, and it's for 22. It's for the 22 budget. It'd be 9375 is what
So
I'm.
you're cutting me another position.
It's just the one that's vacant.
Okay. And again, forgive me for being confused, I got the clarification from Jim on the other thing, but now I'm confused on this. We just took from the assessors the amount of, what, 32,000 something.
Right.
And this number's gonna stay the same. If we took it from there, wouldn't that increase this number to 100,000?
No. So,
20 something?
so let's say this, let's say we had Kenny's position and 4 people that work for him. Okay, we're taking one of those people away. And that one came from the,
Initially.
yeah, initially reassessment.
And then we took
The deputy and,
deputy and put it in reassessment.
yes.
We didn't allow him to hire a vacant position. So that vacant position is just completely gone. So that would have been down to the 2 people. Now you're moving the one from assessment or assessor into reassessment for a total of
So
3
we
employees.
still have the 4 people within the office. I'm
Right,
trying to understand
right.
what he's saying, as opposed to looking at numbers that look exactly the last
There was
year.
four total people.
So this 93,075 includes the 32,000 from,
Yes, there's 3 full-time deputies
thank you.
filled and paid from that. Yeah.
And Kenny, are you clear with that?
No, I'm not. But I can't get to work then. We've got too many things going on to get. I'll do the best I can do, but you talk about compliance, and everything we do, we have to have compliance. No matter whether it's sales disclosures, personal property, mobile homes, everything.
But there hasn't been any other cut other than the one that was made at that meeting, is that correct?
Right.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to understand, I'm trying to give Kenny the understanding that we haven't cut any more than what we did at the last meeting. That cut still remains.
That's a correct statement.
So I've got $93,075 for regular wages reassessment. I've got FICA at $7,120. PERF, $10,424.
Kenny, there's several lines here, or your budget request has went down, and I appreciate it on behalf of the rest of the council.
I have a question on the contract service.
Yeah, well, actually, yes.
Went up 35,000. Is that an increase in their contract? It will be, that's an estimate, sort of, because we have to let them do the assessment contract, and I would give an estimate for 4 years, it would be 500,000. Is it bid out? Yes. So when this goes out next year, you say we do it next year? Out this year. Okay, and why we bid this year? Next year. Okay, so have we contracted yet? No. we'll send out the bid notice, here probably the last of this month. Do you think this could go down? No. No, way it'll go down. Five will go down, fuel prices went up, labor went up. It was, I don't know what I got there. Who is this company with? Is this Tyler? Tyler Technology. We had Nexus, Tyler Technologies, and another company that, 4 years ago. So they was the cheapest? Yes.
But if you also look 2 years ago, we also had a 33 or $34,000 increase as well. So
Yeah, but that was a
it's
different
not a
contract.
surprise.
That was a software contract.
It was a what?
That was a contract with software.
Yeah, because his contract services line item includes several companies in there. It's not just Tyler for reassessment. It includes Xsoft is in there, right? And then, what was the name of the other company?
4L.
4L? Okay.
Toshiba at one time.
So you know, he needs to make sure that the total of those 3 different company contracts is sufficient.
Exxon, the contract payment's $37,500. Exxon maintenance contract was $31,400. 4L's $10,000 plus, and reassessment is $150 plus or minus. That's per year. So that's.
How long did it generally take him to do that?
It's a 4-year process.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, you do 25% of the county every year. After the 4-year cycle is over, you start again. We're finishing this 3rd year of the 4-year cycle. It's supposed to be the next 4-year cycle starts. Let me ask you a question, Kenny. If we had staff, could you do this in-house? No. No? I thought about it, that's why I have the extra position. I can't get nobody to work to do reassessment now on this basis. I don't want to get out there and have a 4-year commitment and not have somebody come in and say, I've had it. You know, one of the field guy brought in a property record card, and right on top of it was gun. This taxpayer had a gun. And I've been to the place and I was showed the gun there too. So the first time somebody, you know, and we've had women do it, we've had men do it. But the first time somebody comes in and they point a gun at you, they're gonna come home and come back and say, hey, I'm done. Then I gotta get somebody to come in, and they gotta have a level. They can't just be somebody off the street.
All right, let me ask you this. You have a legal authority to do this, correct?
No, we're trespassing.
So you don't have a legal authority to do your job. So let me ask you this then. What, now I know you guys do a lot using GIS and online things. So individual doesn't let you on the property. You got drone footage.
Stand out in the road and assess it from the road. And if it's too high, they come in, they talk to us, they let us come on the property.
So, but
If it's a locked gate, if we're out there and it's a locked gate, we can't come in, we'll send them a letter and tell them that we need to access the property, and then we'll go from there. We'll either make an appointment to meet them at a certain time and go back and look at the property, or.
But do you use any GIS programs to measure buildings?
Sort of, but we're still required from the state to physically visit the property.
So that's weird to me because you're saying you're still required by the state to measure property, but you don't have the legal authority to do it.
No, we've never, I've been asked to leave. I don't know if we've been run off, we haven't been charged with trespassing anywhere. I mean, most people understand what we're there for. We wear an orange vest, just marked Owen County Assessor's Office. We got badges, we got cards that we give to them. And if they ask us, what do we read?
Okay, Anton, did you get a total?
But we thought about doing it in-house, but I think the logistics of it just wouldn't work. Because I think we're gonna get out there and it'd be zero weather and we've got 25% of the thing to look at. Where Tyler has to be the one responsible for this.
I don't even know how you get to my back burner. I don't even know how you get to my back burner. You're welcome to come on property, I don't know how you can get there.
Well, most people don't, you know, like I said, most people understand. Either that or a lot of times nobody's home.
That's the worst trouble, finding people home.
The worst thing is going to places you know where somebody in the house. And most families, kids home. And that's one reason why I don't like sending them pictures. Because you don't have to go.
Did he get well, the contract is what the contract is, it's gonna go up.
And with the contract, they're the ones that are responsible for it. They, you know, they bring in a lock gate, we send the letters out, if we get a response, then they go look at it. But other than that, we assess it the best we can. We normally try to get them to come in and respond to us. But I can't just put a value on it, and, you know, without it being halfway right. So.
And you said it's a 4-year contract,
Yes.
and it's, you think $500,000 maybe, for the life of the contract?
I'm figuring 150 a year, what was it, 150 a year, I think that's about high.
150 a year?
Yeah. That'd be 600,000, I think,
So are we replacing the 215 with the 150?
Oh, no.
no, the 215s would be,
Okay.
Yeah, about 79,000 of that is non-Tyler, so you gotta have that in there for those. And then the rest of it is this contract that's gonna be renegotiated or priced out. And at the 215, that would allow 136,000 towards that, you know, per year. So if that's the estimation, then it is what it is, unless that's too much, but.
yeah. If they don't use it all, I don't use it for transfer to another fund and spend it, but it should roll over to next year.
Right, it would stay in your cash balance.
Yes, but that's part of the problem is it hasn't been doing that.
Oh, really? It should be.
It should, but it hasn't been. And I think.
You got shorted a little bit last time, didn't you?
State Board of Accounts is looking into it, because there's been a couple of years of.
See, I'm not gonna draw any more money, it's gonna, the more money that's in my cash balance, the less I have to levy to meet my budget.
I think that's once again, I make the point, I think this county needs a forensic audit.
You come up with a total?
Well, if we keep it at the 215, it's 361,870 is what I've got. Is that what you got? Okay.
93.75. Right?
71?
71.
How much of that?
3,000.
Yeah.
3,000
Oh, you got a 3,000 in there for level?
per diem.
So we're in
3,000. 3,000.
Got 3,000 for order to review,
Level
4,000 level 2 staffing.
I have
3.
The level 2 staffing.
Yeah.
That's 3.
Yeah.
368.69.
368.70. Close.
Yeah.
So vehicle, $1,250. Rental, $2,500. Group insurance, registration, $7,500. And then $215 for contract. We have $360, $870.
It's probably in your,
So you got perf, 10,424.
You've got,
yeah.
I don't know, I think in
We're close. 3,000 for per diem.
3,000, level 2.
Yeah.
1,250 vehicle, 2,500 travel, 18,000 group, 7,500 registration and conference, and 215,000.
Yeah.
I think it's in your rounding when you do,
It would be off by
Wages.
$500. So
no,
what do you have?
we're off by $1. 360, 869.
Oh, yeah, you're good. Yeah, that doesn't matter.
We're at 368,
That's what I was
360,
870.
870.
Yeah.
360, 870. All right, Kenny, do you have anything else?
360, what?
Do you have anything else? Thank you.
360, 870.
That's all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kenny.
Thanks. Surveyor. I'm looking at a pretty flat, if not less, budget. Is that accurate?
It's the same exact amount,
No? Well, you're right.
9828.
Bill, you got any comments, concerns, issues?
No, a few years ago, I had money in a mileage thing, and I tried not to use it. You know, right now, if I have to use it, I'm doing it on my own time. You know, it's one of those things that you get penalized if you don't spend money, and now we're trying to figure out what we got shortfalls. But we're okay. It's,
Good, appreciate it too.
you know, Susan and mapping has been a great help, that there is you guys know that one of our mappers deleted every file as far as section numbers. We lost about 4 years of work. So hopefully that won't happen again.
Do you still have the hard drive?
Nope. Was that, I mean, it's on the macros, map, not on my computer.
Okay, but the hard drive's still there?
Intentionally done?
Unless they've wiped it, it should be on the hard drive.
Mike Pretty looked for it after it all disappeared.
Because deleting and wiping are two different things. We can recover a deleted file, we can even recover a wipe, that requires an expensive process.
Do you even know where the processor is at?
Whatever they had there in the mapping office at the time.
How long ago? How long ago?
Well, I lose track of time. So, and Robin?
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Couple of years, has it been?
Yeah.
Three at the most.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been able to recover files, I have a program, and then of course there's another one we can use, a professional one to use for the court, so.
So I've got, Anton, are we using the numbers that's already put in here, 9828?
Yeah, that adds up.
Bill, thank you for all your help.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bill.
So next we've got soil and water. Guys, come on up. I'll let Corbin introduce his crew here.
Yep. So just so you guys had a chance to meet yet, Sean Tuss, he is our new executive director.
He's an Owen County born and raised, so he's glad to have him on
4-H'er,
board.
yeah.
Yeah. So
Congratulations.
Yep, so he's the one, he started back here in July, so he's about a month in now, for us, so it's his first time coming to, so it's appreciate wanting to give you guys a chance to meet him. Sean, maybe a little background on yourself.
Sure, so, like Corbin just alluded to, grew up here in Owen County all my life. Graduated from Owen County High School in 2013. Was involved in multiple projects, sports, FFA, 4-H, got my undergrad at Southern Illinois University and agriculture communications. And I got my master's at IU in natural resources and conservation management. So,
And,
I'm actually pass some of these things out to you guys first. Give you some background.
Spell your last name?
Huss, H-U-S-S.
My neighbor. It's not too far off from.
I'm sorry, I didn't print out enough of these to give one to everyone.
Go ahead, give it to him.
What's her name?
What's your name?
You still, out by Horseman's Camp,
Me?
Yes.
No.
Where do you live at?
I live, sort of near Corbin, south of Patricksburg.
This is not the same one that was.
We had lunch, right?
We did have breakfast.
Yeah.
Sean filled this one out, this is not,
This is.
this is the one that Sean filled out, that we didn't say this.
So I haven't sent anything to
Yeah, we
anybody.
haven't sent anything.
I don't see anything different, so that's why I was asking.
Okay. But Chris is a fellow board member there, so yeah, I'm the chairman of the board, and Chris is one of our other board members there. So we've got 5 members total, make up our board. So that's not with us today is Steve Fox, he's got back troubles, so he's on the board as well. We've got Corbin Warland, he's also a member of the board. And we also have Tim Dunphy, which is also a member of our board there. So we got 5-member board total. And Sean is who we selected as our executive director. So 2 sheets we passed out. So the first one that Sean passed out was what we call our leveraging sheet. It shows how much money, basically through our budget was funded or what we requested through this year. And then the very bottom there, it talks about the total funds that are brought in. So if you look at the bottom of that sheet, there's $793,000 outside funds. We count from the funds of the salaries of the folks that are helping us from the federal and state level, which is a total of $901,543 in the county. So that's a 20-to-1. Basically, for every dollar you guys spend on our budget, $20 is returned back to the county that we're helping manage there with that. So that's kind of summarized what we're doing there at the department. And the other sheet, which again, just didn't want to go through everything, just kind of list what we've been up to the past year, going through the different activities we've done. Just the key I want to highlight, the very first one is over 124 landowners reached out to us for advice the past year. So Sean's been here a month, so he's still kind of learning the reins, but that's what Devin started doing. So if you guys remember, Andrea was here back a few years ago when I started on the board. She resigned in 2019. We hired Devin Brown, which was there for a year and a half. And then he resigned here in July, so Sean's the new executive director to help our county landowners with that and finding and sourcing funds for their practices, their conservation practices throughout the county with that. So Sean said that we didn't have, I guess, a budget till this morning. You filled out the
I've been working on it, but I just need to finalize it this morning.
Yeah, so we finalized, so we got this 2022 request listed there on the one copy, which is what we put on there. But you guys, I guess Anton, you guys already had a copy of what we funded in the past. I couldn't find last year's what we got approved for 2020, but we did have 2021. So that's what we kind of based off of there. And you can see we kind of put notes on the side of what's less than from what last year what we requested. But if there's any questions you guys have there, or what other things, basically when you look at that budget, it's basically the salary, the mortgage, you've got the phone and internet usage out there, and about $500 worth of supplies is what you guys are funding for that. So it's pretty cut and dry what we've got that you guys are currently putting in there for funds. But is there anything? Yes, Nick, you have a question.
How many counties do we represent?
Just Owen County, yeah, Owen County.
And supposedly 725,000 comes back into the county?
Yes, that's through conservation practices. So like, listed on that sheet there, there's EQIP is a big one, which is about a third of that, or about almost half of that. And then the other one there, Sean, you got your sheet, the other 400,000, which one is the other one that's on there?
Essentially, the more landowners that get involved with that program, the higher the ROI will be in the future as well. So we're focusing on outreach to more farmers and landowners as well.
Conservation stewardship program, so there's where that most of that comes from on that sheet. So EQIP and then the CSP are the majority of that funds that come in.
I'm sorry. We're not gonna get to 6 o'clock. Their numbers look the same unless there's any differences?
No, they've actually saved a lot of money.
The regular wages amount. if you want the
6% is
exact-
what we figured on the budget as far as what we're saving on that.
So regular wages, I've got the exact amount here, it's 31,989. And for FICA, it's 2,447. And PERF, 3,583.
Total?
43,890.
I have a question. Where I, do art in my classroom, last year we raised at least 32. What is this butterfly waste station? Where do I find out about that?
Over the solar water office.
I have to get the resources for it. Devin actually completed it last year.
I'll give you a
But we have the
call.
waste station over the solar water office, it was built last year.
Okay,
It's a good example of what one should be.
maybe you should just come to my classroom.
That'd be great.
Kids.
I'd love to.
Okay.
That's what we like, what we're here to do, outreach.
You know, I should
Once
have.
again,
You have cards, so you can give them to them, I'll hook up later.
Yeah.
We still got-
Okay, I'm good.
Michelle's got cards. Michelle's got cards.
We still got,
all right,
Grand total
guys,
is 44,960.
Thank you.
Hey.
I really appreciate
Thank
you
you.
cutting, what do you cut?
Let's
You got a good boy too.
Yeah, I think we're really excited, we're excited what we do, so. Thank you guys for continuing to help us.
Thanks, Sean, welcome
Let us know
aboard.
what you do.
Thank you.
Sure,
Thank you. 44,960.
thank you very much, Sean.
Can I have could we get a
Didn't watch
copy
that
of this
Corbin
for
War.
our records?
Well, copy we got, Sean, you
They were
give
in
us
the
a
same
copy of
class,
the.
We need one for our record,
Can they
for
just scan
auditor
it?
records.
You just send them a copy.
Should
Sure.
we keep it?
Yeah.
Okay,
Never mind.
okay.
We're good.
Yeah,
All
thank you.
right,
Thanks.
Very much.
if you move to veterans, please. If most of you, as most of you are aware, they usually don't make it, and, I don't see, I haven't looked, but
no, there's no change in numbers.
okay. And then we'll go ahead and adjust the elected, or appointed pay.
All right, so appointed is 11,162. Regular wages, 10,406. FICA is 1,650. And then the rest was all the same, so I have 28,233.
Okay. With that in mind, is there any budget-related questions before we close out shop for today?
I had a real quick question on one of the funds.
Okay.
It was 5,200. Jim, you might need to chime in on this, and Sheila, Fund 5,200 was the one where there was a balance in it for health benefits that I think was kind of on our radar. Have we learned anything new with that, or is that still being researched?
I don't have anything, I just
Okay.
wanted to point out that it's got a balance and it just, well, it clarity.
And normally, it would be, other than a temporary kind of pass-through, normally it would be a zero type of balance. It's not a fund that would normally carry a balance in the long term. So that's still being worked on. Okay.
Copiers. Gary said he sent you guys the
I just got the message, Gary, but it didn't have an attachment. That was the trick, yeah. But it was on the copiers, you said?
Yes.
And it was agreed, Dee and I and Gary and Toshiba met the other night, and it was agreed on the amounts. They did the breakout finally of the departments and who they belong to, both for the copiers themselves and the maintenance agreements. We haven't had that all along. But it was agreed, the way it was being billed, that one copier would be billed, or each department would be paying for their own. So we do need to make sure that copiers get into each department, which means that if that's the case, then we would need to move one to the treasurer's also and one out of ours. But I'm sure that there's others that didn't have it in their budgets at all that they included this year, because they were told that they had to pay for it. However, they had higher prices because their prices were lower, according to our Toshiba rep.
Everything was cut almost in half, some of it even more than that. I know Sam's went considerably down on copiers. The treasurer does have one that's $99.99, and the auditors is $120.98. I don't know what's not set any attachment, but I'll bring everybody a copy tomorrow of it.
All right, Anton, do you have anything else, question-wise? Does anybody else? All right, so we'll reconvene here at 6 o'clock for the public. Welcome if you got them.
I haven't heard that for a long time.
What's today's date? 11. All right, good evening, everyone. Tonight, I'm gonna open a public hearing, and Chuck, I think, is on the way back.
He's stepping off the elevator.
Okay. So, I'll wait on him to get in here. He's about 30 seconds out.
Can we tell him to run?
No, no.
It's running.
Sheriff, you're terrible. Sheriff, you need to step outside.
Said 5:59 on my watch.
Oh, okay. You missed, I've opened the public hearing.
You've opened it?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and proceed. So notice to taxpayers of additional appropriation. Notice is hereby given to the taxpayers of Owen County, Indiana, that the proper fiscal body will consider the following additional appropriations and or budget reductions in excess/decrease of the budget for the current year at the location of the Owen County Courthouse, 60 South Main Street at 6 p.m. on the 11th day of August, 2021. 2021 budget reductions from Owen County General Prosecutor Fund 1,000-0009, amount $11,117. Clerk Fund 1,000-0001, $11,117. Auditor Fund 1,000-0002, amount $8,000. Treasurer Fund 1,000-0003, amount $11,117. Recorder Fund 1,000-0004, amount $6,600. Reassessment Fund 1188, $14,000. Health Department Fund 1159, amount $5,860. Fund 1168, same under Health Department, amount $1,580. Circuit Court Fund 1,000-0232, amount $14,576. Sheriff Fund 1,000-0005, amount $21,000. Probation Fund 1,000-0235, amount $2,500. The following are a list of additional appropriations for 2021. Lit edit 7332, and that's cash from personal services 50,000, cash supplies 350,000, cash other services 350,000, cash capital overlay $50,000, cash sheriff rotation of vehicles $7,581.19. From Riverboat Fund 1191, professional fees $45,000, legal fees $79,999, publication of legal notices $4,000, supplies $7,738.20, other services $7,341.86, copy machine lease $15,636, utilities $145,000, meals $55,000. I'm sorry, let me back up here. Jail housing 4906, Fund 4906. Now let's say that again. Meals $55,000, and medical for prisoners $55,000. The Sheriff Fuel Reimbursement Fund 4913, gas, oil, and lube $60,000. County User 2500, Fund 2500, personal services $11,117. Pretrial grant number 9155, contract services, $22,900. PSAP lit, fund 1235, personnel services, $6,406.73. Supplies, $500. 911 dispatch fund 1222, regular wages, $15,350. Sheriff donation fund 4915, supplies $259.64. Advertising $50. Motor vehicle highway fund 1176, equipment repair $1,000. Coombe Bridge fund 1135, bridges $3,175. Correctional facilities fund 1233, maintenance $85,000. Local health maintenance 1168, insurance $3,620. Public defender supplemental, personnel services $4,615.40. Auditor's endorsement fund 1150, personal services $3,000. Taxpayers appearing at this meeting shall have the right to be heard. The additional appropriations and or reductions finally made will be referred to the Department of Local Government and Finance. The department will make a written determination as to the sufficiency of funds to support the appropriations within 15 days of receipt of a certified copy of this action taken. This is submitted by the auditor, Sheila Reeves. Is there anything I missed? Yes.
2 corrections. The original list that Jim had provided had 55,000 for the sheriff's mills and what's the other one? And they are actually only 50,000 each.
So the 50,000 goes down to 50. Are you going to make a type?
Yes, I'll
Okay.
do the correction because I have to enter them into DLGF.
Okay. That was one. You said there was another?
It was mills and prisoners,
So those are 50,000 apiece?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Open the public hearing now officially. Is there any public comment on this matter? Hey, Chris. Okay. No. Now that these are advertised, next steps?
they're finalized as far as I enter them into DLGF as soon as we get done, so we can get the lit and riverboat going. And then the action of just going in and reducing the amount of each of the budgets, once DLGF gives an approval. And you're done? Somebody has to make a motion.
So, and I've got a quick question for Jim on you talked about timing, and so this would be able to be processed back to?
The understanding that I have, talking to the auditor and the state board of accounts, if you approve this tonight, they can be entered in tonight. There's the expectation that there will be an approval, not immediately, let's just say within 24 hours, most likely immediately. At that point, when the commissioners come in on the 16th on their claims, everything is set up, and instead of anything being paid out of the general fund, everything is now going to be corrected. That's the part about freezing the deficit in the general fund. But this is the step. Once approval entered, then as soon as the claims can process them right through here. It's also my understanding is that there is a permission to go backdate and use these to get the deficit as close to zero as possible, maybe sooner than we hope.
Good, very good.
With no public comment, is there a amount of time that I need so I can close the public hearing? All right. Any other department heads have any? Yes, go ahead.
What's the grand total of all those reductions?
It's not on here. I think, well, I can do some quick math for you real quick.
Hey, Gary. is Mike or Jim or somebody from IT gonna be able to be here in the morning to make sure this gets up and going again?
I'll make sure everyone will get that
Just
over
over 100,000.
system as soon as possible.
It's just over 100,000.
Yeah.
100,000, like you're saying.
No, those are appropriations. He's talking about the reductions here.
Oh, I see.
All right, this is the original. I'm gonna give it back to you, Madam Monitor, before I lose it. All right, is there anything from department heads? All right, public hearing's now closed. Council?
To approve the transfers and appropriations as read by you earlier.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor by Chuck to approve the, everything contained on the document in the public hearing, the appropriations and the reductions. Seconded by Polly. Is that said well enough for you?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't wanna. All right, seconded by Polly. Further discussion? Hearing nothing else, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor? 7-0. All right, do I hear a motion to adjourn this meeting? Motion to adjourn, do you have anything else before we? Okay. Tomorrow, folks, we're back in here, at 8 o'clock. We'll be doing lunch on our own. However, there's gonna be plenty of snacks in here. Again, will there be coffee tomorrow or?
Yes, she said I can come back and get some in the morning. I don't know if I'm gonna get it though, because there's a couple more still on the floor. So if anybody wants to take coffee with them, they're welcome to.
So listen up, I appreciate everybody's input and, working together today, and we did meet our timeline, which is always good. Jim, tomorrow, if there's anything more, the big thing, I guess, that, was utilities and insurance, and I don't know, maybe just before the end of the day, we can come up with a game plan of how, Gary, you wanna.
I will be here later in the afternoon tomorrow. I will not be here before noon, but I'll be here as quick as I can.
Okay. I don't have anything else, guys.
Pretty much.
We're done.
I'll try to text you guys.
Thank you all.
That's what I know, I mean.
Okay.
I downloaded,
Yeah, well,
put up, I did a collage and I'm posting it.
Right, on track, buddy.
See, and then